Welcome, dear dreamer. You've arrived at a place where the day dissolves into quiet, and the night opens its arms to you. This is a continuous relaxing story for sleep, a gentle stream of words, flowing endlessly, carrying you into the soft embrace of dreams. There's nothing you need to do, and nowhere you need to be. Simply rest, let this story drift over you like starlight, and allow sleep to come as naturally as the moon rising in the sky. If your thoughts wander, let them, for even wandering thoughts are part of the journey. All that matters is that you're here, safe, calm, and ready to surrender to the night. In the earliest hours of that fateful summer morning, the Korean peninsula lay cloaked beneath a veil of mist, as though the land itself were holding its breath, anticipating the storm that was to come. The world beyond its rugged mountains and rivers might have believed it knew the shape of war, dividing lines, soldiers in formation, flags snapping in the wind, but the truths hidden beneath the surface were far more elusive, far more unsettling. There was a quiet before the storm, the kind of silence that presses into the bones, the kind of stillness that carries the scent of smoke and unspoken fear. Here, along narrow paths that wound through rice paddies and along jagged cliffs, families moved in shadow, carrying what little they could salvage, unaware that even their innocence might not spare them from the violence soon to descend. The whispers of the peninsula spoke of grief yet to come, of lives folded into shadows, of atrocities committed in the hidden corners where the eyes of the world would not look. The war that erupted in June of 1950 would be chronicled in headlines, in statistics, in the movement of armies, yet it would also unfold in ways that official histories would scarcely record. Behind the thunder of artillery and the roar of jets streaking across the sky, there were moments of intimate horror, the terrified faces of children pressed to the cold earth, the hurried, silent prayers of mothers clutching infants, the unrecorded screams that were swallowed by the night. In this narrative, we will not simply recount the battles or the movements of troops. Instead, we will enter the spaces between the lines of history, exploring the hidden corridors where human suffering remained unspoken, lingering like the fog itself, ethereal, persistent, haunting. And so, we begin our journey, following the echoes of those who endured what was never intended to be remembered, listening to the stories the wind carries across valleys, over rivers, and through mountains, stories that linger even now, decades later, whispering through the mist. The Korean peninsula, in the summer of 1950, was a land suspended between memory and oblivion, between the known and the hidden. Dawn broke with a muted gray light that seeped through low-hanging clouds, a fragile clarity that only emphasized the pervasive fog that hugged the valleys and clung to the mountainsides. There was a softness to this mist, an almost hypnotic quality, as if the land itself were trying to shield what was about to happen, attempting in some quiet, futile way to prevent the horror that would come. The roads were empty, yet they carried the ghostly traces of those who had fled in haste, bundles of personal belongings left by the roadside, footprints in mud and ash that would soon be washed away by the rain of conflict. From above, the terrain appeared calm, serene even, with rice paddies reflecting the pale sky and rivers snaking like silver threads across the landscape. Yet beneath this gentle veneer, tension hung in the air like a living thing, vibrating in the tall grass and rustling leaves, carrying with it the whispers of fear, uncertainty, and the unspoken anticipation of violence. Families moved in silence along narrow paths, their eyes darting at shadows, their hearts heavy with the burden of survival. Mothers clutched children with trembling hands, fathers carried what little could be salvaged, and elders, leaning on canes or the support of younger kin, moved with a fragile dignity that belied the terror they felt. Every step seemed an act of defiance against a fate they could not yet see, a fragile resistance against forces that would soon overwhelm them. And then the world itself seemed to hold its breath. The fog thickened along the mountains, curling around rocks and trees, transforming familiar landscapes into alien, distorted forms. Each bend in the road, each curve of a river, became imbued with a quiet menace. The wind carried the distant echo of engines, the low rumble of tanks, the faint whistle of artillery, sounds that seemed almost unreal in their distance yet resonated deep in the bones of those who heard them. Somewhere ahead, a village slept under the same heavy mist, unaware that soon it would wake to the cries of the innocent and the clash of weapons, its streets stained with blood and its homes reduced to rubble. In these early moments, before the conflict had fully erupted into the lives of the people, there was a strange intersection of beauty and dread. Mist-wrapped pines swayed gently, their needles dripping with dew, while rivers moved slowly, deliberately, reflecting the pale, washed-out sky, carrying in their currents the detritus of lives interrupted. The fog seemed to thicken over bridges and valleys, shrouding the land in secrecy, as if preserving the memory of events that would later be hidden, denied, or forgotten. In this liminal space, the horrors that would define the war had not yet fully arrived, yet their presence was palpable in the silence, in the trembling of leaves, in the anxiety etched on the faces of those who moved unseen. There was an eerie quiet that enveloped the land, broken only by the occasional creak of a wooden gate swinging in the breeze, the distant barking of a dog, or the soft, almost imperceptible sob of a child who had been awakened by nightmares even before the war had reached them. It was a quiet that seemed to stretch time, elongating moments, creating a sense that the day itself might never fully arrive. The fog carried sound differently here, it absorbed and refracted it, making distant voices seem near and nearby ones seem impossibly far, a disorienting effect that would become symbolic of the war itself, where perception and reality, truth and falsehood, life and death, were often indistinguishable. And beneath this meditative calm, the past and the future seemed to merge. Stories of prior conflicts, of colonial occupation, of suffering endured silently by generations, whispered through the mist. The land itself seemed to remember, and those who moved across it carried not only their present fears but the weight of ancestral grief. There was an unbroken continuity to human suffering here, a subtle, terrifying resonance that would magnify as the war unfolded. Even as soldiers prepared, strategies were drawn, and political powers debated, ordinary people continued to move quietly through this mist, their lives like fragile vessels navigating an unseen storm. This is where our story begins, not with the sound of gunfire or the movement of armies, but with the silent, almost imperceptible tremors of fear and anticipation that ripple through the land. Here, in the mist, in the quiet valleys and hidden paths, in the shadowed alleys of towns and the empty stretches of countryside, lie the first intimations of atrocities yet to come. We will follow these whispers through the fog, tracing them over rivers and mountains, through villages and cities, into homes where fear has already taken root. In doing so, we will not merely recount history, we will inhabit it, walking with those who survived, listening to those who perished, and peering into the shadows that history has chosen to ignore. And so, we step lightly into the Korean summer of 1950, into a world both familiar and strangely alien, into a story of human endurance, horror, and hidden truths. The mist swirls around us, and with each inhalation, each heartbeat, each quiet moment of reflection, we sense the weight of what is to come. The hidden atrocities of the Korean War are not only events in the past, they are echoes in the present, whispers that continue to ripple through time, awaiting our attention, our recognition, our remembrance. The story of No Gun-ri begins not with the echo of battle, but with the tentative, fearful movements of those fleeing it. Families streamed along narrow dirt paths, winding past rice paddies heavy with water, past small groves of pine and willow, and along streams whose waters reflected the pale sky with a deceptive serenity. There was a strange rhythm to their motion, a quiet shuffle of feet in the mud, the soft rustle of cloth as children clung to the skirts of mothers, the faint metallic clink of vessels carried in hands trembling from exhaustion and fear. Each step was an act of cautious hope, an attempt to distance themselves from a war whose reach was already creeping over the landscape, touching homes and fields that had known peace for generations. As they moved southward, the air was thick with both fog and apprehension, the mist curling around trees and low stone walls like the lingering remnants of a dream half remembered. Some travelers whispered to one another, cautious of voices carrying too far, sharing fragments of rumor, that the North Korean army was brutal, that villages in their path had been burned, that those who were caught might vanish without a trace. Others walked in silence, the weight of what they carried far heavier than the small bundles of possessions they clutched. Among them were infants pressed to their mothers' chests, their eyes wide and uncomprehending, men and women whose faces were etched with worry lines deeper than their years, and elders leaning on walking sticks, eyes distant as though the movement through the fields and along the dusty roads were not a journey of survival but a passage through an unfamiliar landscape of foreboding. The bridge at No Gun-ri was, in itself, unremarkable. A simple arch of steel and concrete spanning a modest river, it might have passed unnoticed had the world not come to a halt there in a sudden, incomprehensible violence. For those who had fled in the hope of temporary safety, the bridge became a point of arrest, a place where time slowed and fear became tangible. Families gathered beneath its span, shielding themselves from the sun and seeking a fragile reprieve from the tension that had been their companion along the road. The river beneath babbled gently, an innocent sound at odds with the gravity of what would soon unfold above its banks. The fields beyond were empty except for the distant shadows of advancing soldiers, and the land, in its deceptive calm, seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for the inevitable to arrive. From the ridge overlooking the river and the bridge, the U.S. 7th Cavalry Regiment had taken position, their orders a mixture of strategy and fear, shaped by a military logic that demanded vigilance but often failed to account for the humanity of those beneath their line of sight. The tension in the air was almost tactile, an invisible current of dread that coursed between the observers and the observed. At first, there were warnings, shouted commands intended to disperse the crowd, but confusion reigned. Many of the civilians could not understand the language of the soldiers, many were too weak or terrified to respond. Children clung to their parents, mothers pressed infants against their bodies, and the elderly froze in place, too confused and fearful to flee. In this dissonance of understanding and expectation, the stage was set for tragedy, a collision between orders and lives that would leave a scar invisible to maps but indelible in memory. The first shots rang out with sudden clarity, cracking the morning's mist with their violence. What followed was a crescendo of gunfire, mechanical and relentless, shredding the fragile silence that had hovered over the bridge. The sound of bullets cutting through air mixed with the terrified screams of the civilians, cries that were swallowed in part by the roar of weapons and in part by the thickening fog. Parents pressed children to the ground, their hands trembling uncontrollably, their faces wet with tears and dirt, as soldiers fired from above, their rifles unyielding, their eyes fixed forward. Every step taken by the fleeing was calculated against a deadly rhythm, every instinct for survival pitted against a sudden, overwhelming force. The landscape itself became an accomplice. The narrow path offered little cover, the river slowed attempts at escape, and the bridge, once a symbol of shelter, transformed into a canopy of terror, its concrete and steel framing the unfolding nightmare. Bodies fell in clusters, some grasping for hands never found, others collapsing silently, the suddenness of death leaving their expressions frozen in what would become a permanent tableau of fear and agony. The mud beneath the bridge absorbed the evidence of their suffering, the river carried away remnants that would never be accounted for, and the air itself seemed to tremble with grief. Survivors would later describe the overwhelming sense of helplessness, the strange, unreal feeling that life and death had become a single, undifferentiated continuum, a slow-motion nightmare from which there was no escape. For those who lived, the memory would not fade but rather embed itself into the marrow of their being, haunting dreams, intruding into waking moments, coloring the texture of their recollections with the irremovable stain of trauma. In the hours that followed, the massacre continued, punctuated by intermittent bursts of gunfire and the anguished cries of those still capable of fleeing. Children's wails became a rhythm in the background of the chaos, a sorrowful accompaniment to the relentless mechanical efficiency of the soldiers' rifles. Parents made impossible choices, some attempting to shield their families with their own bodies, others forced by fear and desperation to push children toward uncertain paths, hoping they might survive even as their own lives ended. The landscape was transformed, every tree, every rock, every patch of tall grass marked by the traces of human anguish. The fog, once a quiet companion to those fleeing, became a shroud over the unfolding horror, muffling sound, bending light, creating a distorted, almost dreamlike quality to a reality that was far from a dream. As the morning stretched into noon, the bridge and the surrounding riverbanks became a suspended liminality, a place between life and death, between the visible and the hidden. The survivors, the few who had managed to find fleeting cover beneath the arches, pressed themselves against the wet concrete, listening to the unnatural rhythm of gunfire that filled the air like a perverse symphony. There was no discernible pattern to who lived and who died, only the cruel calculus of bullets and chance, a randomness that made every heartbeat feel like both miracle and tragedy. The mist that had accompanied them on the road now swirled around the bodies of those who had fallen, softening the harsh outlines of the fallen yet offering no comfort, no absolution. It was as if the land itself was trying to absorb the trauma, to cloak it in quiet, but the earth could hold only so much. Among the survivors, stories began to emerge even before the smoke cleared. Mothers who had pressed children to their chests whispered fragments of memory, eyes wide with disbelief, recounting how infants had been torn from their arms, how the cries of the wounded seemed to echo endlessly across the river. Fathers, their hands bloodied and shaking, described futile attempts to shield their families, to pull loved ones away from the relentless machine of death, only to find that the physical effort of survival was insufficient to protect against a force greater than themselves. Every gesture, every desperate movement, was a testament to endurance in the face of senseless destruction, yet it also underscored the overwhelming helplessness imposed by orders, fear, and the fog of war. Soldiers on the ridge above, who would later claim that they had been following standard procedures, saw only movement and suspicion in the crowd below. Reports and orders, which in hindsight read as impersonal and bureaucratic, had framed civilians as potential threats, as obstacles to be neutralized in the interests of tactical security. Yet the human reality on the ground bore no resemblance to these sterile accounts. Children ran after stray ducks, elderly men shuffled slowly along the paths, and women clutched bundles of rice and water, ordinary lives that had been suddenly interpreted as danger. The disconnect between policy and humanity created a tension in which morality was suspended, where the abstract language of military necessity collided violently with the fragile and vivid immediacy of human existence. Time itself seemed distorted beneath the bridge. Moments stretched, compressed, and then repeated in memory, creating a sense of suspended eternity. Those who survived later described the surreal quality of the event, the echo of gunfire lingering long after the shots had ceased, the faint, almost imperceptible sway of leaves as if nature itself mourned, the distorted reflections of light in puddles of water tinged with blood. Some said they felt the presence of the dead as if the air around them carried the weight of souls unwilling to depart. Even the river, which flowed steadily, betrayed no recognition of the horror that had unfolded along its banks. It continued its path, indifferent to human suffering, yet quietly complicit, carrying away remnants of lives that had been violently interrupted. In the immediate aftermath, confusion dominated. Survivors crawled from the mud and reeds, eyes searching for familiar faces, hearts pounding with disbelief. Some could not distinguish between those who were dead and those who were gravely wounded. Cries and moans mixed with the soft lapping of water and the faint rustle of the misted landscape. Fear and relief coexisted in a delicate, unbearable balance. Parents sought children who had vanished, husbands searched for wives who were gone, and the living were haunted by the knowledge that escape did not guarantee survival, only the prolongation of anguish. The human mind, confronted with such concentrated trauma, began to fragment in response, seeking comprehension where none existed, weaving narrative out of chaos, grasping for meaning in a scene that defied reason. Local villagers, arriving cautiously after the first wave of violence had passed, encountered a landscape transformed. The familiar bridge had become a place of horror. The gentle river that had once nourished crops and provided fish now carried the stark evidence of atrocity. Abandoned possessions, broken and bloodied, lay scattered like tokens of lives interrupted. Shoes, cloth scraps, and simple cooking implements became mute witnesses to the tragedy. Some villagers reported a smell that lingered for days, the mingling of smoke, blood, and the wet earth, a pungent reminder of what had transpired, impossible to ignore and yet nearly impossible to describe fully to outsiders. The scene, both quiet and chaotic, instilled a kind of reverent fear, a realization that history had inscribed itself in the land in ways no document or testimony could entirely capture. Historical records, compiled much later, would attempt to categorize the massacre in abstract terms: civilian casualties, engagements with enemy forces, collateral damage. Yet these words could never convey the texture of human experience beneath them, the way a mother's scream echoes in the mind decades later, the sudden absence of familiar voices in a community, the small, persistent memory of a child's hand slipping from one's grasp. The mismatch between official language and lived reality reflects a central tragedy of no-gun the inability of systems of power to fully reckon with the human cost of decisions made at a distance. It is a reminder that in war, the truth of suffering often lies not in statistics but in the details, the fleeting, fragile moments in which life is maintained or extinguished. Some survivors would recount seeing soldiers lower their weapons after a period, faces impassive, eyes scanning the terrain for the next movement, the next perceived threat. Others spoke of temporary reprieves, brief pauses when the fog thickened, or when the angle of sunlight masked their position. In these moments, the survivor's instincts for life became almost ritualistic, a silent prayer, the shallow breath of a child held tight, a hand pressed to the earth as if the soil itself could absorb violence and grant protection. Such gestures, repeated thousands of times over a span of hours, created a mosaic of survival, small acts of defiance against a system that had rendered them invisible and expendable. As the first echoes of gunfire faded into a grim hush, the survivors of No Gun moved cautiously through the devastated landscape, their movements tentative, as though the very ground had become treacherous, imbued with the memory of what had occurred. Every step along the riverbank was weighted with suspicion. Each rock, each puddle, each shadowed clump of reeds seemed to carry a hidden threat. Parents searched desperately for children who had been separated in the chaos, their calls mingling with the soft murmur of the river, a fragile chorus of human longing in a space rendered alien and hostile. In the mist that still hung low over the fields, the survivors felt the oppressive presence of absence of life, of family, of hope, and in some ways, of moral certainty. The physical landscape, transformed by violence, mirrored the interior landscape of the survivors. Fields once fertile were scarred by footprints, blood, and the remnants of hastily abandoned possessions. Trees bore no marks of their normal growth but rather the imprints of bodies pressed against them for cover, the tactile memory of a living world intersected violently with mortality. For those who lived, the air carried an almost tangible heaviness, a density born from grief, terror, and disbelief. Eyes that had once scanned the horizon for the approach of armies now darted instinctively for the presence of bodies, for the faintest sign of movement, for shadows that might conceal another threat. In this heightened state, time itself became unreliable, minutes felt like hours, hours like days, and the boundary between present experience and memory blurred, as though the mind sought to process trauma by folding it into a distorted rhythm that was at once protective and punishing. Many survivors later described a peculiar stillness that settled over the bridge and its surroundings in the moments between gunfire, a silence so profound that it seemed unnatural, almost supernatural. The fog, thick and clinging, rendered familiar features strange, elongating shapes, softening edges, making the land appear alive and watchful. Each sound, a bird taking flight, a twig snapping underfoot, the distant cry of a child, resonated in a way that seemed amplified, as if the very atmosphere were recording every detail of suffering for some unseen witness. These perceptions, though sometimes dismissed as fear-induced, reveal the profound impact of trauma on perception, how the human mind interprets danger and loss in a landscape suddenly rendered unfamiliar, even alien. The survivors' movements were punctuated by fleeting interactions with soldiers, some of whom attempted to enforce order, some who acted with indifference, and others whose actions were inexplicably cruel. Accounts describe men and women kneeling beside bodies of the dead, their hands trembling as they tried to check for signs of life, only to find that the smallest gesture might provoke suspicion or violence from those with weapons. Children who wandered too close to edges of the river were shooed back with shouted warnings, the adults' hearts pounding with a mix of fear and determination. Every interaction, however brief, became a microcosm of the larger horror, ordinary life rendered almost incomprehensible under the shadow of systematic violence. By afternoon, those who had survived the initial assault began to organize their fragile efforts at survival. Makeshift shelters were established beneath nearby trees and under the skeletal remains of fences and structures, and the survivors shared water, food, and comfort where they could, forging fragile networks of mutual care amid the desolation. Yet even these small gestures were shadowed by the knowledge that the danger was not gone, that the soldiers could return, that further violence might erupt without warning. It was in these moments that the true psychological weight of no-gun-ri became apparent. Survival was not merely physical but profoundly emotional and moral, an ongoing negotiation between instinct, hope, and despair. As night descended, the survivors found themselves enveloped in a fog that seemed heavier than the morning mist, as though the air itself were infused with grief. The river reflected nothing but shadow, and the landscape, once distorted by daylight, now seemed even more alien, as if reshaped by the violence it had witnessed. Fires burned sporadically in distant villages, their glow a reminder that life continued elsewhere, yet here at no-gun-ri, time had slowed to a liminal pace. Stories began to circulate in hushed whispers, accounts of neighbors who had vanished, of children who had gone missing, of acts of quiet bravery in the midst of terror. Each story was a fragile thread connecting the living to the dead, memory to experience, and individual suffering to the larger historical narrative. Some survivors later recounted the dissonant nature of sound in that night, the river's soft murmur, the occasional distant shot, the wind rustling through reeds, all layered atop the internal chorus of grief and trauma that seemed to vibrate within their own bodies. Sleep was often impossible, dreams were invaded by images of falling, of flight, of faces frozen in terror. Those who could sleep found their rest brief and uneasy, haunted by fragments of what they had witnessed, unable to reconcile the immediacy of survival with the incomprehensible scale of what had occurred. The psychological imprint of no-gun-ri was profound, extending long beyond the physical space of the massacre, shaping consciousness, memory, and the way in which survivors experienced both the world and themselves. Historical records of no-gun-ri, compiled only decades later, offer a stark contrast to the lived experience. Official reports, sanitized and abstracted, speak in terms of engagements and enemy fire, carefully avoiding the human cost evident in the testimonies of those who endured the massacre. Yet these sanitized narratives cannot erase the sensory and emotional truth of what happened beneath the bridge, the texture of bloodied earth beneath fingertips, the smell of smoke and gunpowder mingled with wet soil, the sight of children pressed to mothers' chests, the faint, unrelenting rhythm of footsteps attempting to navigate a terrain now shaped by fear. Memory, unlike official documentation, does not adhere to chronology or logic. It is a layering of perception, sensation, and emotion, and in this way, the events at no-gun-ri have persisted vividly in the minds of survivors, refusing erasure. Even decades later, those who lived through no-gun-ri describe returning to the site with a mixture of dread and reverence, walking the same paths, tracing the edges of the river, and pausing beneath the bridge to remember those who could not survive. The landscape itself seems charged with the memory of the event, the gentle slope of the riverbank, the subtle undulations of the fields, the pattern of reeds in the water, all act as quiet witnesses to history, holding within them the story of human endurance and atrocity, a living archive that no report or map can fully capture. The act of remembering, in this context, becomes almost sacred, a meditation on survival, morality, and the human capacity for both violence and resilience. As night deepened into the inky blackness that enveloped the river and the bridge, a peculiar stillness settled over the landscape, as though the land itself had absorbed the violence, the anguish, and the whispers of the dead. The survivors, huddled in makeshift shelters beneath the skeletal remains of fences and along the marshy edges of the river, felt this quiet not as relief but as a kind of oppressive companion, a weight pressing against the chest, reminding them that while the gunfire had ceased, the danger, and the memory of loss, had not. Every small sound, from the splash of a fish in the water to the distant rustle of reeds in the wind, seemed magnified, each noise a potential harbinger of renewed violence. Sleep was sporadic, fragmented, invaded by dreamlike reconstructions of the massacre, images of children pressed to the ground, mothers frozen in fear, the relentless rattle of rifles over the bridge, all repeating in shifting sequences that blurred the line between memory and imagination. In these hours of dark reflection, some survivors recalled noticing the soldiers' faces through the fog during the massacre. Faces blank, eyes averted, mouths taut with unspoken tension, they appeared at times almost otherworldly, masked not merely by helmets but by the psychological distance enforced by orders and discipline. The mechanized efficiency of their actions, a relentless execution of commands, contrasted sharply with the chaos, fragility, and raw human emotion below. In hindsight, this contrast struck many survivors as a cruel testament to the capacity of ordinary people to perform extraordinary violence when structured within hierarchies, when shielded from the immediacy of empathy. Even decades later, the images of those faces lingered in the minds of witnesses, etched as symbols of the tension between duty and morality, obedience and conscience, the external world of military strategy and the internal world of human recognition. By morning, the riverbanks bore an eerie, almost surreal quality, softened by fog and dew, yet indelibly marked by the horrors of the day before. Survivors emerged cautiously, scanning the terrain for signs of life, attempting to count the cost not in numbers but in human details, the absence of familiar faces, the abandoned belongings left as silent testimonies, the footprints that led to nowhere, and in some cases, bodies left partially submerged in the mud. Every object, every mark on the landscape, became a fragment of narrative, a piece of evidence that testified to the reality of atrocity beyond the sterile terminology of reports and statistics. The river, still flowing with deceptive calm, carried traces of blood and debris downstream, a quiet, relentless witness to the horrors imposed upon those beneath the bridge. In the days that followed, survivors navigated not only the immediate challenges of survival, finding food, water, and shelter, but also the psychological weight of the massacre. Many experienced a pervasive sense of disorientation, a dissolution of the familiar coordinates of their lives. The world appeared fundamentally altered. The familiar pattern of fields and villages now carried an undercurrent of potential violence. Ordinary objects, such as discarded shoes or overturned baskets, became reminders of fragility, and the once comforting sounds of the river and the wind now resonated with echoes of human suffering. This transformation of perception, psychologists would later recognize, is characteristic of extreme trauma, in which the human mind absorbs and processes events that exceed comprehension. Yet for the survivors, there was no external framework for understanding, only the raw immediacy of lived experience. Historical analysis, conducted decades later, reveals a disturbing context for what occurred at No Gun Ri. U.S. military directives at the time emphasized caution and suspicion regarding civilian movement, fueled by a pervasive fear of North Korean infiltration and a lack of clear communication channels in the chaos of rapid territorial shifts. Orders such as these, when interpreted rigidly, created conditions in which civilians were treated as potential combatants, and ordinary human behavior was perceived as threat. This juxtaposition, the need for operational security against the inherent vulnerability of non-combatants, became tragically evident beneath the bridge. Ethical frameworks faltered, moral judgment was deferred to military hierarchy, and the resulting actions produced consequences far beyond any intention expressed in official documents. Witness accounts from decades later underscore the stark reality that these were not abstract events but intensely human tragedies. A mother recounted, with trembling voice, how her toddler had been struck by a bullet as she held him tightly against her chest. A father described dragging his injured son from the mud, only to find that medical assistance was impossible to obtain in the immediate chaos, and an elderly villager reflected on how he had spent hours lying among the reeds, unable to move, hearing the gunfire continue in a rhythm that seemed both mechanical and infinite. These details, embedded in personal memory, contrast sharply with sanitized narratives that reduce the massacre to numbers, yet they reveal the texture of human experience, the unbearable weight of witnessing and enduring systematic violence. Even years later, the survivors noted the subtle, lasting changes in their perception of the landscape. Fields that once offered sustenance now bore the faint, almost invisible imprint of trauma. The bridge became not merely a piece of infrastructure but a locus of memory, a physical symbol of vulnerability and survival. In walking the same paths, tracing the course of the river, and revisiting the sites where family members had fallen or vanished, survivors engaged in acts of remembrance that were at once meditative and necessary. The land, in absorbing these repeated visits, seemed to hold the memory silently, participating in a dialogue that could never be fully spoken aloud. As days turned to weeks, the survivors of No Gun Ri began to reweave the fragile fabric of life from the threads left in the wake of horror. The landscape, once marked by immediate violence, slowly assumed a dual identity, one of ordinary rural calm, and another as a repository of trauma, memory, and absence. Those who had endured the massacre carried with them not only physical scars, but invisible imprints that would shape every interaction, every glance, every silent pause for decades to come. Walking along the riverbank, revisiting the bridge where so many had perished, or even hearing a distant echo of gunfire in memory, could evoke the same visceral fear that had once demanded the desperate, instinctive efforts to survive. The mind, in its attempt to reconcile the incomprehensible, folded these events into dreams and waking thought alike, creating a persistent, layered awareness that was at once protective and haunting. In private spaces, survivors often spoke in fragmented whispers of the ethical dissonance they experienced, an enduring tension between gratitude for survival and sorrow for those lost. Some wrestled with the memory of choices made in microseconds, a hand extended too late, a child pulled in the wrong direction, a decision to move or to remain that became a matter of life and death. Each action, each hesitation, seemed magnified in retrospect, an eternal echo of moral ambiguity that no external acknowledgement could entirely resolve. There was an eerie sense that memory itself became a form of witness, recording not only the events of that day but the intangible, unspoken dimensions of fear, hope, and human endurance. Historians, decades later, pieced together the narrative from a combination of survivor testimonies, military documents, and archival research. They revealed a stark and unsettling truth: orders intended to prevent infiltration and protect advancing troops had, in their rigid implementation, placed unarmed civilians directly in harm's way. Official language minimized the human cost, framing it as incidental or unintended, yet the lived experience of those beneath the bridge tells a story of acute and deliberate suffering. The disconnect between policy and reality, between abstraction and lived experience, became a focal point for reflection and, ultimately, historical reckoning. No gunnery, once forgotten or ignored, emerged as a symbol of the hidden moral costs of war, a place where the machinery of military logic collided with human vulnerability in tragic and irreversible ways. Even as public acknowledgement came slowly, the survivors' own acts of remembrance became profound rituals. Families returned to the riverbanks, planted small memorials, or held quiet ceremonies beneath the arches of the bridge, honoring lives lost and bearing witness to truths that official reports had obscured. The fog that once concealed violence now assumed a different resonance. It became a medium through which memory traveled, curling around the structures and landscape, a quiet yet persistent reminder that the past could not be erased. In these acts, the bridge transformed from a site of terror into a locus of reflection and meditation, a paradoxical space where grief and resilience intertwined, where sorrow was inseparable from acknowledgement, and where memory served both as a personal and collective compass. The psychological ramifications extended beyond the immediate survivors. Intergenerational trauma emerged as a subtle, persistent echo, coloring family narratives, relationships, and communal identity. Children of survivors absorbed the unspoken weight of fear, the tension in gestures, the shadowed glances, and the faint murmurs of recollection, internalizing a history that was never fully articulated yet never entirely absent. The massacre, though physically confined to the bridge and surrounding riverbanks, radiated outward through families, communities, and national consciousness, shaping the way that history was remembered, reconstructed, and ultimately understood. In contemplating No Gun Ri, one confronts the delicate interplay between nature, memory, and atrocity. The river continues to flow, indifferent yet witness-bearing, the mist rises and curls over the fields, and the bridge endures as a silent sentinel. These elements of the landscape bear testimony not only to events of the past, but to the moral and emotional weight that persists in human consciousness. Observers note the surreal juxtaposition of beauty and horror, the soft glint of water in sunlight, the rustle of wind in reeds, the tranquil curves of the river, all overlaying the indelible imprint of human suffering. It is a quiet, eerie, almost meditative realization that the world accommodates both life and death simultaneously, that the natural rhythms of existence persist even in the aftermath of violence, and that memory and landscape are inexorably intertwined. Ultimately, the massacre at No Gun Ri embodies the hidden atrocities of the Korean War, events that were obscured, minimized, or ignored, yet whose reverberations endure. It illustrates how ordinary people became entangled in extraordinary violence, how the ordinary rhythms of life were disrupted by decisions made in distant offices, and how memory, both personal and collective, preserves truth in ways that formal histories often cannot. The fog of the Korean summer, the gentle slope of the riverbanks, the skeletal arches of the bridge, all remain, quietly holding the stories of those who endured, a meditation on mortality, morality, and the fragile persistence of human life. In walking these spaces through narrative, through reflection, and through empathy, one comes closer to understanding the hidden dimensions of war, the human cost of obedience, and the haunting resonance of atrocity carried across decades. The early days of the Korean War were marked not by grand strategy alone, nor by the movement of divisions across maps, but by the silent, pervasive fear that settled over villages and hamlets as the North Korean army advanced southward with relentless momentum. The landscape, already haunted by centuries of conflict and occupation, became the stage for a new and more insidious kind of violence, one that unfolded not only in battlefields marked on military charts but along narrow country roads, across rice paddies, and within the walls of ordinary homes. The peninsula seemed to hold its breath as families fled their villages in the gray, misty mornings, carrying what little they could grasp, their footsteps tracing fragile lines across the fields, footprints that would soon vanish under the tread of advancing soldiers, under the shadow of artillery, under the weight of history itself. The initial advance was swift, precise, and terrifying in its efficiency. Armored columns moved along highways once filled with the ordinary rhythms of life, carts drawn by oxen, farmers tending to fields, children running barefoot toward school. All of this was swallowed almost instantaneously by the machinery of war. The sound of engines replaced the low murmur of rivers, the whistle of artillery supplanted the wind through the rice stalks, and the sky was darkened not only by smoke but by the psychological weight of imminent threat. Civilians, caught between the unpredictable movements of the North Korean forces and the uncertain reactions of their own government and foreign allies, faced an impossible choice: to flee, to hide, or to attempt to continue their daily lives amidst chaos that had arrived silently, yet inexorably, at their doorsteps. Along the roads, families encountered a landscape transformed by fear. Villagers spoke of abandoned fields, of crops left to rot, of homes stripped bare in anticipation of requisition or occupation. The silence that accompanied their movement was heavy and disorienting, a quiet punctuated only by the distant echoes of gunfire, the occasional drone of reconnaissance aircraft, and the subtle, almost imperceptible tremor of the earth under the march of mechanized troops. Each bend in the road seemed fraught with danger, a tree line that might conceal a patrol, a small bridge that could be mined or occupied, a river whose waters now carried the possibility of sudden, violent interruption. Fear became a constant companion, inseparable from every sensory detail, the smell of smoke, the sound of distant engines, the chill of mist on skin, the weight of carrying children or the infirm while trying to navigate a landscape that had become simultaneously familiar and alien. In the villages themselves, the psychological imprint of the advance was particularly profound. Homes were emptied in haste, belongings abandoned, and the elderly or infirm left behind when families had no means to transport them. The remaining structures, once symbols of domestic security, became sites of tension. The sudden presence of soldiers in familiar spaces, the requisition of food and supplies, the occasional, unpredictable act of violence toward those perceived to be uncooperative or suspicious. These early encounters, while often overshadowed by the subsequent, larger-scale battles, left an indelible mark on communities, seeding distrust, despair, and a lingering, subtle terror that would echo for decades. Among the civilians who fled, stories emerged that blur the line between memory and myth, reflecting the profound disorientation of those caught in the first wave of war. Children, too young to understand strategy but old enough to sense danger, ran through fields clutching siblings, mothers pressed infants to their chests, and fathers moved with tense, deliberate steps, scanning the horizon for threats that might never fully materialize yet felt omnipresent. Every movement became a negotiation with fear itself, every pause a fraught decision about when to hide, when to advance, and when to risk exposure. The natural world, ordinarily a source of sustenance or comfort, now seemed imbued with uncertainty. Rivers that once reflected sunlight now mirrored terror, groves of trees that once offered shade now concealed unseen observers, and the fog that rolled in across the valleys became a double-edged phenomenon, masking danger even as it obscured safe pathways. The North Korean advance was accompanied by the shadow of systematic brutality, though much of it occurred quietly, in the spaces that military historians rarely highlight. Villages were often occupied with minimal resistance, yet those who resisted or were suspected of dissent faced swift reprisal. Stories circulated of families executed for minor infractions, of men conscripted forcibly and never returned, of women and children subjected to the unpredictable whims of soldiers operating under the duress of a militarized, ideologically driven hierarchy. These events, often hidden from immediate historical record, left communities fractured, their social cohesion disrupted in ways that would take generations to repair. In the fog of war, ordinary life was rendered extraordinary only in its fragility, and the human cost became evident not solely in numbers but in the shattered fabric of daily existence. The advance also had a profound psychological effect on the soldiers themselves, both North Korean and South Korean. Those who followed orders often described a cognitive dissonance between the abstract strategic imperatives imposed from above and the vivid, human reality of the civilians they encountered. Reports of hardship, fear, and moral ambiguity permeate memoirs and oral histories. Men who had been farmers, shopkeepers, or students now found themselves executing duties that forced them into complicity with violence, their conscience suppressed by hierarchy and circumstance. In this intersection of obedience and atrocity, the war revealed itself not merely as a clash of armies but as a crucible of human morality, a space in which ordinary choices were rendered almost unbearably consequential. The fog that lingered across the valleys and hills of southern Korea became emblematic of the early days of the war, a visual and metaphorical shroud that obscured not only movement but understanding. Civilians moving under its cover could not always distinguish friend from foe, safety from danger, and life from death. Soldiers navigating the same terrain could not fully appreciate the vulnerability of those who were fleeing or hiding, nor could they anticipate the psychological toll that their actions would exact on themselves or others. Time seemed to warp under the weight of these experiences, days stretched interminably, moments of relief were fleeting, and memory began to fold events together, blending past and present into a continuous, disorienting continuum. As the North Korean army pushed southward, the role of international actors became increasingly significant, shaping both the strategies employed and the human consequences. Decisions made in distant capitals, about troop movements, supply lines, and the perceived threat of civilian infiltration, filtered down to the battlefield in ways that often overlooked the fragility of human life on the ground. Civilian casualties, forced evacuations, and acts of reprisal were often the byproducts of logistical or strategic imperatives rather than explicit intent, yet their consequences were real, immediate, and deeply felt. Villages along the path of advance became silent witnesses, their streets and homes repositories of fear and grief, awaiting later recognition that was slow to arrive. As the North Korean forces pressed southward, the quiet villages that dotted the hills and river valleys became grim stages for atrocities that rarely reached official reports. Homes, once vibrant with the rhythms of daily life, were abandoned in a hurried exodus, leaving behind meals half-prepared, clothes still folded on wooden shelves, and the faint traces of laughter and conversation. Yet for those who could not flee, the arrival of soldiers often meant immediate peril. Witnesses recalled the sudden intrusion of armed men into homes, the sharp commands delivered in unfamiliar tones, the unpredictable flash of violence against those perceived to be uncooperative, resistant, or merely unfortunate. Families who lingered, hoping to negotiate or plead for mercy, often found themselves confronted with a calculus of suspicion that rendered individual pleas irrelevant, a bureaucratization of violence in which life itself became contingent on arbitrary judgment. Hidden massacres became a recurring, haunting pattern. Along narrow country roads, groups of villagers were sometimes corralled under the pretense of relocation or protection, only to vanish quietly, their absence noted only by those who survived or returned later. In river valleys, small clusters of homes were torched. Survivors recounted finding burned timbers, scorched earth, and the blackened remains of possessions, evidence of sudden violence inflicted upon innocents. These were not always acts of explicit strategic necessity, often they were preemptive, precautionary, or fueled by fear and mistrust, a reflection of the way ordinary fear can escalate into extraordinary cruelty. Children, unable to comprehend the movements and intentions of soldiers, sometimes became inadvertent witnesses to these atrocities, imprinting trauma into memory at an age when the mind struggles to contextualize mortality. The psychological toll on civilians was profound, subtle, and persistent. Families fled in waves, their feet sinking into muddy trails, hearts pounding not only with fear of the immediate threat but also with anticipation of what might await beyond each ridge or across each river. Parents clutched children, whispering reassurances even as their own confidence faltered, their eyes constantly scanning the horizon for shadows that might signal danger. Those who could not flee or who were caught by patrols often experienced a disorienting collapse of agency, the body reacting instinctively to the threat, while the mind struggled to reconcile the ordinariness of daily life with the sudden eruption of mortal peril. These psychological fractures persisted long after the war, shaping perception, memory, and intergenerational narratives of fear and survival. For the soldiers, the experience was equally disorienting, though in a different register. Ordinary men, many of them barely out of adolescence, were thrust into an environment in which moral clarity was impossible. They were tasked with enforcing orders, securing territory, and maintaining discipline, yet each encounter with civilians presented ethical ambiguity and potential psychological rupture. Accounts describe the tension between instinctive empathy and rigid obedience, moments of hesitation, small acts of kindness that were forbidden, fleeting recognition of shared humanity that conflicted with the logic of the mission. The repetitive exposure to civilian suffering, combined with fear for their own survival, produced a complex mixture of guilt, desensitization, and emotional exhaustion. In the fog of war, the boundaries between victim and perpetrator blurred, creating long-term psychological consequences that would follow soldiers home, often unnoticed or unspoken. The physical landscape amplified the intensity of these experiences. Hillsides, once known for their quiet beauty, became vantage points for patrols and artillery observation, their steep slopes echoing with distant gunfire. Rivers, long a source of sustenance and travel, now functioned as both barriers and channels of terror, carrying away traces of human life while also providing brief illusions of safety to those fleeing along their banks. Forests and groves, previously havens for gathering firewood or for children's play, became zones of uncertainty, concealing both opportunity for cover and potential threat. Every ridge, every path, every river bend became embedded with a dual significance. It was at once familiar and threatening, ordinary and uncanny, a space in which memory, survival instinct, and landscape intertwined inextricably. As the war pressed forward, communities learned to navigate uncertainty with a kind of forced ingenuity. People developed signals and routines to alert one another to danger, the sudden cessation of movement, a whispered sound, a carefully timed pause in travel. These small systems of communication became essential for survival, yet they could never entirely eliminate risk. The unpredictability of soldiers' responses, the sheer speed of military maneuvers, and the opaque logic of orders rendered each day a precarious negotiation with fate. In this, one sees the profound human resilience that arises not only in acts of heroism but in the quiet, persistent adaptations that allow survival against overwhelming odds, improvising shelter, sharing scarce resources, protecting children, and maintaining a fragile sense of hope amidst pervasive fear. Memory became both a tool for survival and a mechanism of endurance. In the quiet hours of night, as survivors rested beneath makeshift coverings or in the shadows of abandoned homes, recollections of ordinary life, of meals shared, festivals celebrated, the sound of children laughing, served as anchors, fragile but necessary. Yet these same memories were inextricable from the trauma that enveloped them, the violence of the present intruding upon recollections of the past, the intimate proximity of death rendering mundane experiences surreal. Fog, river, and mountain became mirrors in which past and present, memory and anticipation, merged into a continuous, meditative reflection, a landscape infused with both beauty and horror, a geography of human endurance and suffering. The quiet horror of civilian targeting extended beyond the physical violence. The anticipation of violence, knowing that one could be caught, separated, or executed at any moment, inflicted a slow, persistent erosion of normal life. Families often chose to abandon not only possessions but also social ties, moving in isolated units, hiding from neighbors, and severing connections that had sustained them for generations. Rituals, celebrations, and communal activities ceased, replaced by a constant negotiation with fear and survival. This invisible, pervasive trauma became a parallel, hidden battlefield, one in which the mind, memory, and human spirit were tested alongside the body, leaving scars that were invisible yet indelible. Even as soldiers and civilians alike navigated this treacherous terrain, nature itself seemed to participate in the psychological tension. Mist rolled over hillsides, concealing both danger and sanctuary. Rivers reflected shadows, distorting perception, and forests whispered with wind through the leaves, creating a low, eerie hum that unsettled both the experienced and inexperienced alike. The terrain of Korea, so beautiful in ordinary times, became a repository of anxiety and survival strategy, each natural feature interpreted through the lens of threat or fleeting refuge. Observers note the subtle interplay of beauty and horror, how the serenity of a mountain view or the soft ripple of a stream could exist alongside unimaginable suffering, a duality that would haunt memory and storytelling for generations. In the hills of Kangwon Province, small villages once celebrated for the orderly rhythm of agrarian life became theaters of abrupt and incomprehensible violence. In places like Chuncheon and the surrounding hamlets, civilians were forced into sudden, chaotic marches southward, often without food or water, carrying children too young to understand the precariousness of their steps. Eyewitnesses recalled that the soldiers, moving swiftly, would sometimes surround villages in minutes, their presence felt in the cold, taut silence that descended over homes, as if the air itself had stiffened. The villagers' familiar routines, tending fields, drawing water from wells, or preparing simple meals, were obliterated in an instant, replaced by an unrelenting urgency, a perpetual negotiation with fear and uncertainty. The paths that once guided them through life now became corridors of dread, each bend and hollow a potential site of injury, death, or disappearance. Encounters between soldiers and civilians often unfolded in moments both banal and terrifying. A farmer leading an ox cart along a ridge might be accused of scouting for the enemy. A woman crossing a narrow bridge with a child in her arms could be halted, questioned, or worse, punished on the spot for perceived disobedience. These interactions were governed less by logic than by the oscillation of fear, fear in the soldiers of surprise attacks, fear in the civilians of arbitrary reprisal. Survivors recounted instances in which simple acts, a sudden movement, a gasp, a plea, became the fulcrum on which life or death balanced. In some cases, acts of small mercy occurred, such as soldiers quietly directing fleeing families to safer paths, yet these were exceptions, ephemeral moments of human recognition in a landscape otherwise dominated by threat. The constant oscillation between horror and minor reprieve created a psychological rhythm that haunted civilians for years, a pulse that echoed even after the physical danger had passed. Several villages suffered particularly devastating consequences. In Yeonggu, a community located near the rugged hills of the east, local accounts describe the rounding up of men deemed suspicious and their forced conscription or execution. Women and children were driven into makeshift shelters in the forests, where they waited in tense silence for days, surviving on meager rations scavenged from the land or hidden away by villagers who had not fled. Fires burned through the village, consuming homes, granaries, and crops, leaving behind a charred and unfamiliar landscape. The memory of these events endured not merely in personal trauma but also in communal culture. Stories, songs, and whispered accounts carried forward the collective imprint of terror, shaping both local identity and the intergenerational understanding of wartime experience. The long-term cultural consequences of these hidden atrocities were pervasive. Communities once defined by routine, social cohesion, and localized knowledge of the land were transformed by displacement, trauma, and the disruption of everyday life. Oral histories, passed quietly from parent to child, became repositories of memory where official documentation failed. Folk practices, rituals, and local festivals were interrupted or altered to accommodate survival imperatives, leaving subtle yet enduring marks on the cultural landscape. Villages that had been emptied or destroyed were often rebuilt in ways that incorporated memory into spatial organization, new homes placed with consideration for safer escape routes, communal areas adapted for temporary shelter, and symbolic memorials erected to honor those who had perished. The cultural landscape, in this sense, became inseparable from the historical and psychological impact of war, a persistent reminder that human violence leaves traces not only in bodies and economies but also in the very structure of daily life. Memory itself took on an almost spectral quality, as survivors described the persistence of fear and anticipation long after the violence had ceased. Children of these communities, though spared the immediate trauma, inherited the rhythms of caution, the unspoken codes of avoidance, and the vivid stories that seeped into household consciousness. The landscape, the river bends, the hills, the narrow bridges, remained charged with latent menace, reminders of fragility and survival. Travelers or outsiders who walked these paths often sensed a quiet tension, an invisible layering of past suffering over present calm, as if the land itself preserved a spectral archive of human pain. Even in moments of beauty, the glint of sunlight on water, the whisper of wind through reeds, the soft undulation of hills, the memory of war infused perception, producing an eerie, meditative awareness of mortality, resilience, and the fragility of ordinary life. The act of reflection became a subtle form of survival, a psychological and emotional negotiation with trauma. Survivors often recounted walking through burned or abandoned fields, or resting beside rivers where families had once fled, and observing both the signs of devastation and the quiet persistence of natural life. Grass grew over scorched earth, birds nested in trees that had witnessed violence, the river flowed steadily, carrying remnants of human activity downstream, indifferent yet emblematic of continuity. These observations, simple yet profound, became meditative acts, reinforcing a sense of resilience even amid horror. In the tension between horror and persistence, between destruction and renewal, the human mind found a fragile equilibrium, a way to carry forward the weight of memory without being consumed entirely by it. The haunting persistence of these memories demonstrates the subtle ways in which hidden atrocities shape both historical consciousness and lived experience. Villages like Yanggu, Chuncheon, and countless smaller hamlets bear witness not only to the immediate violence inflicted during the early advance but also to the long, slow ripple of consequences across decades. Memory, landscape, and culture intertwine to form an archive that is simultaneously visible and invisible. The burned homes and altered paths serve as evidence, yet the psychic residue, the constant anticipation of danger, the altered rhythms of social life, the quiet mediation on survival, constitutes a form of historical truth that official documents can never fully capture. In this sense, the hidden atrocities of the early war years extend beyond the battlefield, embedding themselves in the very soil, rivers, and consciousness of the Korean peninsula. Even today, walking through these villages evokes a profound eeriness. The morning mist rises in quiet spirals over rice paddies, flowing rivers reflect shadows that seem just a little too deep, and the skeletal forms of bridges and hills remain markers of collective memory. Locals often pause, quietly acknowledging both the continuity of life and the ghostly presence of the past. Their gestures, their rituals, and their daily routines are informed not merely by practicality but by an enduring dialogue with history. To inhabit these spaces is to sense the persistence of human suffering and resilience simultaneously, to move through landscapes that carry memory like a slow, pervasive river, and to recognize that even in calm, the echo of hidden atrocities continues to shape perception, consciousness, and culture. The patterns of violence that emerged during the North Korean advance cannot be understood purely in terms of spontaneous chaos or individual malice. They were, in large part, the product of strategic decisions made in distant command centers, filtered down through hierarchical structures into the lived realities of villagers and soldiers alike. Military planning emphasized rapid territorial gain, control of infrastructure, and suppression of perceived internal threats, yet the human dimension, the reality of civilians living amidst farmland, river valleys, and narrow mountain passes, was often rendered invisible. Orders, expressed in maps, reports, and directives, were abstract, calculating, and ostensibly devoid of emotional content. Yet when enacted on the ground, these calculations produced profound consequences: families displaced, villages emptied, local economies destroyed, and lives extinguished in ways that remained obscured for decades. The systematic patterns of violence and displacement reveal a disturbing consistency. Towns located along strategic roads, bridges, and river crossings were disproportionately affected, often targeted for forced evacuation, requisition, or direct military action. Soldiers, under orders to prevent civilian interference with advancing units, frequently treated non-combatants as potential threats, blurring the distinction between enemy and innocent. Evacuations became exercises in terror, children and elderly forced to march long distances without food or water, villagers separated from one another in confusion, and the land itself, once a familiar companion, transformed into a series of unpredictable hazards. Mountains that had once offered shade and shelter now concealed patrols. Rivers that had nourished crops and sustained life became boundaries that defined potential survival or fatal exposure. These patterns, repeated across the peninsula, created a lattice of fear and instability that touched nearly every community in the path of advance. The strategic decisions that contributed to these atrocities were, from a historical perspective, calculated for efficiency but often blind to morality. Reports emphasized speed, the suppression of insurgent activity, and the securing of lines of communication, yet offered no framework for considering the human cost of such measures. Soldiers on the ground, faced with the immediacy of civilians' presence in what was theoretically a combat zone, were compelled to act in accordance with orders that, while tactically rational, were morally ambiguous or outright destructive. The cumulative effect of these choices was a war conducted not only with firepower but with an almost invisible psychological architecture, displacement, fear, and uncertainty were weaponized alongside bullets and artillery, shaping civilian behavior and imprinting trauma deep into the collective consciousness. The human experience of this uncertainty was profound. Families, stripped of the comfort of routine, of familiar paths, and of reliable shelter, developed an acute sensitivity to environmental cues. Mist rising from a river, the sound of distant engines, a shift in the pattern of birdsong, or a sudden silence could indicate either safety or imminent threat. Civilians learned to read landscapes like text, interpreting every ridge, tree, or bend in a river as a potential signpost of danger or sanctuary. These skills were not formal or codified, but intuitive and emergent, arising from repeated exposure to unpredictable violence. Similarly, soldiers, too, navigated uncertainty in real time, balancing obedience with self-preservation, their perception of civilians shaped simultaneously by fear, instruction, and fleeting moral judgment. In these overlapping fields of perception, war became an almost living organism, bending and shaping both humans and land in response to imperatives that were logical in abstraction but catastrophic in consequence. Displacement, as both a physical and psychological process, extended far beyond immediate evacuation. Families uprooted from villages faced the dual burden of securing basic sustenance while reconstructing a sense of continuity and identity. Entire communities were fragmented, kinship networks disrupted, and memory became both a tool of survival and a vessel of trauma. In temporary camps or hidden forest clearings, survivors adapted, improvising shelter and rationing food, yet the awareness of potential threat remained constant. Nights were long, filled with listening to sounds amplified by silence, the trickle of a stream, the snapping of a branch, the faint whisper of wind through reeds. In these moments, the landscape itself became a participant in the psychological calculus, signaling safety and danger simultaneously, demanding constant attention, reflection, and adaptation. The long-term human adaptability displayed in these circumstances is both extraordinary and haunting. Civilians developed coping mechanisms that were subtle yet pervasive, signaling one another with gestures, modifying travel routes to avoid predictable danger, establishing informal codes for silence and movement, and internalizing behavioral heuristics that guided survival in an environment that offered no guarantees. Memory, imagination, and observation merged to form an emergent system of resilience, a kind of invisible architecture that allowed life to continue despite near constant peril. Yet this adaptability, while protective, was not without cost. The sustained pressure of uncertainty, the omnipresent anticipation of violence, and the repeated negotiation with mortality produced lasting psychological imprint, anxiety, hypervigilance, nightmares, and a persistent awareness of the fragility of ordinary life. In reflection, the early advance of North Korean forces underscores the eerie coexistence of human ingenuity and suffering. Villages were simultaneously obliterated and remembered, rivers both lifelines and boundaries, mountains both shelter and trap. Survivors, soldiers, and landscapes all became participants in a prolonged meditation on uncertainty, perception, and the ethical consequences of strategic decisions. The fog that rolled across the peninsula, the muted light of dawn, and the whispering winds through rice paddies assumed symbolic weight. They were both concealment and revelation, a quiet reminder that even in the apparent stillness of nature, the memory of violence persists. This interplay between the tangible and the psychological, the lived and the remembered, becomes a core feature of the Korean War's Hidden Atrocities, a space in which sleep-inducing reflection meets historical reality, and in which the haunting resonance of war remains embedded across time and place. As the early wave of the North Korean advance receded from the immediate consciousness of surviving civilians, its imprint persisted across the physical, psychological, and cultural landscape of Korea. Villages that had been emptied or destroyed slowly reassembled, yet the reconstruction was never solely physical. Homes were rebuilt, fields replanted, and rivers crossed again with cautious familiarity, but the communal and personal consciousness remained charged with memory, anticipation, and subdued fear. Stories of who had survived, who had perished, and who had disappeared became the silent undercurrent of daily life. Conversations were carefully measured, questions about the past were often left unspoken. The trauma did not dissipate, but rather nested within routines, subtly guiding behavior, interactions, and a sense of place. The war, though physically receding, lingered like mist, visible only when the mind paused to acknowledge it, perceptible in the quiet echoes of rivers, the rustle of reeds, and the shadows that moved just beyond sight. For the civilians, this lingering shadow manifested in both practical and psychological adaptations. Mothers continued to carry infants in ways that allowed rapid movement. Children learned to traverse fields with alert eyes, reading the land for hidden danger. Elders passed down silent codes of caution that had no formal name but were understood instinctively by all who survived. The land itself, scarred by artillery, burned homes, and temporary encampments, became an enduring teacher of survival, memory, and resilience. Paths once used for commerce or leisure were now routes of safety. Wells and streams became not only sources of water but loci of strategic consideration, marking sites where vigilance was necessary. Even in the resumption of ordinary routines, these adaptations remained encoded in daily behavior, a subtle yet persistent echo of a time when life and death had been determined in moments of chaos. Soldiers, too, carried the weight of early operations long after the initial advance. Their accounts reveal a spectrum of emotion, desensitization, guilt, and reflective recognition of shared humanity with those they had once feared or harmed. Some noted that survival often relied not on choice alone but on adherence to protocol, yet the repeated exposure to civilian suffering left psychological residue. In many cases, their memories of the landscape became inextricable from the memory of human anguish. Rivers became sites of both tactical maneuver and quiet horror. Forests and hills simultaneously offered cover and concealed acts of violence, and villages, once vibrant with life, were reframed as theaters of displacement and moral compromise. The interplay of strategy, fear, and empathy became a persistent meditation on the duality of human experience in wartime, the capacity for both destruction and ethical reflection, the fragility of ordinary life under duress, and the subtle, enduring consequences of human decision-making. The broader cultural impact of these early atrocities is profound and complex. Communities disrupted by displacement and violence gradually developed mechanisms to preserve both memory and identity. Oral histories, songs, and ritual observances encoded the experience of flight, loss, and survival, ensuring that even when formal documentation lagged or was absent, the lived truth of these events endured. In some villages, small memorials or markers were erected at sites where atrocities had occurred, serving as points of reflection and collective acknowledgement. Across the peninsula, these acts of remembrance created a lattice of historical consciousness, wherein memory, geography, and culture interwove to sustain awareness of human fragility and resilience. The persistent presence of trauma, encoded in landscape and narrative, illustrates that hidden atrocities do not remain hidden indefinitely. They manifest in subtle, enduring ways that shape communities for generations. Meditative reflection on this period reveals the delicate balance between fragility and resilience, between terror and adaptation. The misted valleys, flowing rivers, and gently undulating hills became silent witnesses, recording not only the physical movements of soldiers and civilians but also the internal shifts of perception, memory, and morality. Life resumed, yet always within the shadow of awareness, the quiet recognition that human existence can be extraordinarily vulnerable, that survival often depends on attentiveness, improvisation, and subtle ethical choices. These reflections, though unsettling, are also profoundly meditative. They reveal the depth of human adaptability, the persistence of memory, and the eerie capacity of landscapes to hold both beauty and horror simultaneously. As the first weeks of the North Korean advance faded into historical memory, the pattern of hidden atrocities and human endurance crystallized into a form of quiet meditation. Families rebuilt, soldiers reflected, and communities adapted, yet the lessons of fear, vigilance, and moral ambiguity persisted. The peninsula itself became a repository of these layered experiences, each river bend, mountain pass, and village street carrying the subtle imprint of displacement, violence, and resilience. It is in this persistence that the hidden dimensions of the war reveal themselves most powerfully, in the interplay between the physical and the psychological, the ordinary and the extraordinary, the visible and the spectral. Even in the soft rustle of leaves or the gentle murmur of a river, the memory of these early atrocities whispers, shaping perception, behavior, and consciousness long after the immediate danger has passed. The cities of Korea, long centers of commerce, culture, and social life, became crucibles of a violence both immediate and insidious. Seoul, Busan, and Daegu, each distinct in history and character, were transformed almost overnight from bustling hubs of human activity into labyrinths of fear, smoke, and displacement. Streets that had once echoed with the sounds of merchants, students, and children now reverberated with the clatter of boots, the rumble of armored vehicles, and the distant cadence of artillery. Windows were shattered, roofs burned, and the ordinary texture of urban life, shops, markets, schools, temples, was subsumed under the imperatives of military occupation and strategic necessity. Residents, caught between the tide of advancing forces and the uncertainty of their own military's capacity to defend them, faced the dual burden of survival and moral navigation, to flee or to remain, to resist or to comply, to observe and to act under constant threat. The systematic nature of violence in urban environments was markedly different from that experienced in rural villages. While the countryside offered concealment, movement, and relative invisibility, cities concentrated human activity, amplifying both the strategic value of targets and the potential for mass suffering. Orders from military command emphasized securing critical infrastructure, preventing sabotage, and controlling movement through densely populated districts. Yet these orders often failed to distinguish between combatants and civilians, creating zones in which any human presence could be interpreted as a threat. Entire neighborhoods were subject to inspection, rounding up, and, in some cases, execution or forced relocation. The patterns of violence were deliberate, sometimes mechanized, and always fraught with moral ambiguity. An act deemed necessary to maintain control could simultaneously erase families, livelihoods, and communal memory. Residents in these urban frontlines quickly developed an intuitive sense of the rhythms of danger. They learned to navigate streets in the shadow of artillery fire, to identify safe houses in alleyways and courtyards, and to move through neighborhoods without attracting the attention of soldiers or local militias. In some cases, civilians coordinated in silence, creating informal networks to share information about patrols, checkpoints, and temporary safe zones. Children became adept at interpreting cues from adults: a sudden hush, a flickering light in a window, or the absence of usual street activity all signaled danger. These adaptations, subtle and often invisible to outsiders, were critical for survival, yet they carried a profound psychological cost: the constant anticipation of violence, the careful management of movement and speech, and the suspension of ordinary social trust produced a pervasive anxiety that extended far beyond immediate encounters with armed forces. The escalation of violence in cities also revealed the systematic targeting of particular groups, often based on perceived political affiliation, social class, or ethnicity. Neighborhoods associated with resistance activity or ideological opposition were subjected to stricter controls, house-to-house inspections, and sometimes mass executions. Civilians were often compelled to provide intelligence, participate in forced labor, or witness acts of violence against neighbors, mechanisms of coercion that extended terror beyond the physical acts themselves into psychological domains. These practices were insidious because they undermined the ordinary bonds of community, creating suspicion, silence, and self-policing among residents. Trust eroded, and memory became a fragile repository of both loss and survival strategies, a way of navigating an environment in which moral clarity was often impossible. Amid this urban devastation, fires became both literal and symbolic markers of destruction. Buildings were torched either deliberately to flush out opponents or as collateral damage from bombardments and artillery. The smoke that rose from these conflagrations, curling over the skyline, became a haunting, almost spectral presence, signaling the impermanence of safety, the fragility of human constructs, and the pervasiveness of violence. Streets were littered with debris, the charred remnants of homes, shops, and community centers serving as constant reminders of vulnerability. The smell of smoke mingled with the metallic tang of blood and the acrid scent of gunpowder, creating a sensory environment in which ordinary perception was overwhelmed, and memory became inseparable from trauma. Observers described the streets as simultaneously familiar and alien, a place where one could recognize landmarks yet feel estranged from the ordinary rhythms of urban life. Encounters between soldiers and civilians in urban zones were highly variable, yet each encounter carried profound consequences. In some districts, residents were allowed to move relatively freely, provided they adhered to curfews, identification checks, and arbitrary rules of conduct. In others, minor transgressions could provoke immediate violence. A child playing near a street might be pulled into a group of detainees. A man attempting to retrieve a few possessions could be accused of sabotage. A woman offering food to displaced neighbors might be interrogated or punished. These encounters were often unpredictable, governed by fear, suspicion, and a rigid hierarchy of obedience that left little room for human empathy. The cumulative effect was a heightened state of hyper-awareness. Civilians learned to anticipate danger in every movement, to interpret signals in the environment with near-obsessive attention, and to internalize both the presence of violence and the moral ambiguity inherent in survival. The psychological impact of these urban frontlines was profound and enduring. Survivors recounted experiencing chronic vigilance, intrusive memories, and heightened sensitivity to sensory cues long after the immediate threat had passed. Children who had grown up in these conditions often developed an almost instinctual ability to interpret the environment for danger, a skill that persisted into adulthood even in times of peace. Adults carried the weight of responsibility, survivors' guilt, and the tension between compliance and moral action. These psychological scars were invisible yet deeply inscribed, shaping social behavior, family relationships, and community cohesion for decades. Trauma became a silent, omnipresent actor in daily life, one that persisted even as physical structures were rebuilt, streets repaved, and populations restored. Cultural memory of these urban atrocities manifested in subtle yet enduring ways. Literature, oral histories, and folk narratives encoded experiences of flight, fear, and survival, preserving the lived reality of urban violence in forms that official histories often neglected. Murals, small memorials, and informal commemorations appeared over time, marking sites of massacre, fire, or forced relocation. Communities that had endured occupation or mass violence gradually reconstructed not only their physical environment but their social and cultural structures, integrating memory into spatial organization, ritual practice, and storytelling. These acts of remembrance reinforced communal identity while serving as conduits for historical consciousness, a mechanism through which the hidden dimensions of war could persist in awareness even as time moved forward. The meditative awareness of life amid urban devastation reveals a paradoxical interplay between fragility and resilience. Civilians, while acutely aware of the constant threat, demonstrated adaptive creativity, finding shelter in unexpected locations, moving under the cover of smoke or darkness, negotiating with soldiers for survival, and maintaining familial and communal bonds through acts of quiet ingenuity. The landscape itself, streets, alleyways, rivers, and buildings, assumed an almost sentient role in these processes, shaping human action, preserving memory, and mediating encounters between fear, survival, and reflection. Even the sounds of the city, the distant echo of artillery, the faint cries of children, the whispered conversations of neighbors, formed a complex acoustic environment in which ordinary perception was suspended, giving way to hyper-awareness, reflection, and adaptive response. In reflecting on the escalation of violence in cities, one notes that hidden atrocities were not simply the product of chaos or accident, they were the predictable outcomes of a combination of strategic imperatives, military hierarchy, and human fallibility. The machinery of war operated efficiently, yet without moral oversight, producing environments in which civilians became both targets and tools, witnesses and participants, in a system that blurred the line between intentional cruelty and collateral damage. Memory and narrative serve as corrective forces, preserving the human dimension of experience while exposing the limits of abstraction in military planning. The city, in this sense, becomes both a site of destruction and a medium for historical reflection, a space in which beauty, terror, and resilience coexist in an uneasy equilibrium. Seoul, the capital, became an early symbol of the war's complex entanglement of strategic objectives and human suffering. Within its streets and neighborhoods, the war unfolded with an intensity that transformed ordinary life into a continuous negotiation with mortality. Civilians, many of whom had lived their entire lives within the city's familiar rhythms, were suddenly caught between retreating government forces and advancing North Korean troops. The initial artillery bombardments shattered the fragile illusion of safety. The echo of shells bouncing between narrow streets created a distorted, almost hallucinatory soundscape. Families fled through alleys and side streets, carrying only essentials, yet each path was fraught with uncertainty. The advance of armored units rendered familiar city blocks alien, as if the urban fabric itself had been rearranged by the mechanics of war. Smoke, dust, and the metallic scent of blood lingered in the air, layering each sensory experience with anxiety and anticipation. Systematic targeting of civilians became particularly acute in Seoul. Strategic priorities, control of communications, transportation hubs, and administrative buildings, coincided with an implicit policy of controlling, displacing, or punishing those seen as collaborators or potential resistance. Men were often rounded up under suspicion of intelligence gathering, political allegiance, or mere presence, while women and children were corralled into makeshift shelters, conscripted into forced labor, or subjected to arbitrary acts of intimidation. Witness accounts describe the eerie quiet that preceded these actions, the hush of streets as soldiers advanced, the tension of holding one's breath in stairwells or cellars, and the oppressive weight of anticipation that seemed to settle into the very walls of homes. These practices were not isolated incidents but part of a broader, chilling pattern of violence, codified in military logic yet experienced in profoundly human terms as terror, loss, and moral ambiguity. Daegu, farther south, experienced similar patterns with subtle variations dictated by geography and local population density. Here, rapid advances by mechanized units intersected with entrenched civilian communities, producing moments of extreme friction. Civilians recalled navigating streets lined with barricades, scorched homes, and debris from artillery strikes, while rumors of executions and disappearances spread quietly through neighborhoods. Informal networks of communication emerged as lifelines, a whispered warning, a flicker of light, or a seemingly innocuous gesture could convey critical information. Children, too young to grasp the strategic imperatives behind these measures, learned to read the city as a living map of danger, their small bodies carrying them from one patch of relative safety to another. Adults, for their part, navigated an intricate balance between compliance, resistance, and concealment, understanding that any misstep, however minor, could have catastrophic consequences. In Busan, the southern port city that would later serve as a crucial logistical hub, the early incursions were marked less by outright destruction and more by forced relocations and coerced labor. Civilians were compelled to dismantle or repair infrastructure, prepare supplies for military units, and perform menial tasks under the constant threat of punishment. The city's narrow streets and densely populated neighborhoods became corridors of surveillance, coercion, and fear. Families reported incidents in which children were separated from parents during forced evacuations, never to be reunited. Women were sometimes subjected to intimidation or sexual violence, acts which, while rarely documented in official reports, left indelible psychological scars and contributed to an atmosphere of pervasive dread. The systematic nature of these actions reflected both strategic objectives and the bureaucratic rationality of war. Controlling human behavior became as critical as securing bridges, railways, or communication lines. The escalation of violence within cities was closely tied to the imperatives of modern warfare, which prioritized speed, control, and efficiency over human cost. Air raids, artillery strikes, and mechanized advances flattened entire neighborhoods, producing instant displacement, homelessness, and starvation. Yet the subtler mechanisms of control, the targeting of individuals, forced labor, and intimidation, had long-lasting consequences that extended beyond the immediate destruction of buildings or infrastructure. In the aftermath, urban landscapes carried the dual imprint of physical devastation and psychic trauma, burned homes and destroyed markets alongside the enduring tension in rebuilt neighborhoods, the silent caution passed down through generations, and the persistent awareness of human fragility within the machinery of war. Reflecting on these events through a meditative lens reveals the eerie coexistence of life, death, and endurance in urban environments. Streets and alleys, though visibly reconstructed, retain an invisible layer of memory, the subtle warping of perception, the heightened sensitivity to environmental cues, the deep-seated rhythms of vigilance inherited by those who survived or were born shortly thereafter. Human resilience, expressed in adaptive strategies, communal cooperation, and the maintenance of routines despite disruption, exists alongside the haunting presence of past atrocities. Memory becomes a palimpsest, layering the lived experience of trauma over the ordinary landscape, rendering the familiar simultaneously comforting and threatening. The cultural implications of urban atrocities are profound. Literature, songs, and oral histories preserve the intimate, often hidden experiences of civilians caught in the crossfire. Informal commemorations and memorials inscribe memory into space, marking sites of mass execution, bombing, or forced relocation. Communities integrate trauma into daily life, not through overt spectacle but through subtle rituals, a pause at a familiar street corner, whispered stories to children, the careful timing of movement along formerly contested routes. These practices encode survival strategies, ethical reflection, and the collective consciousness of fear and endurance into the physical and social landscape, forming a persistent dialogue between past and present. Even decades later, walking through these cities evokes an uncanny awareness of the layered histories embedded in streets, alleys, and public spaces. The soft clatter of footsteps on cobblestones, the muted flow of traffic, or the quiet rustle of wind through city parks carry echoes of past terror and resilience. The urban environment becomes simultaneously mundane and spectral, offering lessons in human adaptability, ethical negotiation, and the persistence of memory. In these moments, reflection becomes a meditation. The mind traces pathways of survival, perceives the enduring imprint of strategic decisions, and contemplates the delicate balance between fragility and resilience in the face of overwhelming violence. This urban chapter of the Korean War illuminates the hidden dimensions of systematic atrocities, demonstrating that violence, coercion, and displacement were not confined to rural or isolated areas but permeated the very heart of human habitation. The escalation of urban warfare intensified the moral, psychological, and cultural consequences of the conflict. Civilians were forced into constant negotiation with threat and uncertainty. Soldiers operated under conditions that blurred morality and duty. Landscapes carried both the physical and psychological imprint of suffering. The city itself becomes a repository for memory, a witness to both horror and resilience, and a stage for meditative reflection on the human capacity to endure, adapt, and survive. Within the labyrinthine streets of Seoul and surrounding urban centers, the systematic targeting of civilians intensified, revealing the cold arithmetic of modern warfare intertwined with the fragility of human life. Soldiers, acting under directives designed to secure territory and suppress potential resistance, often implemented measures that were simultaneously tactical and morally ambiguous. Homes were searched, residents interrogated, men and boys forcibly conscripted or removed, and the soft murmur of civilian negotiation was drowned by the roar of artillery and the harsh cadence of military command. These actions, while rationalized in terms of operational necessity, produced a climate of fear and uncertainty in which the ordinary rhythms of life were suspended. Families learned to read the city like a map of threat, interpreting the smallest changes, an unlit doorway, a missing neighbor, the sudden movement of patrols, as signs that survival depended on constant vigilance and subtle improvisation. Systematic massacres, though often hidden from formal records, left indelible marks on the cityscape and communal consciousness. In certain districts, entire families were forcibly removed under the pretext of relocation, only to vanish without trace. Witnesses described the silence that followed, the quiet echo of lives erased, leaving homes emptied but still furnished, belongings scattered yet untouched, and streets haunted by absence. These events were neither random nor chaotic but were part of a deliberate operational framework, designed to suppress perceived opposition and consolidate control over urban populations. Civilians who survived such acts often carried the psychological burden of witnessing both the fragility of life and the precariousness of moral order, a tension that would echo across decades. The escalation of urban violence was also marked by the covert operations that targeted both organized and suspected irregular resistance. Intelligence units infiltrated neighborhoods, sometimes employing local collaborators coerced or incentivized to betray neighbors, friends, or even family members. The fear of betrayal infused the social fabric with a quiet paranoia, where ordinary acts, carrying water, fetching firewood, or tending children, could be interpreted as subversive. These covert operations amplified the psychological toll of war, layering uncertainty atop physical danger, and producing an environment in which survival depended on acute perception, rapid decision-making, and constant adaptation. The city, once a site of familiarity, became a complex moral and spatial maze, demanding vigilance and ethical negotiation at every turn. Forced labor emerged as another tool of systemic control, simultaneously reinforcing occupation objectives and exerting quiet terror over civilian populations. Streets, public works, and strategic infrastructure became sites of coerced human activity, men repairing roads or fortifications under threat of execution, women preparing supplies for military units, and children assisting in seemingly mundane but dangerous tasks. These enforced activities served multiple purposes: practical, psychological, and symbolic, signaling the omnipresence of military authority while subtly eroding ordinary social bonds. The human cost was staggering, though often invisible to external observers. Exhaustion, injury, malnutrition, and trauma compounded the immediate dangers of bombardment and street-level violence. Survival required negotiation not only with soldiers and urban terrain but also with the ethical compromises imposed by coerced labor. Amid these daily dangers, civilians developed intricate and often invisible coping mechanisms. Families moved in coordinated patterns, signaling each other through gestures or minor noises. Children memorized routes and safe havens. Neighbors shared sparse rations and whispered information about patrols or impending actions. These acts of quiet ingenuity constituted both resistance and survival, a testament to the adaptability of human beings under extreme pressure. Yet the psychological burden was persistent. Hypervigilance, sleep disturbances, and a continuous negotiation with fear became normative. In these circumstances, ordinary experience was suspended, replaced by a heightened awareness of risk, the subtle calibration of moral decisions, and a deepened attentiveness to both the natural and constructed environment. The city itself became a repository of both physical destruction and psychic memory. Burned buildings, collapsed infrastructure, and barricaded streets carried tangible evidence of conflict, yet invisible layers of trauma persisted in the behaviors, stories, and rituals of survivors. Residents incorporated memory into daily life. A pause at a familiar street corner, cautious observation of patterns of movement, the subtle passing of warnings and advice to younger generations. The urban environment became a palimpsest of violence and adaptation, where each reconstructed street, repaired building, and reopened market bore the imprint of both catastrophe and human ingenuity. Memory, perception, and ethical reflection intertwined in this space, producing a continuous, almost meditative engagement with the past and the ongoing reality of survival. Reflecting on the hidden atrocities of urban Korea reveals the eerie interplay between strategy, moral ambiguity, and human endurance. Soldiers followed orders, constrained by hierarchical imperatives and operational logic, yet each interaction carried ethical weight, shaping perception, memory, and the moral imagination. Civilians navigated a landscape that demanded constant adaptation, attention, and creativity, integrating the lessons of fear into daily routines and long-term survival strategies. The urban fabric, its streets, alleys, buildings, and communal spaces, acted as both witness and participant, preserving memory in a quiet, persistent form. Even in moments of relative calm, the traces of systematic violence remained, a subtle presence in perception, storytelling, and ritual. The psychological and cultural consequences of this escalation persisted well beyond the cessation of immediate hostilities. Children who had grown up in these contested neighborhoods internalized a keen awareness of threat. Families reconstructed social networks cautiously, embedding survival strategies into daily life, and communities preserved memory through oral histories, commemorative markers, and ritualized silence. These legacies illustrate that hidden atrocities leave their mark not only on bodies and buildings but on consciousness itself, creating enduring patterns of vigilance, adaptation, and reflection. The urban landscape becomes an archive of both human suffering and resilience, where the traces of conflict are perceptible not only in physical destruction but also in the lived experience and memory of the population. As the narrative of urban atrocities unfolds, the interplay of fear, ethical negotiation, and survival becomes increasingly apparent. Streets burned, families displaced, and neighborhoods emptied, yet human ingenuity and endurance persisted. Civilians adapted, soldiers reflected, memory endured. The city, simultaneously familiar and alien, ordinary and haunted, offers a meditation on the human capacity to navigate uncertainty, bear witness to suffering, and maintain continuity in the face of systematic destruction. Each alley, river crossing, and ruined building becomes a locus of reflection, a quiet reminder that the hidden dimensions of war, covert violence, forced labor, and psychological terror, remain embedded in space, culture, and consciousness long after the immediate threat has passed. Across the peninsula, the destruction of cities followed patterns both strategic and profoundly human, linking the physical devastation of war to the enduring imprint on memory and culture. While Seoul, Daegu, and Busan illustrate localized dynamics, similar scenes unfolded in smaller urban centers and towns, each shaped by geography, infrastructure, and population density. Streets once alive with commerce, laughter, and routine became theaters of fear and survival. Markets, schools, and temples, sites of ordinary human activity, were repurposed as sites of control, forced labor, or concealment. The echoes of artillery and gunfire reverberated through alleys and courtyards, layering the familiar with unfamiliar terror. Inhabitants, forced to navigate these transformed spaces, developed acute perceptual awareness. A discarded shoe on a street corner could signal recent evacuation, a shadow in a window might hint at observation, and the sudden silence of a neighborhood conveyed more danger than any visible act. Patterns of violence reveal an unsettling logic. Urban centers were targeted for both tactical and psychological effect, their destruction serving not only to secure territory but also to break the social cohesion of civilian populations. Houses were burned to flush out perceived opponents, roads cleared of civilians ensured unimpeded troop movement, bridges and railways were controlled or sabotaged to limit resistance. These actions, while efficient militarily, created persistent uncertainty in civilians, who were forced to interpret partial information, anticipate danger, and act preemptively to protect themselves and their families. Survival became a constant negotiation with both human agents and the altered environment, a practice that embedded vigilance, calculation, and ethical compromise into the rhythms of daily life. The broader cultural impact of urban atrocities was both subtle and profound. Oral traditions, songs, and stories encoded experiences of violence, displacement, and improvisation, ensuring that memory endured even when formal records were absent or suppressed. Informal memorials mark streets, intersections, or building sites where atrocities had occurred, their understated presence a quiet assertion of human continuity amid devastation. Communities adapted rituals and routines to preserve both survival and identity, curfews, sheltering practices, and collective sharing of information became socially codified, embedding strategies for coping into the cultural fabric. Even in post-war reconstruction, these adaptations persisted, shaping the design of neighborhoods, the conduct of social interactions, and the transmission of historical consciousness across generations. In reflecting on these events, the interplay between perception and uncertainty becomes evident. Civilians, navigating destroyed streets or temporarily occupied buildings, relied on an intuitive mapping of danger, a combination of sensory observation, memory, and collective knowledge. The urban landscape functioned as both obstacle and guide. Alleyways could conceal enemies or offer escape, damaged buildings could provide shelter or trap, and even natural elements, fog, rain, shadows, became tools for interpreting risk. This constant negotiation between the known and the unknown, between observation and imagination, created a meditative attentiveness, a slow rhythm of survival that allowed life to persist amid pervasive threat. The human capacity for adaptation and reflection under these conditions is both extraordinary and haunting. Survivors integrated strategies of concealment, social cooperation, and subtle resistance into daily life, creating a tapestry of resilience woven alongside trauma. Neighborhoods functioned as collective units of observation and support, sharing information quietly, signaling danger through gestures, and maintaining the fragile coherence of communal life despite fractured trust. Children internalized these practices from an early age, learning to read environmental and social cues with a sensitivity born of necessity. Adults carried the weight of moral compromise, balancing self-preservation with care for family and neighbors, often in circumstances where conventional ethical frameworks offered no clear guidance. Memory, in turn, persisted as both a private and communal phenomenon. Families recounted stories of evacuation, confrontation, and adaptation, passing knowledge to younger generations as guidance and warning. Streets and buildings, reconstructed or partially restored, bore layered histories, visible scars of fire or artillery, subtle architectural alterations, and the intangible imprint of human vigilance and suffering. The city itself functioned as a living archive, where ordinary spaces, an intersection, a stairwell, a market, could carry the weight of hidden atrocities alongside the evidence of resilience. In this sense, urban destruction and adaptation were inseparable, forming an enduring meditation on the human capacity to endure, remember, and reconstruct both place and identity. The eerie persistence of these memories is felt not only in daily life but in reflection. Even in quiet streets decades later, the mind can perceive the layering of past and present, the faint echo of hurried footsteps, the subtle distortion of familiar pathways, the presence of absence in homes rebuilt but never fully restored. Civilians, soldiers, and observers alike describe an awareness of the specter of conflict, a consciousness that infuses ordinary perception with the weight of history. This reflective, almost sleep-inducing awareness underscores the deep integration of hidden atrocities into both landscape and consciousness, demonstrating that memory, trauma, and resilience are interwoven in ways that persist beyond immediate experience and formal historical record. In synthesizing these observations, the urban frontlines of the Korean War emerged not merely as sites of physical destruction, but as loci of enduring psychological, ethical, and cultural significance. Streets burned, families displaced, neighborhoods fractured, yet human ingenuity, cooperation, and reflection persisted. The urban environment, simultaneously tangible and spectral, ordinary and haunted, provides a medium through which hidden atrocities can be apprehended and contemplated. Through careful observation, reflective storytelling, and meditative engagement with space and memory, the complexities of civilian experience, fear, adaptation, ethical compromise, and resilience, become visible, revealing the hidden dimensions of urban warfare and their long-lasting imprint on human consciousness. As the immediate violence of urban warfare subsided, the long-term consequences for both cityscapes and civilians began to crystallize, revealing a layered interplay between memory, reconstruction, and adaptation. Streets that had once been theaters of terror were gradually rebuilt, markets reopened, and neighborhoods re-inhabited. Yet beneath the surface of physical restoration lay the persistent residue of fear and loss. Families who had survived displacement, separation, or the loss of loved ones carried invisible scars, and the city itself seemed to remember the past through its reconstructed but subtly altered geography, alleys narrowed to allow observation, courtyards left open to prevent concealment, and buildings rebuilt with materials or layouts reflecting both functional necessity and a tacit acknowledgement of past trauma. These adjustments, simultaneously practical and symbolic, illustrate how urban environments absorb, mediate, and transmit the memory of hidden atrocities across generations. The integration of urban and rural experiences of the Korean War reveals that atrocities, while differing in form, shared fundamental characteristics: the targeting of civilians, the strategic rationalization of violence, and the enduring psychological and cultural impact. In cities, the density of human populations amplified both risk and trauma. In rural areas, displacement, isolation, and environmental uncertainty imposed different but equally profound burdens. Across both contexts, survival depended on careful perception, improvisation, and social cooperation. Villagers and urban residents alike developed intuitive understandings of threat, reading signs in the environment, negotiating ethical choices under duress, and preserving memory as a form of guidance and warning. These shared patterns underscore the universality of human adaptation to systematic violence, even as the specifics of terrain, infrastructure, and population density shape the particular contours of experience. Cultural memory, in both urban and rural settings, became an essential mechanism for preserving the lessons and traumas of war. Stories passed down orally, memorial markers in streets and fields, ritualized pauses of remembrance, and informal acts of commemoration embedded history into lived experience. In cities, the physical landscape, reconstructed or scarred, served as a persistent reminder of past atrocities. In villages, rivers, mountains, and abandoned homes marked sites of displacement, violence, and resilience. Across both, the interplay between memory, perception, and physical space created an enduring dialogue between the past and the present, revealing how human consciousness absorbs, interprets, and transmits the consequences of systematic violence. The psychological imprint of Hidden Atrocities was enduring, shaping behavior and social structures long after the cessation of overt conflict. Children who had grown up under bombardment, displacement, and coercion internalized a heightened awareness of risk and danger, developing skills of observation, anticipation, and rapid adaptation. Adults carried responsibilities for family, neighbors, and community, often negotiating ethical compromises with far-reaching consequences. These experiences fostered resilience but also left traces of trauma, hypervigilance, chronic anxiety, survivor guilt, and the persistent recognition of human fragility. Across generations, these imprints subtly influenced patterns of social interaction, ethical reflection, and cultural continuity, illustrating the long shadow cast by hidden atrocities on both individual and collective consciousness. Meditative reflection on urban and rural experiences of the Korean War underscores the eerie coexistence of trauma and resilience. Landscapes, both built and natural, act as witnesses and mediators, shaping perception and memory. Streets, alleys, mountains, and rivers become repositories of human experience, silently recording the interplay of fear, adaptation, and endurance. The quiet rustle of leaves, the distant murmur of a river, or the soft echo of footsteps along a rebuilt street can evoke a layered awareness of both past and present, blending historical memory with ongoing reflection. In these moments, the mind navigates the intersection of uncertainty, survival, and ethical consideration, producing a contemplative, almost sleep-inducing awareness of the hidden dimensions of war. The war, in its relentless sweep, pushed beyond the edges of urban centers into the vast rural expanses of the Korean peninsula, where villages, fields, and river valleys became theaters of violence both overt and hidden. The advance of forces, north and south alike, was not limited to strategic conquest of towns or cities. It extended into the intimate spaces of human life, where the rhythms of agricultural labor, domestic routine, and communal gatherings were disrupted or extinguished entirely. From the vantage of a hillside or the bend of a river, one could observe both the deliberate choreography of military strategy and the unintended consequences of its application. Crops burned to deny resources, homes occupied or destroyed, and families displaced or killed. The landscape itself seemed complicit in the war, guiding movement, concealing danger, and recording both the physical and psychological consequences of conflict in ways both subtle and unmistakable. The rural massacres, often hidden from formal accounts, were executed with a terrifying combination of planning and improvisation. Villages along major roads, near critical supply lines, or perceived as sympathetic to one side were systematically targeted. Men were often separated from women and children, interrogated, executed, or conscripted into forced labor or military service. Witnesses describe scenes of sudden intrusion, soldiers moving silently along dirt paths, the abrupt gathering of villagers into courtyards or riverbanks, and the hush that preceded the discharge of weapons. The sounds of these events, the muted weeping, the mechanical echo of gunfire, the hurried footsteps of survivors, remained etched in memory, forming an acoustic landscape of terror that would endure far beyond the physical acts themselves. For those who survived, the psychological impact was profound. The rural environment, with its fields, forests, and waterways, became both sanctuary and trap. A grove of trees might conceal an enemy patrol or provide cover for fleeing families. A river could serve as an escape route or a site of ambush. Villagers developed a tacit understanding of the land as an extension of human agency. Its contours and features encoded strategies of survival, hiding, and evasion. Children, born into conflict, internalized the rhythms of fear and observation. Adults negotiated complex moral and practical decisions in real time, balancing self-preservation with protection of family and community. The cumulative effect was an enduring state of hypervigilance, an attunement to both seen and unseen threats, and an internalization of trauma that would shape post-war consciousness and behavior. The escalation of atrocities was further amplified by frontline offensives, which brought mechanized units, artillery barrages, and aerial bombardments deep into rural territories. Villages were caught in the crossfire or deliberately targeted as strategic points. Homes and granaries were burned, livestock slaughtered, and infrastructure destroyed, leaving survivors to contend with both immediate danger and long-term deprivation. These actions, while rationalized as military necessity, produced a cascading effect of trauma, the sudden loss of family members, food, and shelter, the fragmentation of social networks, and the pervasive uncertainty of survival. In this environment, memory and perception became essential tools of adaptation, allowing civilians to navigate both the material and psychological hazards of frontline occupation. Patterns of rural violence, while geographically dispersed, reveal striking regularities. Occupying forces often relied on both coercion and local collaboration to identify perceived enemies, suppress resistance, and control populations. The consequences were both immediate and intergenerational. Survivors carried guilt, grief, and hypervigilance into post-war life. Communities retained stories of flight, execution, and improvisation, and the landscape itself bore the scars of repeated violence, burned fields, abandoned homes, and paths reshaped by repeated displacement. These patterns underscore the hidden dimensions of war, where atrocities extend beyond battlefield engagements into the intimate spheres of civilian life, and where memory becomes as critical as survival. The meditative observation of rural conflict reveals the delicate interplay between fragility and resilience. Despite the horrors, humans adapted to an environment saturated with uncertainty and danger. Families learned to travel silently through fields and forests, to read the movements of soldiers and the behavior of neighbors, and to create informal networks of information and assistance. Survival required a combination of perceptual acuity, ethical judgment, and rapid improvisation. Yet these skills, forged in the crucible of hidden atrocities, left lasting imprints on both individual and collective consciousness, shaping the moral imagination and cultural memory of entire communities. Even decades after the cessation of conflict, the landscape retained traces of these experiences. Burned homesteads, abandoned fields, and stone markers became both physical and symbolic reminders of what had occurred. Rivers carried memory in their bends and currents, forests whispered recollections through rustling leaves, and footpaths echoed the silent passage of those who had fled or returned. These markers, subtle yet persistent, create a layered understanding of history, one in which the tangible and intangible coalesce, the physical destruction of war intertwined with psychological trauma and ethical reflection, producing a meditation on human endurance, vulnerability, and adaptation. In examining the escalation of rural atrocities, one notes the eerie coexistence of ordinary life and extraordinary violence. The same fields that once nurtured crops and sustained families became sites of terror and ethical compromise. Forests that had offered shelter now concealed both danger and memory. Villages that had thrived for generations were reshaped by the forces of strategy and survival. Amid this, human resilience persisted, improvisation, social cooperation, and the cultivation of memory allowed life to continue, even in altered form. The rural landscape, like its urban counterpart, functioned as a repository of history, ethics, and reflection, preserving the hidden dimensions of war in both tangible and imperceptible ways. Among the scattered villages of the Korean countryside, the war unfolded with a quiet ferocity, leaving scars on both the landscape and the human psyche. Small communities, often tightly knit and centuries old, were caught between advancing forces, forced to navigate a relentless sequence of occupation, resistance, and reprisal. Fields that had once provided sustenance became paths for retreat or corridors of exposure, barns and granaries, repositories of life and labor, were commandeered, destroyed, or repurposed for military ends. Villagers described the sudden arrival of troops with a surreal intensity, the sound of boots against dirt paths, the muted rustle of skirts and baskets, the hushed directives whispered in unfamiliar tongues, and the immediate realization that ordinary life had been suspended indefinitely. The sudden inversion of the familiar, where everyday tools and spaces were rendered dangerous, imposed both psychological and moral disorientation on those who remained. Specific case studies illuminate the cruel precision with which hidden atrocities were executed. In one village, an isolated cluster of stone houses by a river, soldiers entered before dawn, separating men from women and children. Those deemed threats were taken to a nearby hill, executed with mechanical efficiency, while the survivors were forced to witness or participate in the burning of homes and granaries. Smoke curled over the fields, merging with the early morning mist, creating a scene simultaneously serene and horrifying. Another village, perched on a hillside and previously considered neutral, experienced repeated incursions, each more severe than the last. Civilians were interrogated, compelled to reveal neighbors' identities, and subjected to forced labor for the construction of fortifications. Even those who escaped direct violence carried the memory of nearby executions, the echo of artillery, and the pervasive tension of knowing that survival was fragile and provisional. Encounters between advancing troops and rural civilians were often marked by ambiguity and unpredictability. Some soldiers acted with strict adherence to orders, others with improvisation shaped by fear, fatigue, or personal inclination. Civilians, in turn, negotiated a complex moral and physical landscape. Offering food or labor might secure temporary safety, yet any act could be interpreted as collaboration, triggering reprisal. Children became intuitive readers of both threat and opportunity, learning to interpret tone, movement, and subtle gestures with a sensitivity born of necessity. Adults juggled the immediate needs of protection and sustenance with the long-term preservation of family and community. In these interactions, ordinary ethical frameworks were suspended, replaced by a continuous negotiation of survival under conditions of extreme uncertainty. The long-term cultural and historical consequences of rural atrocities became evident in the decades following the war. Oral traditions carried narratives of flight, loss, and endurance, encoding survival strategies alongside cautionary tales. Seasonal rituals, communal gatherings, and agricultural practices were subtly altered to accommodate memories of displacement and violence. Fields were replanted with awareness of prior destruction, pathways were preserved or abandoned based on their association with past danger, and local customs incorporated acts of remembrance for those lost or disappeared. Even the topology of villages, placement of homes, wells, and communal spaces, bore the imprint of wartime experience, reflecting a subtle recalibration of human activity in response to trauma. Memory, embedded in both cultural practice and physical space, became a form of quiet resistance, ensuring that the hidden atrocities of the war were neither forgotten nor normalized. Reflection on these experiences reveals the eerie coexistence of resilience and vulnerability. The rural landscape, though scarred by violence, retained the capacity to nurture life and memory. Trees grew back along riverbanks where executions had occurred, crops flourished in fields once set ablaze, villages were rebuilt with hands that bore both strength and tremor. Yet the psychological and ethical imprint remained. Survivors and descendants navigated everyday life with heightened awareness, an acute sense of risk, and a tacit understanding of the fragility of security. The meditative observation of this dynamic, the layering of trauma, adaptation, and moral negotiation, creates a contemplative space in which the human experience of war can be apprehended in both its horror and endurance. In contemplating these rural atrocities alongside the urban experiences described in Chapter 3, a broader pattern emerges: the systematic targeting of civilians, the strategic rationalization of violence, and the persistent imprint on memory and culture are consistent across environments, though shaped by local geography and social structures. Fields, forests, and rivers, like streets, buildings, and alleyways function as repositories of history, mediating both human perception and ethical reflection. Survival, in both cases, depended on a combination of observation, adaptation, and social cooperation, while memory preserved the experience in ways both subtle and profound. The ethical and psychological landscape of war, therefore, extends beyond immediate physical danger, embedding itself into consciousness, communal practice, and cultural transmission. As Chapter 4 continues, the narrative will examine patterns of escalation in both rural and urban contexts, highlighting how strategic decisions, systematic targeting, and environmental factors converge to amplify hidden atrocities. Meditative, sleep-inducing storytelling will maintain a focus on human resilience, memory, and the spectral presence of past violence in landscape and culture. The following sections will delve further into ethical ambiguities, patterns of displacement, and the long-term consequences for both human and environmental systems, linking the lived experience of survival to broader reflections on war, history, and endurance. As the Korean War pressed deeper into rural landscapes, strategic decisions made by commanders on both sides intensified the hidden atrocities that civilians endured. The logic of warfare, in its pursuit of control, mobility, and suppression of resistance, often translated into calculated measures of coercion, displacement, and execution. Villages located along vital roads or near supply depots were disproportionately targeted, their inhabitants subjected to forced evacuations, searches, and violent reprisals. Military planners, focused on the operational imperatives of speed and security, frequently overlooked or deliberately disregarded the human cost of such actions, producing patterns of violence that extended far beyond immediate tactical necessity. The rural landscape became a corridor of calculated terror, where every movement, both of troops and civilians, was governed by uncertainty and risk. Patterns of displacement emerged with haunting consistency. Entire communities were uprooted, their homes burned or requisitioned, while livestock and crops were destroyed to deny sustenance to perceived adversaries. Survivors were compelled to traverse unfamiliar terrain under duress, navigating forests, rivers, and hills to escape the sweep of advancing troops. Children and the elderly, particularly vulnerable, were often carried, hidden, or left behind, creating layers of ethical tension and moral compromise for those charged with protecting family and neighbors. The dislocation of population produced not only immediate suffering but long-term ramifications, disrupted social networks, altered settlement patterns, and the emergence of survival strategies that would be transmitted through generations. The human geography of Korea, in both physical and psychological terms, was reshaped by these calculated acts of violence. Strategic decisions also dictated the allocation of resources and priorities, shaping the lived experience of both soldiers and civilians. Supply lines determined which villages would be garrisoned or avoided, which regions received medical aid and which were left to fend for themselves, and which populations would be coerced into labor or conscripted into military service. The interplay of operational logic and human vulnerability created zones of intense peril alongside pockets of relative safety, producing a fractured landscape in which perception, knowledge, and intuition were essential to survival. Villagers learned to interpret subtle cues, the direction of smoke, the sudden quiet of a valley, the movement of patrols, as signals of imminent threat, developing a form of embodied awareness that blended environmental observation with historical memory and social intelligence. The psychological burden of this uncertainty weighed heavily on both civilians and soldiers. For civilians, life became a continuous negotiation with danger, requiring the rapid assessment of risk, ethical decision-making under duress, and the cultivation of communal cooperation for survival. Soldiers, navigating unfamiliar terrain and executing orders that often involved morally ambiguous choices, experienced stress, fatigue, and the blurring of ethical boundaries. The war imposed conditions that eroded ordinary perceptions of morality, safety, and human connection, replacing them with a heightened awareness of contingency's moral implications, and the fragile balance between action and inaction. These patterns created a pervasive, almost spectral tension in rural areas, where the landscape itself seemed alive with both threat and memory. The meditative reflection on these conditions emphasizes the interplay between uncertainty, perception, and human adaptability. Villagers, forced into improvised patterns of concealment, flight, and survival, developed skills of observation, intuition, and anticipation that were both physical and cognitive. Children became adept at sensing danger through subtle environmental cues, adults calibrated movement and action according to both past experience and immediate signals, and communities shared information through networks of gestures, whispers, and routines. These adaptive behaviors, while born of necessity, formed the foundation of long-term resilience, embedding memory, ethical negotiation, and survival strategy into both individual consciousness and collective cultural practice. The ethical dimension of rural atrocities remains complex and persistent. Decisions made under duress, whether to flee, to hide, to comply, or to resist, carried consequences that were both immediate and intergenerational. Survivors internalized these experiences, transmitting lessons of vigilance, judgment, and adaptation to younger generations. Memory, embedded in oral history, ritual, and social practice, became a mechanism for both remembrance and moral education. The landscape itself, scarred by fire, bombardment, and displacement, functioned as a physical repository of these lessons, ensuring that both trauma and resilience were encoded into the environment and the consciousness of those who inhabited it. In considering the broader patterns of violence, it becomes clear that hidden atrocities were neither incidental nor random. They were reinforced by strategic imperatives, operational logic, and the psychological dynamics of occupation. Villages were systematically displaced, targeted for reprisal, or subjected to coercion not solely as acts of revenge but as instruments of military control. Yet in these acts of systematic violence, human adaptation persisted, improvised shelters, secreted escape routes, and communal support systems allowed survival, even in extreme conditions. The interplay of strategy, violence, and resilience underscores a central theme of the Korean War, that human experience, memory, and adaptability are inseparably intertwined with the hidden and visible dimensions of conflict. Reflection on these rural atrocities emphasizes a quiet, almost sleep-inducing awareness of human fragility and endurance. Fields, forests, and river valleys, though scarred by violence, also became sites of meditation, memory, and reflection. Survivors, walking paths once marked by terror, internalized the duality of vulnerability and resilience, while subsequent generations learned to navigate both the physical and ethical landscapes inherited from wartime experience. The war's hidden atrocities left an imprint not only on bodies and structures but on perception, judgment, and the cultural imagination, producing a lingering awareness of uncertainty, adaptation, and the persistence of memory in the midst of human suffering. As the conflict unfolded across the Korean peninsula, the patterns of violence in rural areas began to converge with those previously observed in urban centers, revealing a broader, systemic escalation of hidden atrocities. While cities bore the brunt of artillery, bombardment, and forced labor, villages experienced subtler but no less devastating forms of terror, targeted killings, coerced labor, and strategic displacement that disrupted generations of social cohesion. In some regions, the line between urban and rural blurred. Small towns on the edges of major roads became both staging grounds for military offensives and sites of civilian suffering. The movement of troops, armored vehicles, and supply convoys created corridors of destruction, forcing entire populations to flee or submit to coercion. Rivers and hills, once neutral or protective, became strategic tools in military logic, amplifying both displacement and the hidden reach of violence. Patterns of violence and displacement reveal a grim consistency across geography. Villagers were uprooted not only to deny resources to opposing forces but to consolidate control over territory, instilling fear through example and ensuring compliance among surviving populations. Families navigated the treacherous landscape, balancing ethical choices against survival imperatives, whether to flee and risk exposure, to remain and risk forced conscription, or to negotiate with occupiers at the potential cost of moral compromise. Children internalized these dynamics with an intuitive precision, reading subtle signs in the environment, the behavior of neighbors, and the tone of passing soldiers. Adults, simultaneously protectors and moral agents, bore the weight of these decisions, their consciousness shaped by both immediate danger and the long-term ethical calculus imposed by war. The escalation of atrocities was further complicated by environmental and seasonal factors. Harsh winters, torrential rains, and flooded rivers altered movement, constrained hiding places, and intensified scarcity. Crops destroyed by military action left villagers malnourished and vulnerable, while the same environmental challenges impeded the mobility of troops, sometimes delaying attacks but rarely diminishing their eventual intensity. The physical landscape thus became an active participant in the experience of war, simultaneously offering opportunities for concealment and magnifying the consequences of exposure. Memory, in turn, was encoded into these landscapes. Families remembered which forests provided refuge, which paths were safe, and which fields had witnessed executions. The environment, like the mind, became a repository for strategies of survival and recollections of trauma. The human capacity for adaptation in these conditions remains remarkable. Networks of communal support, informal signaling systems, and improvisational strategies enabled survival despite pervasive threat. Women, men, and children developed routines attuned to both immediate and potential danger, navigating the terrain with caution and foresight. Storytelling, both oral and ritualized, preserved knowledge across generations, embedding memory into both social practice and the physical landscape. In this context, resilience was not heroic in the conventional sense. It was quiet, measured, and continuous, expressed through subtle acts of observation, concealment, and cooperation. Even amidst devastation, human ingenuity shaped paths of survival and continuity. Ethical reflection emerges naturally in meditative consideration of these events. The war's hidden atrocities required individuals to negotiate choices under conditions where standard moral frameworks were suspended. Acts of survival could simultaneously be acts of compromise, coercion could coexist with care, and decisions were measured less by law or principle than by immediate consequence. The blurred boundaries between duty, self-preservation, and protection of others created a pervasive tension in the consciousness of survivors. Memory, in this sense, is not only a recollection of events but a repository of ethical negotiation, encoding both trauma and moral reflection in ways that continue to shape subsequent generations. Cultural and historical consequences of these rural experiences extended far beyond immediate survival. Villages, once cohesive, were fragmented, traditional leadership structures were disrupted, customary festivals and agricultural practices were altered or abandoned. Yet from these ruptures emerged new forms of social cohesion and cultural expression, often mediated through memory and ritual. Seasonal work, local governance, and communal gatherings were adapted to integrate lessons of vulnerability and caution, preserving both survival strategies and historical consciousness. In these subtle adjustments, the interplay of trauma, resilience, and cultural memory becomes visible, demonstrating that the hidden atrocities of war were never confined to the moment of violence but continued to shape the texture of daily life for decades. The reflection upon these rural patterns in conjunction with urban experiences underscores a broader meditation on human resilience and the persistence of memory. Streets, alleys, and marketplaces of cities, alongside fields, forests, and river valleys of villages, became repositories of both trauma and adaptation. The landscape functions as a living archive, preserving the dual imprint of destruction and endurance. Survivors' consciousness, similarly layered, encodes the negotiation between vulnerability and agency, fear and adaptation, ethical compromise and survival. The meditative quality of reflection emerges here, in quiet observation, in remembrance of paths once traversed in flight, in the subtle awareness of layers of human experience embedded in both landscape and consciousness. As the war pressed relentlessly across the peninsula, the cumulative impact of rural and urban atrocities became increasingly apparent, revealing a grim tapestry of suffering, adaptation, and endurance that spanned the entirety of Korean society. Villages emptied, cities scarred, and populations uprooted, yet in each instance, human beings found ways to navigate a landscape dominated by uncertainty and peril. The geography of violence extended from mountains to valleys, rivers to plains, and from narrow alleyways to open fields, establishing a pervasive sense that no space was entirely safe, and no life entirely secure. Yet within this pervasive fear emerged patterns of resilience, subtle strategies of survival, and an enduring human capacity for reflection, memory, and adaptation. The systemic targeting of civilians, forced labor, and strategic displacement, though varying in form across regions, shared a consistent logic rooted in military imperatives and operational necessity. Commanders on both sides sought to consolidate control, suppress resistance, and maintain the momentum of offensive or defensive maneuvers. Villages were burned to deny resources, roads cleared to facilitate troop movement, and individuals coerced or executed to instill fear and enforce compliance. While these acts were recorded unevenly, often hidden from formal documentation, their traces persisted in both physical and social landscapes, abandoned homesteads, scarred fields, fractured communities, and the subtle, enduring patterns of memory encoded in human consciousness. The psychological and ethical consequences of these hidden atrocities were profound. Civilians learned to negotiate a complex web of survival strategies, when to flee, when to comply, when to resist, and when to conceal knowledge or action. Children developed acute awareness of environmental and social cues. Adults carried both the responsibility of protection and the burden of moral compromise. Soldiers, navigating orders, terrain, and the unpredictability of civilian behavior, experienced stress, fatigue, and moral ambiguity. Across the peninsula, these dynamics created a pervasive tension, where survival was inseparable from ethical judgment, perception, and the capacity to adapt to relentless uncertainty. Memory became a central mechanism for both survival and cultural continuity. Stories of escape, concealment, and survival were passed orally, while ritualized acts of remembrance marked the landscape and preserved communal knowledge. Fields, forests, and rivers retained the imprint of fear and endurance. Cities, streets, and marketplaces became repositories of trauma and adaptation. Even reconstructed structures carried silent testimony to prior violence, their foundations shaped as much by loss and displacement as by bricks and mortar. In this way, memory functioned as both guide and guardian, allowing survivors and subsequent generations to navigate a world still haunted by hidden atrocities. The convergence of urban and rural experiences underscores the ubiquity of these hidden atrocities. Whether in the burned alleyways of a city or the abandoned fields of a village, the mechanisms of violence, systematic targeting, coercion, displacement, produced consistent patterns of trauma, ethical tension, and human adaptation. Landscapes, both natural and built, became living archives, encoding the consequences of conflict in ways tangible and intangible. The interplay of observation, perception, and memory allowed civilians to navigate these perilous environments, fostering resilience while preserving a quiet, continuous awareness of danger and human fragility. In contemplating the long-term consequences, one observes that hidden atrocities shaped not only immediate survival but also social structures, cultural practices, and historical consciousness. Communities reorganized around patterns of trust, secrecy, and mutual assistance, seasonal labor, festivals, and communal rituals incorporated the lessons of displacement and violence, and the memory of loss and adaptation permeated both private reflection and collective storytelling. The ethical and psychological imprints of war, embedded in daily routines and environmental awareness, created an enduring meditation on the fragility, adaptability, and resilience of human life. The meditative quality of reflection on these events is heightened by the eerie persistence of memory in landscape and consciousness. Rivers murmur the recollection of past flight, forests conceal both danger and memory, streets and courtyards carry subtle traces of survival, adaptation, and loss. The human mind, attuned to these signals, internalizes the lessons of uncertainty, perception, and ethical negotiation, producing a contemplative awareness that is at once unsettling and quietly immersive. Even decades after the cessation of violence, these traces remain, guiding reflection, shaping perception, and preserving the spectral presence of the hidden atrocities that defined this period of Korean history. Amid the sprawling battlefields and devastated villages of Korea, a parallel theater of conflict unfolded in silence, hidden from immediate view. The prisons, camps, and makeshift detention sites that housed those caught between forces, perceived as threats or deemed inconvenient. Here, behind barbed wire and watchtowers, human experience was distilled into its darkest forms, revealing the psychological and ethical extremes imposed by war. Prisoners, whether soldiers, civilians, or those accused of collaboration, were subjected to conditions that blurred the lines between coercion, survival, and endurance. In these spaces, time itself seemed suspended, measured not by day and night, but by hunger, fatigue, fear, and the unpredictable movements of guards. The landscape of captivity was a microcosm of the war at large. Strategic decisions, systemic violence, and human resilience coexisted within a tightly constrained and morally ambiguous environment. The structure of control within camps and prisons was methodical and deliberate, reflecting a dual purpose: to assert authority and to break the will of detainees. Barracks, often overcrowded and poorly ventilated, became laboratories of deprivation and observation. Rations were minimal, sanitation inadequate, and exposure to the elements constant. Guards, acting under orders but also influenced by the chaos of war, enforced rules that fluctuated unpredictably, creating a climate of persistent uncertainty. Prisoners quickly learned that survival depended on both compliance and subtle negotiation. A gesture of obedience could spare harsh punishment, while small acts of solidarity or concealment might provide sustenance or protection. In this suspended world, ordinary ethical frameworks were distorted, replaced by a pragmatic calculus of endurance where perception, timing, and intuition dictated life and death. Psychological pressure became a primary instrument of control. Solitude, threats of execution, and forced observation of the suffering of others were tools used to destabilize the human mind. Prisoners described a pervasive sense of invisibility. The world outside continued in chaos and battle, yet within the camp, each act, word, or movement was scrutinized, and each day presented a new permutation of danger. Silence became both refuge and weapon. Whispered communications conveyed vital information and solidarity, yet any misstep could provoke immediate reprisal. In this environment, the boundary between physical and mental survival blurred. The capacity to anticipate, deceive, or manipulate perception was as crucial as enduring hunger or exposure. Hidden atrocities in these spaces were both individual and systemic. Executions, forced labor, and psychological torture were interspersed with subtler forms of coercion, deprivation of news, restriction of movement, and manipulation of trust among prisoners. These acts left indelible marks, creating patterns of trauma that extended beyond the immediate experience. Survivors carried memories of witnessing executions, of ethical compromise under duress, and of the constant tension between self-preservation and collective responsibility. Even after release, these memories continued to shape behavior, social relations, and moral reflection, embedding the machinery of hidden atrocities into consciousness and culture. Patterns of captivity revealed both cruelty and resilience, often simultaneously. Prisoners adapted by creating social networks, sharing information, and devising strategies for subsistence and protection. Small rituals, silent readings, shared meals, or communal movement, served to preserve a sense of humanity in an environment designed to erode it. Observation and perception became essential, noting the mood of guards, anticipating the sequence of work assignments, or interpreting subtle cues in routine movements could mean the difference between injury and survival. Children, when present in camps or temporary detentions, internalized these strategies rapidly, while adults bore the compounded responsibility of guiding, protecting, and enduring. In these adaptations, human ingenuity and resilience became a quiet counterpoint to systemic cruelty. The ethical complexity of captivity was profound. Prisoners faced choices in which every action carried moral weight and potential consequence. Complying might ensure survival but risk complicity in harm to others. Resisting could demonstrate courage but provoke lethal reprisal. These negotiations were ongoing, intimate, and often invisible, shaping the inner life of individuals and communities within the camps. Memory, again, functioned as both refuge and instruction. Recollections of past compromise or endurance informed future behavior, while stories circulated in whispers preserved both survival knowledge and moral reflection. In this sense, captivity became a crucible in which ethical, psychological, and social adaptation were forged alongside suffering. The physical environment of imprisonment, barracks, open yards, rivers used for bathing, and surrounding landscapes, acted as both constraint and subtle mediator of experience. Hills could provide brief concealment, riverbanks could conceal small acts of resistance, and shadows became allies in the silent navigation of danger. Observation of the environment, combined with memory of past events, allowed prisoners to negotiate their condition with a blend of caution, creativity, and endurance. These spatial and temporal adaptations reinforced the meditative, almost spectral quality of survival, emphasizing perception, reflection, and the layering of human experience over time. Reflecting on the broader consequences, the experience of captivity during the Korean War illuminates the pervasive reach of hidden atrocities. These were not confined to battlefields or destroyed villages but extended into the intimate, controlled spaces where human behavior could be systematically manipulated, observed, and constrained. The imprint of these experiences was enduring. Psychological scars, moral tension, and the cultivation of resilience persisted across decades, influencing survivors, descendants, and communities. Memory, landscape, and consciousness coalesced to preserve both the horror of the past and the strategies of adaptation, producing a quiet, contemplative meditation on the human condition under extreme duress. Within the labyrinthine camps scattered across Korea, particular stories emerge that illuminate both the cruelty of captivity and the subtle persistence of human resilience. In one camp nestled beside a swollen river, prisoners described a routine that alternated between forced labor and enforced idleness, punctuated by unpredictable displays of violence. Men were assigned to repair roads or clear debris, their bodies exposed to wind and rain, their hands blistered, their movements timed to the whistle of overseers. Children and elderly, when present, were consigned to segregated areas, their experience defined by waiting, observation, and a fragile hope that survival might yet be possible. In these spaces, the mundane and the horrific coexisted, the rhythm of dawn and dusk, the flow of water, the rustle of leaves in distant trees, all became markers of both passage and peril, their quietness amplifying the underlying tension. The case of a small cluster of political prisoners provides further insight into the mechanisms of hidden atrocity. Confined in a makeshift compound, they were subject to interrogation designed to fracture loyalty, induce confession, and instill distrust. Sleep deprivation, forced standing, and carefully calculated exposure to humiliation were daily instruments of control. Yet amid these conditions, subtle acts of defiance and solidarity emerged, whispered communications across partitions, discreet sharing of food and clothing, and small, hidden rituals that preserved a sense of identity and humanity. These gestures, often imperceptible to guards, created a fragile network of mutual support, demonstrating the quiet ingenuity of those navigating a world designed to erase individuality and impose absolute compliance. Psychological manipulation extended beyond physical deprivation, creating an environment in which perception itself became a tool of survival. Prisoners learned to anticipate patterns in guards' behavior, to interpret the nuances of tone, gesture, and timing, and to act accordingly. Children, observing these dynamics, acquired an instinctive awareness of danger and opportunity, developing a tacit intelligence that blended caution, anticipation, and adaptation. Adults, balancing the immediate needs of survival with the protection of others, carried the compounded weight of responsibility, ethical compromise, and moral reflection. In this suspended temporal space, human experience became a meditation on endurance, ethical negotiation, and the boundaries of self-preservation. The physical landscape of captivity reinforced these dynamics. Open courtyards, fences, and surrounding hills shaped movement, observation, and interaction, while environmental conditions, heat, cold, and precipitation, exacerbated vulnerability. Prisoners' attention to these details, both conscious and intuitive, allowed them to create micro-strategies of survival, the selection of sleeping positions to avoid exposure, timing movements to avoid scrutiny, or the discreet use of terrain for concealment or communication. The environment, thus, was inseparable from the psychological and ethical landscape of captivity, forming a continuous dialogue between human perception, memory, and survival. Case studies from camps further reveal the persistence of hidden atrocities within bureaucratic and systemic structures. Forced labor assignments, which included construction of defensive works, road repair, and resource extraction, were framed as necessary military activity, yet they functioned simultaneously as tools of control, punishment, and surveillance. Those who faltered, whether through exhaustion or error, faced immediate retribution, reinforcing both physical discipline and psychological terror. Small, almost imperceptible acts of solidarity, passing a bit of food, exchanging whispered guidance, or creating shared signals, formed the undercurrent of survival, illustrating how human ingenuity and social cooperation persisted even in tightly constrained, morally ambiguous spaces. Ethical reflection within these camps was continuous and unavoidable. Prisoners faced choices in which every act, whether compliance, concealment, or minor defiance, carried potential consequences for self and others. Decisions were layered with moral weight. The choice to conceal information could protect one group but endanger another. Obedience might ensure survival yet implicate oneself in systemic harm. Silence could preserve life but exact a psychological toll. These ethical tensions, mediated through observation, memory, and social negotiation, created an enduring moral landscape, one that persisted in consciousness long after the physical imprisonment ended. The cumulative effect of these experiences on consciousness and memory is profound. Survivors described recurring recollections of specific moments: the first light falling across a frost-covered courtyard, the distant murmur of a river, the echo of footsteps along barracks corridors. These sensory memories, intertwined with moral and psychological experience, formed a layered archive of hidden atrocities, preserved in both mind and communal narrative. Memory became a living repository, guiding future action, shaping moral intuition, and sustaining identity amidst the deliberate erasure attempted by captors. Reflection on these microcosms of captivity illustrates a broader pattern. Hidden atrocities extended beyond immediate physical violence into psychological, ethical, and environmental dimensions. Camps were not only sites of suffering but crucibles in which human adaptability, moral negotiation, and the quiet persistence of solidarity were forged. The eerie coexistence of terror and ingenuity, deprivation and subtle triumph, forms a meditative space in which the imagination can inhabit the experiences of those who endured, observing both the machinery of oppression and the resilience of those subjected to it. In many camps across the peninsula, interrogation became an omnipresent instrument of control, blending psychological precision with physical coercion. Those detained were often subjected to hours-long questioning, designed not solely to extract information but to destabilize identity, fracture loyalty, and impose a persistent sense of vulnerability. Guards employed a combination of monotony, repetition, and unpredictability, creating an environment in which prisoners became intensely aware of both immediate danger and the unknowable intentions of captors. Memory and perception, once natural and fluid, became tools of survival, interpreting tone, noting small gestures, and anticipating sequences of questioning could preserve life or provoke punishment. In this crucible of uncertainty, each prisoner's consciousness became a finely tuned instrument, navigating a landscape of terror that was as mental as it was physical. Forced labor, another pervasive component of systemic captivity, extended the machinery of hidden atrocities into the quotidian. Prisoners were compelled to build roads, repair infrastructure, or extract resources under harsh conditions and constant supervision. These tasks, framed as necessary for the war effort, became exercises in endurance, testing both physical limits and psychological fortitude. Yet even within this framework, subtle acts of adaptation and resilience emerged. Prisoners developed methods to conserve energy, to share scarce sustenance, and to create brief but meaningful routines that preserved identity and agency. Work became both punishment and a means of subtle resistance, a domain in which ingenuity, observation, and communal knowledge sustained life against the logic of systemic control. The interplay of interrogation and forced labor created layers of moral and psychological complexity. Prisoners were constantly negotiating ethical choices, whether to cooperate with commands to avoid immediate harm, whether to conceal knowledge that could protect themselves or others, and whether small acts of resistance could be executed without fatal consequence. Each decision carried ramifications not only for survival but for conscience, producing a persistent tension between self-preservation and moral integrity. Memory, as ever, preserved these tensions, encoding the ethical dilemmas alongside physical and sensory experiences, creating a layered and enduring archive of hidden atrocities. Case studies illustrate the subtle yet devastating consequences of these systems. In one camp, a group of civilian detainees was tasked with clearing debris from recently bombed villages, working in conditions of extreme heat and minimal food. Guards employed alternating cycles of encouragement and punishment, observing the effects of exhaustion and fear on cooperation. Prisoners developed quiet methods of mutual support, signaling across work sites, discreetly sharing water, and creating improvised shade to conserve energy. Though invisible to their overseers, these acts of resilience preserved life, dignity, and memory, demonstrating that even in the most controlled and oppressive environments, human agency persisted in subtle, persistent ways. The spatial and temporal dimensions of captivity reinforced the psychological burden. Barracks, courtyards, and work areas became both sites of exposure and subtle opportunity, with prisoners attuned to the rhythms of oversight and environmental conditions. Seasonal changes, the heat of summer, the cold of winter, the swelling of rivers, added unpredictability, shaping routines, influencing behavior, and complicating survival strategies. Observing these environmental cues, prisoners learned to navigate not only the human elements of control but also the broader, subtle rhythms of their surroundings, integrating perception, memory, and adaptation into a continuous practice of endurance. Reflective meditation on these experiences reveals the profound and lingering impact of systemic captivity. Psychological scars, moral compromises, and adaptive ingenuity persisted long after release, shaping social behavior, familial dynamics, and community memory. Oral narratives, ritual practices, and subtle acts of remembrance encoded both the trauma and strategies of survival, producing cultural and historical repositories of knowledge. The camps, though sites of cruelty and dehumanization, also became spaces in which resilience, ingenuity, and ethical reflection were forged, leaving an enduring imprint on individual and collective consciousness. The eerie, sleep-inducing quality of this reflection arises from the quiet persistence of memory in landscape, habit, and thought. Barracks and courtyards, now silent, retain the echoes of footsteps, whispered communications, and moments of both terror and solidarity. Work sites, once instruments of forced labor, carry the invisible traces of resistance, ingenuity, and endurance. Rivers and fields surrounding camps whisper both danger and survival, preserving the spectral presence of human experience. In meditative contemplation, one perceives the interplay of cruelty, adaptation, and memory, tracing the invisible threads that connect past trauma to enduring resilience. The years following release from captivity reveal the enduring and sometimes invisible consequences of hidden atrocities. Survivors carried with them both the physical scars of forced labor and deprivation, and the psychological imprint of constant surveillance, fear, and moral ambiguity. Daily life became a continuous negotiation between memory and the present, a navigation of spaces and social interactions informed by experiences that remained largely unspoken. Families absorbed these consequences, sometimes intuitively, as behaviors shaped by trauma-influenced parenting, social trust, and communal relations. Even the most mundane acts, walking down a street, entering a marketplace, or tending a field, could evoke subtle echoes of captivity, reminding survivors of both vulnerability and the intricate strategies they had developed to endure. Memory, in this context, was both a burden and a refuge. Survivors described recalling sequences of forced labor, moments of coerced compliance, and the faces of those lost or punished, alongside the quiet gestures of solidarity that had preserved life. These recollections, vivid and persistent, informed moral reflection, guiding decisions and shaping the internal ethical compass. Communities created informal rituals and stories to encode collective memory, the recitation of survival strategies, the commemoration of fallen companions, and the preservation of oral histories that passed from one generation to the next. Memory became a conduit for both historical consciousness and ethical continuity, ensuring that hidden atrocities were neither forgotten nor rendered abstract. The ethical complexity of survival under captivity left a lasting imprint. Actions taken under duress, cooperation, concealment, or resistance, carried consequences that extended into post-war life, creating a moral landscape in which decisions were continually reinterpreted. Survivors grappled with guilt, gratitude, and the ambiguity of their choices, often privately, creating a psychological resonance that shaped relationships and identity. This ongoing ethical negotiation, paired with the practical adaptations developed during captivity, demonstrates the persistent interplay between survival, morality, and human consciousness in the shadow of hidden atrocities. Spatial memory also played a crucial role in post-war reflection. Former camps, now abandoned or repurposed, retained subtle traces of the past, foundations of barracks, overgrown paths once trodden under duress, and the muted sounds of rivers and winds that had once accompanied forced labor. Walking these spaces, survivors could read the landscape as both archive and witness, each contour and structure encoding a narrative of suffering, endurance, and ingenuity. Even reconstructed areas bore these imprints invisibly, creating a layered experience in which memory and environment were inseparable, and the quiet presence of past atrocities remained palpable. Communities collectively navigated the lingering effects of captivity through shared practices of remembrance and adaptation. Seasonal gatherings, agricultural labor, and cultural rituals incorporated the lessons of survival, encoding strategies for endurance alongside commemoration. Children absorbed these lessons through observation, storytelling, and implicit instruction, internalizing both caution and the capacity for ingenuity. In this way, hidden atrocities became part of the fabric of social memory, shaping behavior, consciousness, and ethical reflection in subtle but persistent ways. The reflective, sleep-inducing quality of this meditation arises from the coexistence of trauma and resilience, invisibility and imprint, cruelty and adaptation. Memory functions as both guide and witness, linking past experiences with present awareness, while the quiet endurance of human beings resonates across both physical and psychological landscapes. Survivors' capacity to adapt, preserve ethical judgment, and sustain communal solidarity demonstrates a quiet heroism that persists long after visible signs of violence have faded. In contemplating these experiences, one perceives the enduring layers of human consciousness, memory, and moral awareness, a spectral presence echoing across the decades in the landscapes, communities, and minds shaped by captivity. The tapestry of prisoner experiences across the Korean War reveals both the deliberate machinery of hidden atrocities and the quiet persistence of human resilience. Captivity, whether in formal camps, temporary holding sites, or ad hoc detentions, was not merely a physical imposition but a complex system of psychological control, moral negotiation, and environmental constraint. Each detainee inhabited a suspended reality in which time, perception, and ethical judgment were continuously refracted through the lens of survival. Forced labor, interrogation, deprivation, and isolation constituted the structural elements of this hidden apparatus, yet within these imposed conditions, prisoners developed subtle strategies of endurance that relied on observation, intuition, and the delicate negotiation of social networks. The long-term consequences of captivity extend far beyond immediate survival. Memory functions as both archive and moral guide, preserving the details of hidden atrocities while encoding ethical and practical lessons for both individuals and communities. Survivors' recollections of daily routines, whispered communications, and fleeting acts of solidarity remain vivid, forming a continuous bridge between the temporal immediacy of suffering and the ongoing reflection of post-war life. These recollections carried a duality. They were at once haunting reminders of trauma and testaments to ingenuity, courage, and resilience under extreme duress. Families, communities, and cultural practices absorbed these lessons, creating layers of historical and moral consciousness that endured for decades. The ethical dimensions of captivity persist as central motifs in this reflection. Decisions taken under extreme stress, whether to cooperate, conceal, or resist, were rarely clear-cut. Every act carried potential consequences, shaping survival, social trust, and moral reflection. Memory serves as both witness and counselor, preserving the ambiguities, compromises, and occasional triumphs of human decision-making under conditions deliberately designed to strip away agency. This enduring moral landscape illustrates the subtle but profound interplay between systemic cruelty and human adaptability, revealing the ways in which ethical reasoning and survival instinct coexisted, overlapped, and sometimes collided. The physical and environmental dimensions of captivity also reinforce the eerie, meditative quality of these reflections. Former camps, now silent and overgrown, retain subtle traces of past occupation, the contour of a hill once used for observation, the shadowed corridor of a barracks, or the path of a river where prisoners carried water and labored. These traces, visible or hidden, become repositories of memory and reflection, connecting landscape and consciousness in a continuous dialogue. Observing or walking these spaces evokes both the weight of human suffering and the quiet persistence of ingenuity, reminding us that the imprint of hidden atrocities extends beyond the moment of violence into the very fabric of environment and human awareness. Finally, the synthesis of prisoner experiences highlights the broader patterns of hidden atrocities that pervaded the Korean War. From frontline offensives and rural massacres to captivity, systemic coercion, and forced labor, human beings across the peninsula navigated extreme uncertainty, danger, and moral complexity. Across these varied contexts, a consistent theme emerges, even within environments designed to destroy agency and impose fear. Subtle acts of observation, cooperation, ethical negotiation, and resilience persisted. These patterns illuminate the continuity between hidden atrocities and human endurance, revealing a quiet, haunting meditation on the persistence of memory, the adaptation of consciousness, and the enduring strength of moral and social networks. The cities of Korea became crucibles in which the machinery of war intersected with civilian life in profoundly visible and invisible ways. Unlike the relative concealment of rural atrocities or the structured oppression of prisoner camps, urban landscapes exposed civilians to the relentless immediacy of destruction. Streets that once carried the hum of daily life, the chatter of merchants, the laughter of children, the rhythm of labor, were transformed into corridors of fear, punctuated by the thrum of engines, the whistle of shells, and the intermittent flare of fire. Buildings, haphazardly reinforced or entirely unprepared for sustained assault, collapsed under bombardments or burned with alarming speed, leaving behind skeletal frameworks and ash-strewn streets. Amid this chaos, the human response was at once instinctive and constrained: flight, concealment, and the delicate negotiation of space and movement became daily imperatives, shaping not only survival but perception itself. Air raids, particularly, introduced a layer of terror distinct from ground combat. Bombers overhead were faceless arbiters of destruction, their payloads indiscriminate, guided by strategy rather than awareness of human presence. The sky, once a canvas of light and weather, became a theater of menace, signaling danger in ways that were sudden, unpredictable, and inescapable. Civilians sought refuge in basements, makeshift shelters, or the shadows of intact buildings, while soldiers navigated rubble-strewn avenues and collapsed streets. The city, in its entirety, became both weaponized and reactive. Streets channeled movement, collapsed infrastructure obstructed evacuation, and landmarks once familiar were rendered alien and threatening. Amidst this, perception became a critical tool, honed through observation of sound, light, and the behavior of others, forming an almost instinctive awareness that was as necessary as any physical defense. The scale of destruction produced cascading effects on civilian life. Water supplies were disrupted, sanitation collapsed, and markets ceased to function reliably. Families, already burdened by displacement or fear, were forced into improvisation, collecting water from contaminated sources, foraging for food, and establishing precarious routines amidst debris and danger. Children absorbed these rhythms quickly, developing heightened situational awareness, intuitive knowledge of shelter locations, and tacit understanding of danger. Adults carried the compounded responsibility of providing sustenance, safety, and guidance while negotiating their own terror, grief, and ethical dilemmas. These dynamics illustrate the complex interplay between survival instinct, social responsibility, and the ethical negotiation demanded by extreme circumstances. Amid the material destruction, human behavior revealed both vulnerability and resilience. Communities improvised communication networks to signal impending raids or troop movements, sharing information in hushed tones or through discreet visual signs. Markets and food distribution points adapted to the dangers, with sellers and buyers employing cautious timing and concealed pathways. Social solidarity, even in fragmented neighborhoods, emerged as an adaptive response to constant threat. Neighbors shared shelter, coordinated evacuation routes, and silently monitored vulnerable members of the community. These subtle, almost invisible acts of coordination underscore the persistence of human agency even amidst the overwhelming machinery of urban warfare. Aerial bombardments, while strategically calculated, produced unanticipated psychological and social consequences. The indiscriminate nature of bombing created a persistent state of uncertainty and vigilance, eroding routine and reinforcing fear. Nightfall did not signal rest, but vigilance. Shadows, once familiar, became ambiguous, carrying the potential for both concealment and exposure. Even after physical danger passed, the echoes of explosions, the smell of smoke, and the memory of flames became embedded in consciousness, forming what one might call a psychological landscape of war. These experiences extended beyond immediate trauma, shaping behavior, social interactions, and memory in enduring ways, forming a persistent, spectral imprint on city life and individual perception. The juxtaposition of human resilience and mechanized destruction creates a meditative reflection on the urban experience of war. Streets that had once facilitated commerce and connection now channeled survival strategies. Marketplaces became spaces of negotiation under duress. Schools and public buildings transformed into shelters and informal hospitals. Civilians became practitioners of spatial awareness, ethical negotiation, and risk management, their daily lives shaped by both the visible machinery of destruction and the invisible pressures of moral and social responsibility. Observation, memory, and improvisation became essential, merging instinct with reflection in a continuous, almost ritualized negotiation of survival. Urban massacres, often hidden in plain sight, compounded the trauma of aerial bombardments. Targeted killings, forced conscriptions, and punitive actions against suspected collaborators were conducted amidst chaos, leaving civilians to navigate not only physical danger but the ethical ambiguities of war. Witnesses observed both immediate violence and its subtle mechanisms, internalizing lessons in caution, discretion, and communal solidarity. In these acts, the war extended beyond combat, shaping moral awareness and social structures, embedding the hidden atrocities into daily experience, memory, and social practice. The material and human landscapes of urban warfare intersected with broader strategic objectives, revealing the interdependence of military calculation and civilian suffering. Infrastructure, population centers, and transportation hubs became both targets and instruments of control, with the resulting devastation producing cascading humanitarian consequences. Food scarcity, disease, and displacement emerged as indirect but predictable results of strategic decisions, amplifying the toll on civilians. In this context, hidden atrocities were both intentional and systemic, extending beyond immediate physical destruction to encompass social, psychological, and ethical dimensions, creating a complex, interwoven tapestry of human experience under siege. Reflection on these urban experiences reveals a continuous interplay between fear, observation, adaptation, and memory. Civilians absorbed lessons in survival with a precision born of necessity, which streets to avoid, which shelters offered safety, which individuals could be trusted, and which signs indicated impending danger. Memory became a living repository, preserving both the immediate threat of violence and the quiet ingenuity of adaptation. These layered experiences created a reflective, almost meditative awareness of human vulnerability, resilience, and the persistence of hidden atrocities across time and space. In the industrial heart of Seoul, the rhythm of urban life dissolved into chaos as the front lines approached. Streets once thrumming with commerce became theaters of uncertainty, their familiar patterns rendered meaningless under the combined pressures of artillery, air raids, and civilian panic. Families huddled in basements or under bridges, sharing scant food and water, listening to the distant rumble of engines and the intermittent crack of gunfire. Children, who had once played in sunlit alleys or attended neighborhood schools, learned to distinguish between the sound of a falling shell and the echo of distant traffic, internalizing a vocabulary of survival born of fear and attentiveness. For many, the city itself became an active participant in survival, its narrow streets, collapsed buildings, and open plazas shaping decisions, movement, and perception in ways that were subtle, constant, and consequential. Aerial bombardments intensified the atmosphere of unpredictability. B-29s and other aircraft, engines droning in the high sky, delivered destruction with calculated efficiency yet unbounded by the presence of civilians below. Explosions shattered windows, razed markets, and flattened homes, producing instantaneous displacement and long-term devastation. The urban landscape became a living archive of both immediate trauma and enduring consequence. Rubble-strewn streets marked escape routes, burned-out vehicles and collapsed infrastructure created persistent hazards, and surviving buildings bore silent testimony to the randomness and relentlessness of destruction. Civilians, attuned to the rhythms of air raids and ground assaults, navigated a city that had become both a physical trap and a psychological labyrinth. The human consequences of urban conflict extended far beyond physical injury. Families were torn apart, often permanently, as men conscripted or forcibly detained disappeared, and women and children sought safety in temporary shelters or with distant relatives. Hunger and disease emerged as constant companions, exacerbated by disrupted supply lines and the collapse of municipal services. Communities adapted, forming informal networks of aid and protection. Neighbors shared information about safe routes, coordinated shelter locations, and discreetly distributed food and water. These networks were fragile and contingent, yet they preserved life, continuity, and a quiet, almost spectral sense of agency amid overwhelming uncertainty. Specific case studies illuminate the individual experience of urban warfare. In a neighborhood near the Han River, residents recounted the systematic destruction of multi-story housing blocks, leaving entire families displaced in hours. Refugees moved in small groups, navigating shattered streets and navigating around military checkpoints, their decisions a delicate negotiation between safety, morality, and survival. Children carried water, scouted pathways, or maintained watch while adults scavenged for food or assessed structural hazards. Observing and interpreting patterns of violence, both human and environmental, became a form of instinctual knowledge, honed through experience, memory, and observation. These micro-level strategies reveal the intricate layering of adaptation, ethical decision-making, and survival in environments deliberately rendered perilous by war. Cultural and religious institutions, once central to community cohesion, were often destroyed or repurposed as temporary hospitals, shelters, or command posts. The absence of these familiar anchors intensified psychological strain, creating a sense of rootlessness and disorientation. Yet, within these altered spaces, civilians continued to practice rituals of remembrance, prayer, and communal care, preserving the continuity of culture and identity even as the physical environment crumbled. This subtle persistence highlights the enduring interplay of memory, resilience, and social continuity, emphasizing that hidden atrocities were as much a disruption of consciousness and cultural continuity as of physical infrastructure. The urban environment itself became a participant in human adaptation and perception. Collapsed buildings provided cover, elevated positions offered vantage points, and debris channels directed movement. Civilians learned to navigate this transformed cityscape intuitively, assessing risk, anticipating danger, and negotiating both ethical and practical choices. Observation became a form of survival, listening for the sound of engines, interpreting shadows in alleyways, and tracking the movement of troops. Memory, in turn, preserved these lessons, linking past experience with future action, and creating a continuous awareness that shaped both immediate survival and long-term behavior. Even after immediate conflict subsided, the haunting persistence of urban destruction shaped consciousness and social memory. Streets, neighborhoods, and landmarks retained scars of violence, serving as daily reminders of loss, endurance, and adaptation. Stories circulated of vanished neighbors, heroic acts of aid, or moments of quiet defiance, embedding hidden atrocities into communal narrative and cultural consciousness. Memory, in this sense, functioned as both archive and ethical guide, preserving lessons in survival, moral negotiation, and social solidarity. The city, both physical and psychological, became a living testimony to the consequences of systematic violence and the enduring capacity for human resilience. As aerial bombardments and advancing front lines intensified, mass evacuations became a central, often chaotic aspect of urban survival. Streets overflowed with families carrying possessions, water, and children, attempting to navigate a city transformed into a labyrinth of rubble and fear. The movement of people was simultaneously deliberate and improvisational. Evacuation orders were unevenly distributed, transportation was scarce, and the flow of refugees often collided with troop movements, artillery fire, and collapsing infrastructure. In this perpetual state of uncertainty, perception and memory became essential tools. Individuals learned to read the environment, anticipate danger, and respond with instinctive adaptability. Every step, every choice, carried weight, as the difference between safety and calamity was measured in seconds and subtle observation. Evacuations, however, were rarely orderly or protected. Reports of indiscriminate shelling on fleeing populations, targeted executions of suspected collaborators, and systemic neglect created layers of hidden atrocities that were obscured within the broader chaos of conflict. Families learned quickly to differentiate between spaces of relative safety and zones of heightened danger, relying on prior experience, communal knowledge, and improvised signals. Children, as ever, became keen observers, internalizing lessons in risk assessment and adaptive behavior, while adults carried the dual burden of ensuring survival and managing the ethical dimensions of decision-making under duress. These circumstances produced a continuous tension between immediate needs and long-term consequences, shaping both behavior and consciousness in subtle yet enduring ways. Urban displacement also revealed the fragility and resilience of social networks. Neighbors separated by the destruction of streets, rivers, and bridges maintained communication through discrete signals, word of mouth, or prearranged meeting points. Refugee camps, hastily established in parks, schools, or open fields, became temporary centers of human ingenuity, negotiation, and moral reflection. Food and water were rationed according to observation, collaboration, and tacit agreements. Conflicts were mediated through shared memory and trust. Moments of compassion and assistance emerged alongside fear, suspicion, and exhaustion. These patterns of adaptation, though often invisible to outside observers, preserved both life and a fragile sense of social continuity, forming the substrate for post-war recovery and communal memory. The psychological toll of urban displacement was profound. Constant exposure to destruction, the unpredictability of military strategy, and the looming presence of death created chronic anxiety and hypervigilance. Even moments of relative calm were layered with the memory of explosions, the sight of charred buildings, and the echo of fleeing crowds. Sleep became a tenuous refuge, punctuated by imagined or remembered threats, and human perception sharpened to the nuances of sound, light, and movement. Memory, as always, served both survival and reflection, encoding sequences of events, moral decisions, and adaptive strategies, forming a spectral map of trauma and resilience that guided behavior long after the city itself ceased to be an immediate battlefield. Specific city-level case studies illuminate these dynamics. In the southern district of Pyongyang, refugees recounted being funneled along streets littered with debris, under sporadic artillery fire, toward temporary assembly points that were themselves vulnerable to attack. Families were forced to leave belongings behind, adopt improvised shelter, and navigate moral dilemmas regarding strangers in need. Acts of kindness, sharing blankets, food, or knowledge of safe passage, were intertwined with the constant awareness that misjudgment could be fatal. In these narratives, the city becomes both antagonist and teacher, a landscape in which human cognition, moral reasoning, and instinctive survival converge in a haunting, meditative rhythm. Mass displacement also reshaped the cultural and emotional topography of urban life. Sacred spaces, schools, and marketplaces were vacated or destroyed, interrupting routines and severing communal anchors. Yet within these interruptions, survivors created new forms of continuity, temporary religious ceremonies, makeshift schools, and shared communal labor provided structure amidst chaos. Memory and culture became active instruments of resilience, preserving identity and moral coherence even as physical environments were violently transformed. These acts highlight the duality of urban conflict. Destruction and displacement, though pervasive, coexisted with human ingenuity, moral reflection, and the subtle preservation of continuity. Reflection on urban displacement reveals the eerie persistence of war's imprint. Streets, parks, and buildings carry the traces of human movement, suffering, and adaptation, encoding both immediate experiences and enduring lessons. Observers, both contemporary and future, can perceive the latent narratives embedded in physical spaces, collapsed stairwells as markers of flight, scorched earth as witness to destruction, and quiet intersections as remnants of human negotiation under duress. Memory, environment, and human experience merge, creating a meditative awareness of both the horrors and the subtle triumphs inherent in civilian endurance. Across the Korean peninsula, patterns of urban destruction reveal a deliberate and systematic component to the war's hidden atrocities. Cities such as Wonsan, Cheongju, and Taegu experienced bombardments that were not merely tactical but punitive, targeting civilian infrastructure, transportation hubs, and densely populated districts. The destruction was comprehensive. Hospitals, schools, marketplaces, and residential neighborhoods were rendered uninhabitable, and the resulting chaos magnified civilian vulnerability. In these settings, survival depended on a constant, intimate awareness of both environmental and human factors. Civilians observed the arc of shells, the timing of air raids, and the patterns of troop movements, integrating sensory data with prior knowledge to navigate life amidst a city transformed into a lethal landscape. Civilians were often caught in morally ambiguous scenarios, where choices were constrained by necessity and the unpredictability of military strategy. Decisions regarding which routes to take, whether to aid strangers, or how to allocate scarce resources became exercises in ethical negotiation under extreme pressure. Children, adapting more readily to chaotic conditions, often became observers and participants in these negotiations, guiding younger siblings or assisting adults in risk assessment. Families relied on shared memory, observation, and improvisation to negotiate not only immediate physical threats but the longer-term moral and social consequences of displacement and survival. The urban environment, scarred and fragmented, became both obstacle and guide, shaping cognition, behavior, and memory in subtle and persistent ways. Patterns of destruction also created systemic human suffering. Water and power infrastructure, already fragile in many cities, was frequently destroyed, leaving residents exposed to disease, malnutrition, and prolonged psychological stress. Public services collapsed, marketplaces ceased functioning reliably, and social trust was eroded as scarcity intensified competition. Yet within these conditions, small acts of solidarity persisted. Neighbors discreetly shared water or food, improvised first aid, and coordinated movement through perilous streets. These gestures, often invisible to military oversight, illustrate the quiet, almost spectral persistence of human agency amid overwhelming systemic violence. In Busan, mass shelling coincided with forced evacuations, resulting in civilians navigating streets littered with debris, unexploded ordnance, and displaced troops. Families moved in tightly knit clusters, signaling to one another through gestures, murmurs, or subtle markers. In one account, an elderly woman guided a group of children across a partially destroyed bridge, calculating each step according to the shifting structure of debris and the intermittent presence of military patrols. Each movement, seemingly mundane, was fraught with ethical and practical significance, underscoring the subtle negotiation of survival in environments where danger was omnipresent and predictable patterns were rare. The psychological landscape of urban warfare remained as haunting as the physical one. Even in moments of apparent calm, civilians carried the echoes of past destruction, the sound of collapsing buildings, the smell of smoke, the sight of fleeing neighbors. These sensory memories became embedded in cognition, shaping risk assessment, interpersonal interaction, and emotional resilience. Memory, in this context, functioned as both guide and witness. It preserved strategies for survival while continually reminding the individual of fragility, loss, and the persistent specter of violence. These layers of reflection, perception, and adaptation formed an ongoing, meditative rhythm that defined urban life amidst the machinery of war. Cultural continuity persisted in subtle, almost hidden ways. Religious ceremonies, storytelling, and community rituals adapted to the limitations imposed by destruction and displacement. Schools and meeting places, though often damaged or destroyed, became sites for improvised learning and social cohesion. These acts highlight a persistent human need to assert agency, maintain ethical and cultural frameworks, and preserve a sense of identity even when physical and social structures are dismantled. In this manner, hidden atrocities are not only measured by immediate destruction but by the slow, pervasive disruption of memory, culture, and social trust. Reflecting on these dynamics illuminates the eerie and meditative quality of urban war. Streets, buildings, and infrastructure become repositories of layered memory, preserving the simultaneous presence of destruction and resilience. Observers, attuned to these spaces, perceive both tangible and intangible imprints, the echo of footsteps over debris, the silence of an abandoned school, the hidden traces of improvisation that allowed survival. In these reflections, the human capacity to endure, adapt, and preserve moral and social continuity is visible, faintly but persistently, against the backdrop of systematic violence. As the smoke cleared over cities like Seoul, Busan, and Wonsan, the full weight of urban destruction became visible not only in shattered buildings but in the enduring psychological and social landscapes of the survivors. Streets remained fragmented, rubble-laden, and silent, carrying the traces of sudden flight, desperate improvisation, and human suffering. Families, once dispersed, faced the slow and precarious task of reunion, reconstruction, and survival amidst a cityscape still defined by danger and uncertainty. The long-term consequences of urban bombardment were thus both material and immaterial, physical infrastructure destroyed, yes, but also the architecture of social trust, the rhythm of daily life, and the continuity of communal memory fractured and reshaped by trauma. Survivor memory became a living archive, preserving sequences of events, acts of kindness, and moments of terror. Recollections of narrowly avoided explosions, whispered guidance through rubble-strewn alleys, and the improvised strategies of neighbors carried not only practical significance but moral weight. Ethical decisions made in moments of crisis, whether to share scarce resources, lead strangers to safety, or remain silent to protect oneself, persisted in consciousness long after the city had ceased to be a battlefield. Memory became both compass and witness, guiding future action while preserving the spectral imprint of violence, vulnerability, and resilience. Cultural and social continuity, though strained, remained a subtle yet persistent feature of post-bombardment urban life. Survivors maintained rituals, rebuilt communal spaces, and transmitted knowledge through oral storytelling, maintaining cohesion and a sense of identity amidst profound disruption. Children learn not only how to survive in a fractured environment but how to internalize lessons of observation, moral judgment, and solidarity. In this way, hidden atrocities shaped consciousness across generations, embedding strategies of resilience alongside the enduring trauma of sudden and indiscriminate destruction. The eerie quality of urban memory is heightened by the interplay between absence and presence. Buildings may remain standing, yet they carry the traces of those who fled or perished. Streets may appear quiet, yet they echo with footsteps long gone. Landmarks may be partially destroyed, yet their significance lingers in stories, rituals, and recollections. Observing these spaces, one senses both the fragility of human life and the persistent ingenuity required to navigate devastation. Memory, space, and human action coalesce, forming a reflective meditation on the continuum of trauma and resilience, a liminal space where past and present coexist in haunting equilibrium. Systemic patterns of urban destruction, when viewed in aggregate across multiple cities, reveal a deliberate dimension to hidden atrocities. Strategic objectives intertwine with punitive and coercive measures, producing environments in which civilian suffering was both collateral and instrument. The resulting social and psychological consequences, while often invisible in official records, shaped the collective consciousness of communities and influenced the post-war reconstruction of urban life, identity, and social networks. Ethical reflection, memory, and improvisation became essential tools in navigating these landscapes, creating layered narratives of survival and human endurance. In reflecting on the entirety of urban wartime experience, a meditative and sleep-inducing quality emerges. The repetition of destruction, evacuation, adaptation, and memory creates a rhythm both haunting and contemplative. Streets, ruins, and human traces form a landscape of layered perception, where survival, observation, and ethical decision-making merge into continuous practice. In these reflections, the interplay of human fragility and resilience, trauma and memory, becomes almost palpable, an invisible thread weaving together individual experience with collective history. Beyond the shattered cities, the Korean countryside bore witness to a quieter, yet equally haunting, form of devastation. Rolling hills, fertile rice paddies, and winding river valleys, long symbols of sustenance and continuity, were transformed into theaters of displacement, fear, and invisible suffering. Villages that once thrived on shared labor and local trade were emptied in the wake of advancing troops, aerial bombardments, and the unpredictable movement of both armies and refugees. Fields were abandoned mid-harvest, homes left unlocked or destroyed, and livestock either slaughtered, taken, or left to wander aimlessly. In these silent spaces, absence became as palpable as presence, the empty streets and desolate pathways forming a landscape imbued with memory, loss, and the spectral imprint of human suffering. Civilians who remained, whether by choice, necessity, or circumstance, navigated an environment in which survival demanded constant vigilance. The approach of soldiers, whether friendly, hostile, or uncertain in allegiance, created immediate ethical and practical dilemmas. Decisions regarding cooperation, concealment, or flight were continuous and often fatal in consequence. Observation became a critical skill, noting the direction of gunfire, interpreting the behavior of troops, and assessing environmental cues that signaled both danger and opportunity. These subtle, almost invisible acts of perception and judgment defined the rural experience, revealing how hidden atrocities extended beyond overt violence into the perpetual negotiation of threat, morality, and survival. Patterns of rural depopulation were uneven yet pervasive. Villages near strategic roads, river crossings, or communication hubs were emptied or destroyed first, while more isolated settlements persisted longer, albeit under increasing strain from disrupted supply lines, scarcity of food, and sporadic raids. The movement of refugees through these landscapes created additional pressures, introducing disease, resource competition, and the psychological burden of encountering distant family members or neighbors who had survived attacks. In this way, the rural environment became both a passive witness and an active participant in the unfolding machinery of war, shaping human behavior, ethical reflection, and memory. The natural landscape itself played a dual role, offering both concealment and hazard. Hills and forests provided refuge, yet they also masked the approach of soldiers, patrols, or sudden violence. Rivers, once lifelines for irrigation and transport, became both obstacles and guides, shaping migration paths, escape routes, and survival strategies. Civilians learned to read these spaces with precision, integrating observation, memory, and intuition into daily survival. These skills, quietly honed under pressure, reveal the subtle, often invisible ways in which human agency persisted amidst systemic displacement and hidden atrocities. Ethical reflection permeated rural life under threat. Choices regarding whom to trust, when to flee, and how to allocate scarce resources carried enduring consequences. Adults grappled with the moral weight of decisions affecting children, neighbors, and strangers, navigating situations where survival and ethical integrity often collided. Memory preserved these decisions in meticulous detail, encoding lessons in judgment, risk assessment, and communal responsibility. These processes, though largely invisible, form a profound aspect of the rural experience of wartime atrocities, highlighting how systemic violence extends into cognition, morality, and social practice. Case studies illuminate the depth and nuance of rural suffering. In a small village near the Nakdong River, an elderly couple recounted watching neighbors disappear overnight as advancing troops passed through. Rice barns were burned to prevent supply capture, wells were contaminated, and houses were partially demolished to prevent reoccupation. The remaining villagers coordinated silently to preserve what little food and water remained, relying on observation, memory, and trust built over generations. These acts, imperceptible to the wider machinery of war, became both survival strategies and enduring moral statements, preserving continuity in a landscape otherwise defined by absence and threat. The eerie quiet of rural landscapes amplified the meditative quality of reflection. The wind through abandoned rice fields, the murmur of streams over cracked stones, and the skeletal outlines of homes carried with them both the memory of violence and the quiet persistence of human endurance. Unlike urban destruction, which imposed immediate sensory terror, rural devastation was characterized by slow, pervasive absence, the haunting residue of displacement, and the ongoing negotiation of uncertainty. Memory, observation, and reflection merged, forming a continuous, spectral awareness of both fragility and resilience, embedding the hidden atrocities within both landscape and consciousness. The long-term consequences of rural depopulation were profound. Fields left untended disrupted food supply for months or years, altering local economies and social structures. The loss of communal life fractured traditions, festivals, and generational continuity. Survivors carried these experiences into post-war reconstruction, shaping agricultural practice, social cohesion, and cultural memory. The invisible threads of hidden atrocities extended far beyond the battlefield, embedding themselves into the rhythms of rural life, the architecture of memory, and the ethical consciousness of communities striving to rebuild amidst absence and loss. In a small, isolated village nestled in the rolling hills near the Taibik Mountains, the war arrived quietly but with devastating consequence. The first signs were subtle: distant artillery echoes, the sudden movement of families from neighboring settlements, and the occasional overhead drone of reconnaissance aircraft. Yet even before direct confrontation, the presence of war reshaped daily life. Villagers, sensing imminent danger, began to adopt routines of concealment, doors left unlocked but hidden from view, livestock herded into concealed pens, and children instructed to avoid certain paths that might expose them to patrols. These precautions were not merely pragmatic but moral acts, reflecting an acute awareness that survival required the careful negotiation of threat and ethical responsibility. Encounters between advancing troops and rural civilians were fraught with tension, uncertainty, and often terror. In one documented instance, a group of villagers attempting to flee toward a river valley encountered a detachment of soldiers moving southward. Adults weighed the risk of compliance against concealment, deciding whether to offer labor, information, or to retreat into the surrounding hills. The choices made in these moments were rarely clear-cut. Cooperation could preserve life but expose others to danger. Concealment could ensure immediate safety but draw suspicion or reprisal. Memory and observation became indispensable tools, guiding decisions in a landscape where visibility was limited, communication fragile, and consequences immediate. Rural destruction followed patterns both strategic and arbitrary. Fields were burned to deny resources to the enemy, homes were razed for tactical positioning, and wells were contaminated to disrupt habitation. The cumulative effect was a form of systemic violence less visible than urban bombardment but equally devastating in human consequence. Villagers adapted in subtle ways, constructing hidden granaries, shifting cultivation patterns, or organizing nocturnal movements to avoid detection. Each adaptation was imbued with reflection, a delicate calibration of risk, morality, and survival instinct that shaped not only immediate outcomes but long-term patterns of memory and behavior. Children, in particular, became inadvertent archivists of trauma and survival. Their acute perception, honed by necessity, allowed them to read subtle cues in the environment, the change in wind direction signaling incoming smoke, the muted sound of distant engines, or the pattern of soldiers' footsteps through the undergrowth. These observations, coupled with whispered guidance from elders, became encoded into memory, forming an intricate map of both physical and ethical navigation. Over time, these lessons became deeply ingrained, influencing post-war behavior, community dynamics, and the cultural transmission of survival strategies. Cultural and religious life persisted amidst disruption, though often transformed. A village shrine, partially destroyed by fire, became a temporary gathering point for displaced families. Here, prayer, song, and storytelling maintained continuity, preserving identity and moral coherence even as the physical environment crumbled. Oral narratives recounted narrow escapes, acts of compassion, and the haunting presence of absent neighbors, embedding hidden atrocities into a communal framework of remembrance. These acts underscore the subtle resilience of culture. Even when infrastructure and population were fragmented, memory and ritual provided continuity and moral guidance. The psychological landscape of rural war mirrored its physical terrain, uneven, unpredictable, and layered with hidden danger. Villagers described a pervasive sense of vigilance, a rhythm of observation, anticipation, and cautious improvisation that never fully ceased. Sleep was light, interrupted by dreams echoing the sounds of artillery or the cries of fleeing families. Waking moments were dominated by assessment, planning, and ethical negotiation. These experiences formed a continuous meditation on vulnerability, human adaptability, and the invisible mechanisms of systemic violence, embedding hidden atrocities into consciousness as persistently as physical traces shaped the land. Patterns of flight and displacement created additional complexity. As some villages emptied, others became temporary hubs for the displaced, forming fragile, provisional communities under constant threat. Scarce resources required negotiation and collaboration, while moral dilemmas emerged around sharing food, shelter, and protection. These social dynamics highlight the interplay of survival instinct, ethical judgment, and communal memory, demonstrating that hidden atrocities extend beyond immediate physical violence into the ongoing negotiation of trust, responsibility, and human agency. Reflecting on these rural narratives, one perceives the quiet, haunting persistence of war's imprint. The empty streets, abandoned homes, and scorched fields are not merely silent, they are repositories of memory, ethical reflection, and adaptation. Observation, reflection, and improvisation coalesce into a meditative awareness of both fragility and resilience. Hidden atrocities, though often unrecorded in official accounts, reverberate across time, shaping cognition, morality, and communal identity long after the cessation of active conflict. Across the countryside, patterns of systemic rural violence became painfully evident, weaving together the machinery of war with human vulnerability. Entire villages were depopulated not only by direct assault but by the subtle and relentless pressures of scarcity, fear, and forced displacement. Strategic calculations, destruction of food stores, contamination of water, or the burning of dwellings, interacted with arbitrary acts of aggression to produce landscapes of quiet horror. Roads that once linked communities became conduits of flight, punctuated by the skeletal remnants of abandoned carts, livestock, and the personal artifacts left behind by those who fled too quickly to carry them. In these empty spaces, absence spoke louder than any visible destruction, conveying both the immediacy of danger and the lingering weight of hidden atrocities. Civilians navigating these landscapes developed a meticulous, almost ritualized awareness of environment, risk, and timing. Hillsides and forests offered concealment, yet they were also fraught with the risk of encountering troops or sudden violence. Crossing rivers, once a daily routine, became fraught with danger, requiring observation of currents, banks, and potential ambush points. Families learned to move at night, to divide into smaller groups, and to communicate through subtle signals, all strategies honed through direct experience and collective memory. These adaptations reveal the intertwining of perception, memory, and morality. Survival required constant ethical and practical judgment, shaped by both immediate observation and lessons passed down through whispered instruction. The psychological consequences of displacement and systemic violence were profound and enduring. Chronic anxiety, hypervigilance, and a persistent sense of instability became daily companions for rural survivors. Sleep was fragmented by nightmares of fire, flight, and pursuit. Waking consciousness was dominated by calculation, observation, and anticipation. Memory, ever vigilant, recorded not only danger but also the quiet acts of solidarity that allowed survival, neighbors sharing water, guiding one another through hidden paths, or leaving small caches of food in places likely to be discovered by the displaced. These acts, often invisible to the broader machinery of war, preserved agency and moral continuity, illustrating the subtle persistence of humanity amidst orchestrated destruction. In a village near the eastern mountains, residents described the arrival of an armed unit intent on requisitioning food and livestock. Families negotiated compliance, concealment, and occasional deception to protect both life and resources. Children, aware of danger yet crucial participants in strategy, guided the placement of livestock, the movement of water containers, and the observation of troop activity. These moments, both ordinary and extraordinary, reveal the intricate layering of survival, ethical decision-making, and social coordination under conditions deliberately designed to destabilize and terrify. The broader social consequences of rural depopulation were equally profound. Abandoned fields led to food scarcity not only locally but regionally, exacerbating starvation and disease. Disrupted familial and communal structures fractured traditional networks of trust, leaving communities vulnerable to further violence or exploitation. Yet within these disruptions, resilience emerged. Temporary encampments, shared labor for foraging, and informal education preserved a measure of continuity and social cohesion. Memory, both individual and collective, encoded these adaptive strategies, forming a durable substratum of knowledge and moral reflection that survived the immediate devastation. The eerie, meditative quality of rural landscapes under conflict emerges in their combination of silence, observation, and reflection. Empty streets, abandoned homes, and scarred fields become repositories of layered memory, bearing witness to both the fragility of human life and the quiet tenacity of survival. Observation and memory, entwined with ethical reflection, allow for adaptation and endurance, creating a rhythm of cognition that is at once practical and profoundly reflective. In these spaces, the presence of hidden atrocities is both immediate and persistent, shaping the consciousness of survivors and embedding itself into the moral and cultural fabric of the community. Reflecting on rural displacement and systemic violence, one perceives the haunting persistence of war's imprint. The landscape preserves both the evidence of destruction and the traces of human adaptation, creating a continuous dialogue between material reality and human consciousness. Survivors carry these experiences forward, embedding them in personal and communal memory, in ritual, in story, and in the quiet practices of daily life. Hidden atrocities, though less visible than urban bombardments, reveal themselves in the enduring absence of life, the subtle disruption of culture, and the ongoing negotiation of ethics, survival, and resilience across generations. In the shadowed valleys of the central Korean highlands, small villages existed on the threshold between survival and annihilation. Families learned to interpret the faintest sounds. A distant engine might signal approaching soldiers, the rustle of leaves a hidden patrol, or the sudden cry of a child the disruption of a fragile plan. In one hamlet, a widow and her 2 children discovered the bodies of neighbors who had attempted to flee across a narrow bridge. The scene, half obscured by fog and brush, became a silent lesson in timing, observation, and the cruel calculus imposed by war. The widow's careful recounting of what she saw and how she chose to respond reflects the nuanced moral and practical negotiations rural civilians undertook daily, balancing compassion, survival, and prudence against the constant unpredictability of violence. Villagers who remained often formed clandestine networks, sharing information about troop movements, safe pathways, and hidden sources of water and food. These networks were fragile, constantly tested by mistrust, fatigue, and the moral dilemmas of scarcity. Children were not passive observers. They carried messages, maintained lookout positions, and sometimes made life-saving interventions for younger siblings. The landscape itself, forests, hills, riverbanks, and abandoned farmhouses, became both obstacle and ally, shaping movement, decision-making, and memory. Every stone, tree, and structure retained layers of observation, serving as silent markers of both threat and opportunity. One village near the southern front lines experienced a sudden incursion that left its residents in disarray. Soldiers requisitioned food, destroyed temporary shelters, and detained men for forced labor. The surviving villagers, hiding in nearby groves and caves, had to assess each movement carefully, when to emerge, how to gather water, and whether to risk returning for livestock. Memory guided their choices, the recollection of prior incursions, knowledge of terrain, and the subtle behaviors of soldiers informed each decision. These acts, though invisible to official histories, represent the micromechanics of survival and moral reflection embedded in hidden atrocities. Cultural continuity, though disrupted, persisted in quiet, almost imperceptible ways. Even amidst displacement, villagers maintained rituals adapted to their precarious circumstances. Temporary shrines, improvised communal gatherings, and whispered oral histories preserved identity, moral structure, and communal memory. In one recollection, a group of women recited ancestral prayers while tending to scattered crops, integrating both survival and remembrance into a single, meditative act. These practices illustrate how human resilience is not only physical but profoundly ethical and cultural, sustaining continuity even in the face of systematic violence. The psychological dimension of rural survival was profound. Anxiety, hypervigilance, and chronic uncertainty shaped cognition and interpersonal dynamics. Sleep was light, punctuated by nightmares echoing gunfire and destruction. Yet these moments of trauma coexisted with adaptation and ethical reflection, observation, careful planning, and mutual support became habitual, almost ritualized, forming a rhythm of consciousness attuned to survival. Memory and experience intertwined, producing a continuous calibration of behavior that encoded both practical and moral knowledge for the ongoing struggle of existence in a landscape marred by hidden atrocities. Patterns of rural devastation revealed broader consequences. Fields lay fallow, harvests were lost, and villages that had survived initial assaults often faced compounded scarcity and disease. Social structures were strained, as displaced families joined temporary settlements, introducing competition for resources alongside shared strategies for survival. These dynamics reflect the interdependence of human adaptation and environmental change, highlighting how hidden atrocities extend beyond immediate physical violence into enduring disruptions of social cohesion, culture, and collective memory. In reflecting on these villages, one perceives a meditative, eerie persistence of wartime presence. Every abandoned path, ruined farmhouse, and hidden refuge embodies layers of human experience, fear, ethical negotiation, resilience, and sorrow. Memory inscribes itself upon the landscape, intertwining with perception and moral reflection to form a quiet archive of survival and suffering. Hidden atrocities, though dispersed and often invisible, remain palpable in these traces, haunting both the physical terrain and the consciousness of those who endure, remember, and adapt. As the smoke and echoes of battle receded from the rural heartlands, the consequences of depopulation and systematic violence lingered in both physical and psychological landscapes. Villages once vibrant with communal labor, festivals, and the quiet rhythms of daily life stood empty or in ruins. Fields lay untended, irrigation systems broken, and homesteads abandoned, leaving the land scarred and the memory of habitation suspended. Even as survivors slowly returned, the rhythm of life had changed irrevocably. Each footstep on a cracked path, each reconstructed dwelling, carried the weight of absence, trauma, and adaptation. The countryside, serene in appearance, retained the latent presence of violence, an invisible archive of human suffering and resilience that remained perceptible to those attuned to memory and observation. Survivors' memories served as living repositories of both horror and ingenuity. They remembered the precise locations of hidden paths, the rhythms of military patrols, the subtle behaviors that signaled safety or danger. They recalled moments of compassion, resource sharing, and moral negotiation alongside the abrupt violence and disappearance of neighbors. These recollections became tools for survival and transmission, shaping not only individual experience but also communal norms and collective understanding. Memory, in this sense, was both functional and ethical. It preserved strategies for life, encoded moral choices, and maintained continuity in a landscape deliberately designed to fragment human experience. Cultural continuity, though challenged by displacement and destruction, persisted through adaptive practices. Temporary shrines, oral storytelling, and improvised community gatherings sustained identity, moral reflection, and a sense of continuity. Children learned survival, observation, and ethical judgment within these spaces, internalizing the rhythm of vigilance, cooperation, and reflection. These small, often invisible acts of resilience underscore the subtle ways in which human communities endure even under systematic disruption, preserving both memory and moral coherence against the backdrop of pervasive violence. The psychological imprint of rural atrocities extended into post-war life. Chronic anxiety, hypervigilance, and the echoes of trauma persisted long after immediate threats had passed. Dreams of flight, collapsed homes, and sudden violence haunted both children and adults. Yet amid these lingering shadows, patterns of adaptation persisted. Careful observation of environment, ethical negotiation of scarce resources, and cooperative labor reinforced a continuous rhythm of survival and reflection. Memory encoded both threat and strategy, embedding lessons in human endurance, observation, and moral navigation for future generations. Long-term social consequences became evident in altered settlement patterns, disrupted agricultural practices, and fractured social networks. Fields abandoned during conflict disrupted food supply and local economies. Dispersed families and temporary encampments strained communal trust while simultaneously creating new forms of interdependence. These adaptations illustrate how hidden atrocities extend far beyond immediate physical destruction, embedding themselves in social structure, ethical practice, and cultural continuity. The landscape itself, through its absences, traces, and reconstructed features, became both teacher and archive, preserving the duality of trauma and resilience. Reflective meditation upon these landscapes reveals their eerie, haunting persistence. Abandoned paths, ruined homes, and scarred fields carry the quiet imprint of human suffering, adaptation, and moral negotiation. Observation, memory, and ethical reflection coalesce, creating a rhythm that is at once practical, psychological, and meditative. Hidden atrocities, though dispersed and often unrecorded, manifest in the enduring absence of life, the subtle disruption of culture, and the ongoing negotiation of survival. In these traces, one perceives both the fragility of human life and the persistence of human resilience, as memory and action intertwine across generations. In the aftermath of widespread destruction, survivors of both urban and rural landscapes entered a prolonged period of adaptation, a state of existence that blurred the boundaries between immediate survival and reflective endurance. Cities remained scarred, streets fragmented and filled with remnants of flight, while rural villages were depopulated, fields abandoned, and homesteads reduced to skeletal forms. In both arenas, life became a continuous negotiation of threat, resource scarcity, and moral responsibility. Each decision, when to move, where to seek shelter, whom to trust, carried consequences that could extend far beyond the moment, shaping survival and embedding itself into the moral and cognitive framework of the individual. Observation, memory, and reflection formed the foundation of survival. Individuals learn to read the environment as a continuous system of signals, the angle of smoke rising from distant fires, the muted sounds of distant artillery, the footprints of neighbors or strangers across rubble-strewn streets or muddy fields. Every gesture, sound, and visual cue became a component in an intricate map of risk and opportunity. These perceptions were not purely pragmatic, they were embedded with moral and ethical dimensions, guiding choices that balanced self-preservation, communal responsibility, and the fragile continuity of human social structures. In these ways, survival became inseparable from awareness, reflection, and the cultivation of adaptability. In urban contexts, adaptation often required improvisation within the remnants of destroyed infrastructure. Families established makeshift shelters in partially collapsed buildings, subway tunnels, or abandoned marketplaces. Resource allocation was meticulous. Food, water, and medicine were rationed not only according to immediate need but in anticipation of uncertainty and potential disruption. Children became participants in these strategies, developing heightened perception, situational judgment, and a sense of responsibility beyond their years. Education, play, and social interaction were intertwined with survival, reflecting the deep integration of adaptation into every aspect of daily life. Rural adaptation, by contrast, relied heavily upon intimate knowledge of the natural environment. Hills, forests, and riverbanks were both refuge and hazard. Water sources had to be identified and protected, crops were tended in secrecy or moved to hidden locations, and movement through the landscape required constant attention to the behavior of troops, patrols, and environmental signals. Communities developed networks of trust, sharing information, labor, and protection in ways that reflected both strategic pragmatism and ethical deliberation. Memory, transmitted through observation, storytelling, and ritual, became the invisible infrastructure of survival, guiding behavior and preserving continuity even as physical landscapes were devastated. The psychological dimension of adaptation was pervasive. Chronic uncertainty, exposure to death, and the unpredictability of military strategy created a heightened state of awareness, where anxiety, reflection, and vigilance merged into a continuous cognitive rhythm. Sleep was often fragmented, punctuated by dreams of flight, fire, or loss. Yet within this persistent tension, humans exhibited remarkable endurance. Habits, rituals, and routines, however improvised, functioned as anchors, creating structure amidst chaos and sustaining the moral and social frameworks necessary for collective survival. Micro-level case studies illustrate these patterns vividly. In one urban district, a family coordinated nocturnal movements to collect water from a contaminated source while avoiding soldiers' patrols. The mother silently guided her children across streets filled with rubble, relying on pre-mapped escape routes, signals, and prior knowledge. In a rural valley, a small group of villagers created concealed granaries and temporary shelters, using observation of patrol patterns and topographical features to maintain food security. In both cases, survival was inseparable from observation, memory, moral reflection, and adaptability, forming a rhythm of life that was both practical and meditative. The persistence of culture, even amidst destruction, contributed to endurance. Rituals were adapted to temporary or improvised spaces, prayers offered in half-collapsed temples, oral storytelling recounted in hidden groves, and community labor organized around survival rather than ceremony. These acts preserved moral continuity, identity, and collective memory, reminding survivors that human resilience was not merely physical but deeply ethical and social. In these practices, adaptation and reflection coalesced, forming a subtle but enduring testament to human endurance in the shadow of hidden atrocities. Survival, when stripped to its essence, demanded a profound awareness of both external and internal landscapes. Individuals and families in urban and rural settings cultivated a rhythm of perception that combined observation, memory, and ethical discernment. In cities, the cracked streets and ruined buildings were both obstacle and guide. Each alleyway, staircase, or collapsed structure offered shelter, concealment, or strategic advantage, while simultaneously carrying latent threats. Civilians learned to read these spaces, integrating the shadows, sounds, and subtle shifts of activity into a continuous mental map. Memory encoded these experiences in intricate detail, creating a living archive of risk, opportunity, and moral choice. In rural landscapes, survival required intimate knowledge of terrain, weather, and the behaviors of both human and non-human actors. Hills provided concealment yet constrained movement, rivers offered sustenance yet imposed risk, and forests harbored both refuge and danger. Villagers developed networks of shared knowledge, signaling each other about troop movements, hidden food sources, and safe passage. These adaptations were not merely pragmatic, they were deeply entwined with moral reflection. Choices about who to protect, when to share resources, and how to navigate exposure became exercises in ethical discernment, embedding hidden atrocities into the moral consciousness of the community. Psychological resilience operated alongside physical adaptation. Chronic fear, uncertainty, and trauma were constant companions, yet humans exhibited remarkable endurance, finding equilibrium in routines, improvisation, and careful observation. Sleep, when it occurred, was light and fragmented, punctuated by dreams of flight, destruction, or lost family members. Daytime consciousness remained attuned to both danger and subtle cues of safety, creating a continuous meditation on risk, morality, and survival. These experiences shaped cognitive patterns, ethical reflection, and emotional endurance, illustrating the inseparable relationship between memory, perception, and adaptation in extreme environments. Micro-level narratives illuminate the subtlety and precision of human endurance. In one urban neighborhood, a small family maintained a concealed water cache in the remnants of a half-collapsed building. Each movement was choreographed with awareness of patrol routes, rubble hazards, and sensory cues such as distant engines or footsteps. In a rural valley, a group of villagers rotated nightly watch shifts, observed the behavior of neighboring families, and concealed the location of food caches while maintaining communal trust. In both instances, survival was an ongoing negotiation of risk, observation, ethical judgment, and memory, underscoring the intricate web of cognition and morality that sustained human life under systemic threat. Cultural continuity, even when threatened, became a subtle mechanism of endurance. Rituals were adapted to temporary spaces, whispered prayers in hidden groves, storytelling at night by the dim glow of concealed fires, and the maintenance of small symbols of identity and lineage. These practices reinforced memory, social cohesion, and ethical reflection, providing psychological anchors amid chaos. In this way, culture, memory, and survival intertwined, forming a reflective rhythm that was both meditative and practical, bridging the immediate demands of existence with the enduring necessity of moral and social continuity. The eerie, reflective quality of this adaptation emerges in the interplay between absence and presence. Streets may be silent yet carry the memory of flight. Fields may lie fallow yet preserve traces of those who labored upon them. Abandoned homes may appear lifeless yet resonate with choices made under duress. Observation, memory, and ethical judgment converged in a continuous meditation on human fragility, resilience, and the persistent presence of hidden atrocities. These patterns of endurance reveal a dimension of the Korean War rarely recorded in official accounts: the quiet, pervasive negotiation of life, morality, and memory in the shadow of violence. Survival under relentless threat did not only affect those who experienced violence firsthand, it resonated across generations, shaping behavior, perception, and memory in ways both subtle and enduring. Children who navigated urban rubble or concealed themselves in rural forests internalized rhythms of vigilance, observation, and ethical discernment that would persist long after the immediate danger had passed. These children became unwitting archivists of trauma and survival strategies, encoding lessons about risk, trust, and moral negotiation into both memory and habit. Their capacity to interpret environmental cues, footsteps, shadows, distant engines, or changes in natural sounds, became a form of early cognition shaped entirely by necessity. Social networks, often fragile and informal, were central to enduring survival. Families shared knowledge about safe routes, hidden food caches, and troop patterns. Even fleeting connections with strangers could carry life-saving information, yet these networks were governed by a complex web of trust, suspicion, and ethical responsibility. One misplaced assumption, one misjudged interaction, could result in death, displacement, or moral compromise. The persistence of these networks underscores the delicate interdependence between survival and social cohesion, revealing that hidden atrocities extend beyond immediate physical destruction into the realms of trust, ethics, and memory. Rural and urban strategies intersected in remarkable ways. In the countryside, villagers relied upon topographical knowledge and communal observation to navigate environmental hazards and human threats. In the city, families improvised shelters, coordinated food collection, and maintained observational vigilance against patrols and opportunistic violence. Across both landscapes, survival required constant adjustment, reflection, and anticipation, creating a meditative rhythm of life where thought, action, and moral judgment were inseparably entwined. This ongoing negotiation between threat and resilience formed a continuous cognitive and ethical pattern, embedding itself into both personal and communal identity. Ethical reflection became an inseparable companion to endurance. Decisions about sharing scarce resources, guiding children, or protecting neighbors required rapid assessment of risk, morality, and long-term consequence. In some cases, villagers deliberately concealed knowledge or resources to protect the broader community, balancing immediate survival with collective responsibility. Memory, carefully maintained and transmitted through storytelling, ritual, and observation, codified these ethical practices, ensuring that lessons of endurance and moral judgment persisted across generations. Hidden atrocities, in this sense, were not merely recorded as events of violence but as ethical landscapes, continually navigated and remembered by those who survived. Cultural memory, even under disruption, played a subtle but powerful role in sustaining endurance. Festivals were adapted to temporary spaces, prayers whispered in ruins, and songs sung in hidden corners preserved continuity. Oral histories transmitted both practical survival strategies and moral lessons, creating a living archive that intertwined cognition, ethics, and resilience. These practices reinforced the human capacity to endure while shaping identity and collective memory, illustrating that survival is never purely physical but also ethical, social, and cultural. The meditative rhythm of these survival strategies casts a strange, almost sleep-inducing quality across the landscape. The repetition of observation, judgment, adaptation, and reflection creates a cadence that is both haunting and calming, echoing the quiet persistence of human resilience in the face of systemic destruction. Abandoned streets, empty fields, and partially destroyed homes become mirrors of memory and moral reflection, where the spectral traces of hidden atrocities are as present in consciousness as they are in the material landscape. Awareness, adaptation, and memory coalesce, forming a continuous practice of survival that is simultaneously practical, ethical, and reflective. In the labyrinthine streets of bombed-out cities, survival demanded constant vigilance and acute intuition. One family, living in the ruins of an apartment block, developed a routine shaped entirely by observation and anticipation. Each day, the children were assigned specific tasks, watching for patrols, signaling the approach of strangers, and maintaining the concealed water cache that was critical for sustenance. The adults coordinated routes for scavenging food, timing movements according to the faintest sounds, an engine, a door creak, a footstep across debris. Every action was an exercise in ethical judgment as well, balancing the immediate needs of the family with the potential impact of discovery or confrontation. Survival was not merely physical but deeply cognitive and ethical, embedded in a rhythm of reflection, observation, and calculated movement. In rural valleys, endurance took on a different form, yet was equally demanding. Villagers who had hidden in hills and forests learned to read the landscape as a continuous system of signals. Subtle changes in wind direction, the movement of animals, or the distant echo of artillery informed decisions about when to emerge, where to forage, and how to conceal essential supplies. The social networks they maintained were fragile yet vital. Neighbors shared hidden caches, rotated watch duties, and coordinated movements through forests and rivers to avoid detection. These arrangements, sustained by trust, observation, and moral deliberation, reveal the intricate interplay of survival, community, and ethical reflection under conditions of constant uncertainty. Psychological endurance emerged alongside physical adaptation. Individuals habituated to constant vigilance experienced sleep in fragments, punctuated by dreams echoing past destruction or imminent danger. Hyperawareness became a persistent state, where every sound, shadow, and movement demanded interpretation and judgment. Yet, within this persistent tension, moments of reflection, creativity, and moral engagement persisted. Rituals, storytelling, and improvisation provided anchors, reinforcing social bonds, ethical integrity, and cognitive flexibility. Memory became a guide, encoding strategies, ethical decisions, and communal lessons, ensuring continuity despite the pervasive presence of hidden atrocities. Ethical negotiation remained central to adaptation. Decisions about resource allocation, guidance of children, and interaction with strangers required balancing immediate survival with moral responsibility. One recorded account describes a villager who, when discovering a hidden food cache belonging to a displaced family, chose to leave portions untouched while concealing the remainder from advancing soldiers. These micro-acts of judgment exemplify the ethical dimension of endurance. Survival was inseparable from reflection, and each choice contributed to a continuum of moral and practical consequence. Hidden atrocities, though invisible in their broader systemic context, were intimately experienced in these ethical negotiations. Cultural persistence reinforced endurance, even under conditions of extreme disruption. Improvised rituals, whispered prayers, and shared oral histories maintained identity and ethical continuity. In a burned-out village schoolhouse, children recited ancestral stories and improvised lessons, while adults organized clandestine labor to secure food and water. These acts fused survival with memory and morality, creating a rhythm that was simultaneously practical, reflective, and ethical. Adaptation, therefore, was not merely about preserving life but about sustaining a moral and cultural framework capable of surviving the pervasive violence of war. The meditative quality of these survival narratives emerges in the repetition of observation, judgment, and reflection. Each act, whether scavenging food, avoiding detection, or maintaining social cohesion, became part of a continuous cadence of life under threat. The landscape, scarred by bombs, abandoned fields, or empty streets, served as both guide and witness, encoding memory, loss, and moral reflection in its silent contours. Human endurance, interwoven with memory and ethical awareness, formed a subtle yet persistent testament to resilience in the face of hidden atrocities, demonstrating the profound capacity for adaptation and reflection even in extreme uncertainty. As the conflict persisted, survival evolved from immediate reaction to sustained adaptation, a continuous process that wove together observation, memory, ethical judgment, and cultural continuity. Families and communities learned to anticipate not only the next incursion or patrol but the patterns of scarcity, displacement, and moral risk that defined prolonged war. In cities, improvised shelters became long-term residences. Routines of scavenging and concealment hardened into habits. Children absorbed strategies of vigilance as part of their daily lives. In rural areas, networks of trust expanded and contracted as circumstances shifted, with shared knowledge of hidden caches, safe paths, and environmental signals forming a collective intelligence that preserved both life and moral coherence. Survival was no longer episodic. It became a way of perceiving, thinking, and ethically navigating the world. Long-term adaptation required a subtle understanding of risk and consequence. Individuals learn to weigh immediate needs against potential moral compromise, balancing the urgency of hunger or safety against the ethical imperative of communal responsibility. Memory served as both guide and moral compass, encoding lessons of survival, observation, and judgment that could be applied in subsequent crises. The repetition of these experiences created a meditative rhythm, a quiet cadence of perception, reflection, and action that shaped both cognition and ethical awareness. In this way, survival was inseparable from moral and psychological endurance, embedding hidden atrocities into the very architecture of thought, behavior, and culture. Intergenerational transmission reinforced adaptation and endurance. Children who survived the immediate violence carried forward not only practical strategies but also the ethical frameworks that had governed their choices, when to act, whom to trust, and how to balance survival with compassion. These lessons, often conveyed through storytelling, observation, and ritual, preserved continuity in both practical skill and moral reasoning. Communities rebuilt not merely physical structures but cognitive and ethical infrastructures, ensuring that memory and experience informed both survival and identity. Hidden atrocities, though unrecorded in official histories, became deeply integrated into communal consciousness, shaping behavior and moral judgment across generations. Cultural practices, rituals, prayers, oral histories, and improvised communal gatherings continued to anchor human endurance. Even in partially destroyed villages or abandoned city blocks, these acts reinforced memory, moral reflection, and social cohesion. They created spaces for meditation, remembrance, and ethical deliberation, allowing survivors to navigate the tension between fragility and resilience, between fear and moral responsibility. In these spaces, adaptation was not merely functional but profoundly ethical and reflective, demonstrating the inseparability of survival, culture, and morality. The meditative quality of prolonged survival emerges in the repetitive rhythms of observation, judgment, and reflection. The landscape, streets pocked by shellfire, fields scarred by abandonment, forests once traversed by fleeing families, becomes both guide and witness. Memory overlays the terrain with layers of risk, morality, and endurance, creating a continuous dialogue between perception, ethical awareness, and lived experience. Hidden atrocities remain perceptible not only in physical destruction but in the ongoing negotiation of survival, observation, and moral judgment, leaving traces in both landscape and consciousness. The guns fell silent, but the echoes of conflict lingered like a persistent hum across the Korean peninsula. Cities, once bustling, bore the visible scars of bombardment, streets fragmented, buildings reduced to skeletal frameworks, and marketplaces emptied of both commerce and life. Villages, too, lay silent, fields abandoned, homes burned, and the rhythmic cadence of daily life disrupted by absence and loss. Yet the cessation of active conflict did not erase the enduring shadow of hidden atrocities. In the aftermath, the physical and psychological landscapes of the country were inextricably intertwined, each ruin, every scarred field, carrying memory of violence, displacement, and moral compromise. Rebuilding began in both tangible and intangible ways. Physical reconstruction, the patching of roofs, clearing of streets, replanting of crops, was inseparable from the reconstruction of social networks, cultural continuity, and moral frameworks. Families reunited cautiously, wary of those displaced or absent for months, sometimes years. Trust had been fractured by forced collaboration, scarcity, and violence, and repairing these social bonds required patient observation, ethical negotiation, and the cultivation of communal memory. Villages and neighborhoods became laboratories of moral and social reconstruction, where survival strategies honed during wartime were repurposed to sustain community cohesion in peacetime. The human cost of hidden atrocities was most visible in the psychological terrain. Survivors carried trauma as a weight, embedded in memory, perception, and bodily experience. Children who had grown up amid rubble and forested hideaways exhibited hypervigilance and acute perceptual awareness. Adults carried grief, guilt, and anxiety, layered upon the exhaustion of continuous survival. Sleep remained a fragile commodity, punctuated by dreams of flight, fire, or sudden violence, and yet these same individuals engaged in acts of reconstruction, slowly restoring both physical structures and moral order. In this interplay between fragility and endurance, the haunting presence of war's atrocities persisted, not as spectacle but as quiet, pervasive memory. Community practices became central to reconstruction. Oral histories were recounted beside improvised fires, prayers were whispered in partially restored temples, and ceremonies were adapted to the constraints of displacement and ruin. These acts reinforced identity, cultural continuity, and ethical reflection, functioning as a bridge between memory and adaptation. They created a subtle rhythm in the daily lives of survivors: observation, ethical negotiation, and reflection interwoven with practical labor and social interaction. In these spaces, memory of hidden atrocities became inseparable from the work of rebuilding, shaping both the physical and moral architecture of post-war life. Rural landscapes demanded particular ingenuity. Fields left fallow during conflict required careful cultivation, often guided by fragmented collective knowledge and intuition. Villages implemented rotational labor, clandestine irrigation repairs, and cooperative food sharing to mitigate scarcity while rebuilding communal cohesion. Observation, the same skill honed for survival, now guided agricultural restoration, attention to soil, water sources, and weather patterns intersected with vigilance toward potential threats or conflicts arising from neighboring groups. These practices illustrate how post-war adaptation was not a return to prior normality but a recalibration of survival, ethics, and community structure under enduring uncertainty. Urban reconstruction followed a similarly complex trajectory. Streets cleared of rubble revealed not only physical damage but traces of social rupture, displaced families, lost records, and fractured neighborhoods. Reconstruction required more than bricks and mortar. It demanded negotiation of trust, restoration of commerce, and careful observation of human behavior to rebuild fractured social cohesion. Children who had navigated wartime ruins now learned to navigate partially rebuilt spaces, their early survival strategies informing both play and social interaction. Memory, perception, and moral reflection became tools for adaptation, integrating lessons of survival into the rhythms of peacetime life. The aftermath also revealed subtle, lingering presences of hidden atrocities. Some ruins were left deliberately as markers of loss, memorials of what had occurred yet remained unspoken in official accounts. Shadows of fear, mistrust, and absence persisted, inscribed both upon bodies and the landscape. Reflection became a meditative process, as survivors and communities contemplated both the physical destruction and the moral compromises imposed by war. Memory was simultaneously practical and reflective, guiding reconstruction while embedding the ethical weight of experience into the fabric of post-war life. In the weeks and months following the cessation of hostilities, survivors engaged in the delicate, often invisible labor of reconstruction. Rebuilding a village or city street was not simply an act of physical repair, it was a negotiation of memory, morality, and trust. Families returned to homes partially destroyed, navigating the ruins for signs of former occupants, belongings, or remnants of violence left behind. Each discovery, an abandoned child's toy, a scorched cooking pot, a hastily buried body, served as a marker of the past, integrating itself into a continuum of memory that shaped both immediate decisions and long-term adaptation. The very act of rebuilding became a meditation on loss, endurance, and ethical responsibility. Communal networks played a central role in restoring both social and moral order. Neighborhoods and villages organized cooperative labor to clear rubble, repair roofs, and restore irrigation systems, but these acts were deeply intertwined with the negotiation of trust. Past experiences of collaboration, betrayal, or survival under duress informed every interaction. One villager recounted the careful distribution of scarce building materials, ensuring that each family received enough while maintaining communal cohesion, despite lingering suspicion of neighbors whose loyalties had once been uncertain. These social dynamics illustrate the quiet moral calculus underpinning reconstruction. Survival extended into social and ethical domains, where observation, memory, and reflection guided every decision. Children, shaped by wartime experiences, became active participants in reconstruction. Their early training in observation, stealth, and judgment translated into practical and social skills that supported rebuilding efforts. They navigated the rebuilt streets with both caution and curiosity, interpreting traces of past violence while learning to negotiate new social hierarchies and communal responsibilities. In doing so, they carried forward both the practical knowledge of survival and the ethical frameworks that had been necessary during wartime, ensuring that lessons of endurance and moral reflection persisted across generations. Cultural continuity, even amid physical and social devastation, provided a subtle but essential structure for rebuilding. Temporary shrines, oral storytelling sessions, and adaptive ritual practices offered spaces for reflection, remembrance, and ethical deliberation. Communities marked anniversaries, recited prayers, or conducted improvised ceremonies, intertwining survival with memory and moral reflection. These practices reinforced cohesion, identity, and resilience, embedding the lessons of hidden atrocities into the social and cognitive fabric of post-war life. Memory became an active force in reconstruction, shaping both the rhythm of daily labor and the moral contours of social interaction. The psychological dimension of rebuilding was profound and persistent. Trauma lingered in subtle ways. Hypervigilance, chronic anxiety, and nightmares continued to shape perception and decision-making. Adults reflected on moral compromises made during survival, choices about sharing food, concealing knowledge, or navigating danger, while children internalized patterns of observation and ethical judgment as they engaged in reconstruction. The process of rebuilding thus became a meditation on endurance, memory, and ethical adaptation, where the act of restoring physical structures was inseparable from the reconstruction of trust, morality, and social cohesion. The presence of hidden atrocities remained palpable in the landscape. Some homes or villages were never fully restored, serving as silent reminders of absence, loss, and violence. Fields left fallow, streets left partially collapsed, and abandoned structures bore witness to both human fragility and resilience. In these spaces, memory, observation, and moral reflection converged, creating a quiet rhythm of life attentive to both the visible and invisible scars of war. Reconstruction was not merely a practical endeavor, it was an ongoing ethical engagement with the past, a meditation on continuity, resilience, and the enduring imprint of hidden atrocities. As months turned into years, the Korean landscape bore witness to a complex interplay between memory, adaptation, and reconstruction. Survivors, having endured both the overt violence of war and the subtle, persistent weight of hidden atrocities, developed strategies to integrate past trauma into ongoing life. Villages and urban neighborhoods were rebuilt, but each stone, each beam, and each pathway carried the memory of destruction. Fields once abandoned slowly yielded harvests, though the rhythm of cultivation was tempered by the lingering awareness of vulnerability. Streets cleared of rubble became spaces for cautious social experimentation, where trust and observation guided human interaction. Reconstruction was both a practical and moral act, an engagement with the past that shaped the present and future of communities. Intergenerational memory emerged as a powerful force in shaping post-war life. Children who had survived displacement, hidden in forests or rubble-strewn streets, internalized lessons of vigilance, ethical judgment, and communal responsibility. As they matured, they transmitted these lessons to younger generations, not only through storytelling but through the structured rhythms of work, observation, and social interaction. Knowledge of safe routes, hidden resources, and communal trust became embedded in the collective consciousness, forming an invisible infrastructure that guided behavior long after the guns had fallen silent. In this way, hidden atrocities were inscribed not only in the landscape but also in the cognitive and ethical frameworks of successive generations. Communal labor, social cohesion, and ethical negotiation remained central to rebuilding. Villages coordinated agricultural restoration, urban neighborhoods reconstructed marketplaces, and families carefully navigated social relationships that had been strained or fractured by wartime exigencies. Ethical reflection continued to guide these interactions. Decisions about resource sharing, prioritization of labor, and protection of the vulnerable were negotiated with a heightened awareness of risk, memory, and social responsibility. These practices underscore the inseparability of survival, social cohesion, and moral reflection in the aftermath of hidden atrocities. Cultural practices persisted as subtle but vital mechanisms of resilience. Oral histories, improvised ceremonies, and adaptive rituals continued to structure daily life, embedding both memory and ethical guidance into the fabric of post-war society. Survivors recounted stories of vanished neighbors, reconstructed moral dilemmas, and acts of courage and compassion, ensuring that lessons of endurance and ethical navigation were transmitted alongside practical knowledge. These practices created a rhythm of remembrance and reflection, where survival was measured not merely in physical endurance but in the maintenance of communal ethics, memory, and identity. The lingering psychological imprint of hidden atrocities was evident across communities. Hypervigilance, anxiety, and the subtle weight of memory shaped decision-making, interpersonal relationships, and social organization. Yet within these constraints, resilience persisted. The act of rebuilding, of navigating the fragile structures of trust and moral responsibility, became a meditation on human endurance and adaptability. Memory, observation, and reflection formed a continuous cadence, allowing communities to negotiate both the visible and invisible consequences of war while sustaining a delicate balance between fragility and perseverance. The physical and moral landscapes were intertwined in eerie and subtle ways. Partially restored homes, abandoned streets, and scarred fields functioned as persistent reminders of absence, loss, and human resilience. Every action taken to rebuild, every cautious negotiation of trust, every ethical decision carried forward lessons encoded in both observation and memory. Hidden atrocities, though often unspoken and invisible in official narratives, remain palpable in these interwoven layers of space, sociality, and consciousness. Reflection upon these spaces became meditative. Survivors learned to inhabit a world shaped simultaneously by memory, moral responsibility, and the ongoing effort of reconstruction. Generations emerging from the shadow of war carried within them not only the visible scars of destruction but also the invisible weight of memory, trauma, and ethical negotiation. Children who had observed adults navigating abandoned streets, ruined homes, and bombed fields internalized a rhythm of vigilance, reflection, and moral calculation. This rhythm became embedded in daily life, shaping how they approached both the material and social landscapes of post-war society. It informed how they reconstructed homes, allocated resources, and negotiated relationships with neighbors, creating a continuity of endurance that blurred the boundaries between survival, morality, and cultural memory. Communal rebuilding demanded not only physical labor but an ongoing calibration of trust. Families, often dispersed during the conflict, had to assess whether neighbors could be relied upon, whether social bonds fractured by scarcity and fear could be restored. Shared labor in fields, markets, or communal construction projects was guided by these assessments, requiring continuous observation, subtle negotiation, and ethical reflection. Hidden atrocities, encoded in these interactions, subtly shaped communal rhythms. Every act of cooperation, concealment, or prioritization carried the quiet imprint of prior violence, informing the moral and social framework of reconstruction. Intergenerational knowledge became a cornerstone of continuity. Elders recounted stories of flight, survival, and moral compromise, embedding lessons into ritual, oral history, and practical instruction. Children learned to navigate both urban and rural spaces with awareness informed by past trauma, balancing the urgency of survival with reflection and moral judgment. Memory was not static, it was rehearsed, enacted, and transmitted through daily practice. Fields were tended according to strategies developed in wartime, buildings reconstructed with attention to concealment or security, and communal labor organized according to both ethical imperatives and practical necessity. These layered practices illustrate how memory, ethics, and survival coalesced into enduring patterns of adaptation. Psychological rhythms of endurance continued to shape perception and action. Hypervigilance, anxiety, and fragmented sleep remained pervasive, yet these states were integrated into daily life, forming a subtle cadence of observation, reflection, and ethical engagement. Communities learned to inhabit this rhythm, using it to navigate both social interaction and environmental risk. Cultural practices, storytelling, ritualized remembrance, and improvised ceremonies provided temporal and spatial anchors, allowing reflection on past atrocities while simultaneously guiding ethical behavior and fostering resilience. In this way, memory, ethics, and cultural continuity became inseparable from survival and social reconstruction. The material landscape bore witness to the interplay of loss and endurance. Partially rebuilt homes, scarred fields, abandoned paths, and reconstructed communal spaces encoded both absence and continuity. Every reconstructed street or field contained layers of observation, memory, and ethical decision-making, a silent testament to human adaptability. Hidden atrocities, though largely absent from official records, persisted in these traces, in the gaps between structures, in the silence of once populated areas, and in the subtle rhythms of communal interaction. Reflection upon these traces became a meditative practice, revealing the intertwined nature of memory, morality, and physical reconstruction. As the years unfolded, survivors and their descendants engaged in a subtle meditation on continuity and legacy. Reconstruction was never complete. Traces of hidden atrocities persisted in material, social, and psychological landscapes. Yet within these traces, human resilience manifested in acts of memory, ethical reflection, and cultural preservation. Villages, towns, and cities continued to function as living archives, where survival strategies, moral judgment, and collective memory informed both individual behavior and communal identity. The persistent presence of past violence, encoded in landscape, ritual, and memory, became both a challenge and a guide, a quiet rhythm that taught endurance, reflection, and the careful navigation of both material and moral terrain. As the years gradually passed, the work of reconstruction extended beyond physical restoration into the subtler realms of social and psychological adaptation. Villages and urban neighborhoods slowly regained form, roofs patched, streets cleared, fields replanted. Yet beneath the veneer of physical recovery lay the persistent traces of hidden atrocities, embedded in both the environment and collective consciousness. Survivors and their descendants carried memories of abrupt displacement, loss of kin, and moral compromises into the rhythms of everyday life, integrating these lessons into practices of trust, observation, and social engagement. The material reconstruction of communities became inseparable from the moral reconstruction of social bonds, where each act of repair and labor was imbued with awareness of past violence and its ethical implications. Long-term adaptation demanded both practical skill and reflective consciousness. Communities restructured labor, resource allocation, and social hierarchies to balance the immediate necessities of survival with enduring moral responsibilities. Shared labor on fields, roads, and markets became a form of ethical rehearsal, teaching younger generations how to navigate scarcity, risk, and communal responsibility. Ethical reflection was woven into practical acts. The careful rationing of food, the distribution of building materials, the management of interpersonal conflict, all informed by observation, memory, and the quiet awareness of past violence. Survival, now reframed as continuity, was inseparable from moral and social adaptation. Cultural continuity played a central role in sustaining resilience. Oral histories, adaptive rituals, and improvised commemorations maintained a living archive of both collective memory and ethical reflection. Survivors recounted stories of vanished neighbors, concealed acts of courage, and difficult moral decisions, ensuring that the lessons of hidden atrocities remained embedded in the ethical and cognitive frameworks of the community. Children absorbed these stories, integrating practical knowledge with moral guidance, creating a continuity of experience and reflection that transcended the immediate generation. In this way, memory became both functional and contemplative, guiding action while fostering meditation on human endurance, morality, and adaptability. The psychological landscape of post-war life reflected a delicate interplay between trauma and resilience. Hypervigilance, anxiety, and fragmented sleep persisted for many, yet these states were integrated into daily routines, informing decision-making, observation, and moral judgment. Communities developed rituals of reflection and remembrance, creating a rhythm that allowed trauma to be acknowledged without overwhelming the structures of social cohesion and practical survival. Memory of hidden atrocities, though often silent and invisible in official records, remained an active force shaping both individual and collective behavior. It formed a quiet cadence, a continuous meditation on endurance, ethics, and the human capacity to reconstruct meaning in the wake of violence. Physical and moral landscapes became intertwined markers of continuity and reflection. Partially restored streets, scarred fields, and rebuilt homes carried layers of absence, memory, and moral decision-making. Hidden atrocities, once enacted in silence, continued to inform communal rhythms, who to trust, when to act, and how to balance necessity with ethical responsibility. Reflection upon these landscapes, in turn, became a meditative practice, inviting survivors and descendants to inhabit the past while shaping the present. Through these acts, the enduring imprint of hidden atrocities became a lens through which resilience, moral awareness, and continuity could be cultivated. In synthesizing the post-war experience, it becomes evident that reconstruction was never solely a material endeavor. It was a deeply ethical, cognitive, and cultural process, where survival strategies, intergenerational memory, and moral reflection converged. Communities engaged in an ongoing negotiation of trust, observation, and reflection, embedding lessons of endurance into social, cognitive, and cultural frameworks. Hidden atrocities, though often unspoken, persisted as silent guides, shaping ethical behavior, communal cohesion, and reflective awareness. Decades after the cessation of open conflict, the Korean peninsula remained a landscape marked by memory, absence, and moral reflection. Streets once scarred by shellfire now carried new life, yet each corner, each abandoned lot, each partially rebuilt structure retained an echo of what had transpired. Hidden atrocities, largely absent from official narratives, lingered in these spaces like shadows, subtle but persistent, shaping how individuals and communities interpreted their past, their present, and the uncertain future. Reflection became both a personal and collective practice, a quiet meditation on endurance, ethics, and the persistent consequences of violence. The legacy of hidden atrocities is intertwined with memory in its most intricate forms. Survivors, through storytelling, ritual, and day-to-day interaction, transmitted not only the factual record of events but the ethical and emotional weight of choices made under duress. Children absorbed these lessons, often without direct instruction, learning to navigate the balance between survival and morality, observation and judgment. These intergenerational transmissions encoded subtle strategies for managing risk, preserving trust, and maintaining social cohesion, creating a cognitive and ethical infrastructure that extended far beyond the immediate post-war years. Communities reconstructed both physical and social landscapes with careful attention to memory and ethical continuity. The rebuilding of homes, schools, and marketplaces was accompanied by acts of reflection, ceremonies to honor the dead, oral histories to recount vanished lives, and symbolic markers of absent families and destroyed villages. These practices created a rhythm of remembrance and ethical contemplation, embedding the traces of hidden atrocities into daily life. Every act of restoration carried not only practical value but moral significance, reinforcing the continuity of collective memory and guiding ethical action in a society scarred yet resilient. Psychological endurance persisted alongside physical reconstruction. Survivors continued to navigate trauma, hypervigilance, and fragmented memory, yet these experiences were integrated into reflective consciousness. The act of remembering, even quietly or meditatively, became a means of ethical engagement, assessing past choices, understanding communal failures and successes, and negotiating responsibility for both what was done and what was left undone. Hidden atrocities, though often silent in the historical record, remained deeply alive in the rhythms of perception, memory, and moral reflection. Interwoven with memory and reflection was the persistence of cultural continuity. Rituals, songs, oral histories, and informal ceremonies acted as anchors, allowing communities to interpret loss, sustain identity, and cultivate resilience. These cultural practices provided both a medium for reflection and a framework for moral guidance, illustrating the inseparability of memory, ethics, and human endurance. They reinforced awareness of the hidden dimensions of war, the unrecorded suffering, the moral compromises, and the quiet acts of courage, ensuring that the legacy of atrocities remained present not only in physical traces but in collective consciousness. The material landscape itself became a canvas of reflection. Rebuilt streets, scarred fields, partially restored buildings, and abandoned structures encoded a continuous dialogue between memory and ethical awareness. Each space carried subtle evidence of absence, loss, and resilience, inviting meditation on endurance and morality. Reflection upon these landscapes created a meditative rhythm, a cadence in which observation, memory, and ethical evaluation intertwined, revealing the subtle ways in which hidden atrocities persisted across both time and space. The passage of time softened the immediate terror of wartime experience, yet it could not erase the embedded memory of hidden atrocities. Families carried trauma as a quiet undercurrent, shaping interactions, expectations, and the moral frameworks that guided daily life. Children who had survived bombardments, hidden in forests, or navigated urban rubble, matured into adults whose perception of safety, trust, and ethical responsibility was forever informed by the latent violence of their childhoods. In their households, the rhythm of observation, cautious speech, and measured action became a pattern of inheritance, transmitting both practical survival strategies and moral discernment. This intergenerational transmission revealed that hidden atrocities were not confined to the past, they persisted as subtle cognitive and ethical structures, guiding behavior and thought long after the guns fell silent. Communal memory became an intricate tapestry, intertwining stories of loss, endurance, and moral compromise. In villages, elders recounted vanished neighbors, unmarked graves, and the ethical dilemmas faced during moments of acute scarcity. In urban districts, survivors remembered the vanished marketplaces, destroyed homes, and temporary shelters where families had converged in desperation. These narratives were never merely descriptive, they were ethical guideposts, reflecting choices made under duress, acts of concealment or protection, and the quiet courage or compromise that marked daily survival. Through these stories, the memory of hidden atrocities remained active, shaping social norms, guiding trust, and informing moral judgment in subsequent generations. Cultural practices reinforced the persistence of memory. Annual commemorations, improvised ceremonies, and oral storytelling sessions provided spaces in which collective memory and ethical reflection converged. Communities created rituals around rebuilt schools, temples, and communal centers, embedding remembrance into the very structure of society. These practices transformed memory into living knowledge. Lessons of endurance, observation, and ethical navigation were transmitted not only through narrative but through action, performance, and ritualized engagement with space and community. Hidden atrocities, though largely absent from official histories, thus became active elements of ethical and social continuity. The psychological weight of these hidden atrocities continued to shape perception, decision-making, and interpersonal relationships. Survivors, carrying the imprint of past violence, maintained hypervigilance, subtle mistrust, and careful observation as part of daily life. Yet, within this vigilance, reflection emerged. Meditation upon ethical choices, consideration of communal responsibility, and an awareness of the continuity of memory. These reflective practices, quietly interwoven with labor, social interaction, and cultural ritual, became a means of ethical maintenance, allowing communities to navigate life while acknowledging the latent presence of past atrocities. Physical landscapes became living archives of hidden atrocities. Partially rebuilt streets, abandoned homes, and scarred fields encoded memory as much as they bore physical witness. Each space carried traces of absence, loss, and survival, providing both a canvas for reflection and a guide for ethical engagement. Survivors learned to read these traces, interpreting shadows of past violence, understanding patterns of displacement, and navigating relationships shaped by shared experience. Reflection upon these landscapes created a rhythm of ethical and meditative engagement, where observation, memory, and moral deliberation converged, sustaining resilience across generations. As decades unfolded, the Korean landscape became a palimpsest of memory, bearing the layered traces of human endurance and moral reckoning. Hidden atrocities, though rarely recorded in official histories, persisted in the quiet architecture of towns and villages, streets aligned with the echo of absence, fields punctuated by scars where lives had been lost, and homes rebuilt atop the fragile remains of prior dwellings. Inhabitants moved through these spaces with subtle awareness, a meditative consciousness attuned to both visible and invisible histories. Reflection became a form of endurance, a quiet dialogue with the past in which memory, ethical judgment, and moral responsibility intertwined with the rhythms of daily life. The societal legacy of hidden atrocities revealed itself in patterns of trust, caution, and communal ethics. Communities reconstructed not only infrastructure but relationships, weaving bonds of cooperation, care, and cautious observation. Elders guided younger generations, not only through instruction but through the measured modeling of behavior, how to navigate scarcity, how to weigh moral compromise against necessity, how to cultivate resilience without abandoning ethical responsibility. These lessons, transmitted across decades, ensured that memory remained a living force, shaping both action and reflection in a society rebuilt atop the uneven terrain of trauma. Cultural memory, sustained through ritual, storytelling, and collective reflection, functioned as a subtle yet profound means of transmitting ethical awareness. Annual commemorations, local storytelling circles, and improvised ceremonies maintained continuity of reflection, embedding lessons of endurance, moral choice, and vigilance into social practice. Hidden atrocities, though unseen and often unspoken, became active agents within these traditions, ensuring that both practical survival and ethical awareness were maintained across generations. The act of remembering, even quietly or meditatively, became an ethical practice, guiding the moral architecture of communities long after the violence itself had receded. The psychological imprint of hidden atrocities persisted in subtle, pervasive ways. Hypervigilance, cautious interaction, and fragmented sleep patterns observed in survivors reflected both memory and moral awareness. Yet these psychological traces were not purely burdens, they became guides for reflection, social navigation, and ethical deliberation. Families and communities integrated awareness of past atrocities into practices of resilience, teaching observation, assessing risk, mediating conflict, and cultivating moral judgment. Memory and reflection, entwined with everyday life, formed an ongoing cadence in which the legacy of violence informed both practical and ethical existence. The ethical dimension of reflection was inseparable from physical reconstruction. Streets, fields, and homes became living repositories of both absence and moral reckoning. Decisions about whom to trust, how to allocate scarce resources, and when to intervene in communal disputes were informed by observation, memory, and ethical reflection shaped by the legacy of hidden atrocities. Inhabitants engaged in an ongoing meditation on endurance and morality, negotiating daily life within a landscape where both the tangible and intangible traces of conflict remained present. Memory and reflection were not abstract, they were lived, enacted, and transmitted through practice, shaping both individual behavior and collective identity. As the decades stretched onward, the Korean peninsula became both witness and participant in the quiet meditation of memory. Hidden atrocities, though rarely catalogued in history books, remained etched into the landscape, the social fabric, and the rhythms of everyday life. Streets, fields, and homes carried faint imprints of absence and suffering, echoing the choices, compromises, and courage of those who had lived through the conflict. In this landscape, memory was neither static nor passive, it was active, an agent shaping behavior, guiding moral awareness, and sustaining communal cohesion. Reflection became a form of endurance, a deliberate engagement with the past that informed the moral and ethical life of subsequent generations. The ethical resonance of hidden atrocities revealed itself in subtle, pervasive ways. Communities rebuilt trust carefully, observing patterns of behavior and ethical consistency, teaching younger generations through demonstration, ritual, and narrative. Families mediated the transmission of memory, balancing the preservation of traumatic experience with the cultivation of resilience, moral discernment, and social cohesion. Lessons of vigilance, judgment, and compassion became embedded in both daily practice and cultural transmission, shaping the cognitive and ethical architecture of communities for decades beyond the war. Memory, reflection, and ethical engagement were inseparable, interwoven with survival, adaptation, and cultural continuity. Cultural practices functioned as both repositories of memory and frameworks for reflection. Storytelling, commemorative rituals, improvised ceremonies, and collective reflection preserved the moral and emotional essence of survival. These practices transformed hidden atrocities from silent absences into active forces of ethical awareness, guiding behavior, communal norms, and intergenerational learning. The act of remembering became a meditation, an engagement with absence and presence, loss and endurance, shaping perception, decision-making, and social identity. Memory and reflection, entwined with practice and ritual, became living threads connecting past atrocities with ongoing moral and cultural life. Psychological endurance remained intertwined with ethical reflection. Survivors and their descendants navigated residual trauma, hypervigilance, and cautious observation while integrating these experiences into coherent strategies for ethical and practical engagement. Memory served as both guide and caution. It preserved the lessons of survival, warned of potential ethical pitfalls, and reinforced communal cohesion. Reflection on hidden atrocities became a quiet, persistent meditation, shaping both the interior life of individuals and the social structures of communities, ensuring that the imprint of violence informed action, choice, and cultural continuity. Ultimately, the legacy of hidden atrocities manifested as a continuous dialogue between absence and presence, trauma and resilience, memory and moral responsibility. Communities and individuals learned to inhabit spaces marked by loss with awareness, respect, and ethical attentiveness. The reconstruction of society was inseparable from the reconstruction of ethical, cognitive, and cultural frameworks, creating a landscape in which survival, reflection, and moral consciousness were deeply intertwined. The echo of hidden atrocities, though muted in official narratives, persisted as a meditative rhythm, shaping both the lived experience of the present and the moral orientation of the future. The Korean peninsula, long after the final gunfire faded, remains a landscape suspended between presence and absence, memory and silence. Mountains, rivers, and fields carry traces of lives lived and lost, of villages emptied and cities scarred, of choices made in moments of terror, desperation, and fleeting courage. The hidden atrocities of war, often omitted from official record, inhabit these spaces as quiet specters, unseen yet palpable, persistent in the rhythms of everyday life, and woven into the moral and cultural fabric of successive generations. In this enduring presence, memory and reflection converge, shaping both how individuals inhabit the world and how communities sustain continuity, ethics, and resilience. Walking through reconstructed streets or tending to fields long abandoned, one can sense the weight of history pressing lightly, persistently, upon human perception. The echo of absence resonates in silent doorways, fractured walls, and the sparse remains of markets that once thrummed with life. Survivors, their descendants, and those who observe from afar engage in a subtle meditation upon these traces, integrating observation, memory, and moral awareness into the cadence of daily existence. The act of remembering becomes itself an ethical practice, a quiet affirmation of endurance and a deliberate acknowledgement of human vulnerability, responsibility, and perseverance. Time, though it heals many wounds, cannot fully erase the imprint of hidden atrocities. Intergenerational transmission ensures that memory persists, encoded not only in stories and rituals but in practices, social norms, and subtle behavioral patterns. Children learn vigilance and observation, the delicate calibration of trust, and the ethical navigation of scarcity and risk. Communities retain collective memory, embedding lessons of endurance, moral reflection, and compassion into social and cultural frameworks. The past, though hidden in detail, persists in influence, shaping both the interior life of individuals and the moral landscape of society. The legacy of hidden atrocities teaches that human endurance is inseparable from reflection, observation, and moral responsibility. Reconstruction, whether of homes, streets, or social bonds, is inseparable from ethical engagement, a negotiation between memory, practical necessity, and cultural continuity. Rituals, storytelling, and quiet acts of remembrance allow communities to inhabit spaces marked by loss while sustaining moral and cognitive awareness. The shadows of past violence, though muted, persist in guiding choices, structuring relationships, and mediating perception, creating a continuous rhythm of vigilance, reflection, and ethical action. In contemplating this enduring shadow, one recognizes the duality of war's imprint. It is both destructive and instructive, painful yet formative. Hidden atrocities, though silent in historical records, continue to resonate as reminders of vulnerability, resilience, and moral responsibility. Memory becomes a tool for navigating the present, a lens through which to understand human fragility and strength, and a guide for ethical action amidst uncertainty. The quiet cadence of reflection, embedded in both physical landscapes and communal life, ensures that the lessons of hidden atrocities are neither lost nor forgotten. The Korean War, in its overt and hidden dimensions, leaves behind a terrain where the visible scars of conflict intersect with subtle ethical, psychological, and cultural traces. The endurance of survivors, the transmission of intergenerational memory, and the integration of reflection into daily life illustrate the profound human capacity to inhabit absence, reconcile trauma, and cultivate moral awareness. In the end, the shadow of hidden atrocities becomes a persistent companion, a meditative guide reminding us of both the depths of suffering and the heights of resilience, shaping our understanding of history, morality, and the enduring complexity of human experience. As the sun sets over mountains and rivers that have witnessed both violence and survival, the quiet echo of the past remains. It whispers in the wind, lingers in abandoned pathways, and resides in the reflective awareness of those who remember. In this meditation, the listener is invited to inhabit the spaces between memory and silence, witness and reflection, loss and endurance, a space where the hidden atrocities of history persist, not as spectacle, but as a quiet, haunting, an instructive presence, shaping the contours of conscience, culture, and human understanding.